Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. What's up, y'all? Welcome to playoffs for the NACL. The moment has finally arrived, and we get more best of 5 actions. Not just yet, we got some best of 3s for at least the upper bracket, but in just a couple of days, Hawkington, we are going to have some, hopefully, silver scrapes being sung by many of our awesome fans. I'm Rafa. I've got Hawk on my, what is this, my right, my left? Technically, I'm pointing to my left, but the way that the camera has mirrored it, it is technically my right. But anyway, as we have talked about, Hawk, playoffs is here, and there are so many things to talk about. But before we even get that far ahead, Hawk, I know one thing is on your mind. It's that Supernova Variable series from last week.
Oh, yeah. That's been living rent-free in my head. Maybe we just roll the tape and we can talk about it after.
You heard the man.
Hey, everyone. It's Hawk here to recap the final week of the 2026 spring regular season for the NACL, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Kicking things off was an all-timer and a storied rivalry, Maryville University versus Supernova. After getting destroyed in Game 1, a dominant lane phase and some heroic team fighting from Levitate on the Senna forced a Game 2 decider in the favor of SN. Coming even a single auto away from having their Nexus destroyed, Supernova somehow managed to still clutch out the defense and ultimately the win in order to secure the 2nd seed and the bye heading into the playoffs. Speaking of playoff implications, the 2nd series showcased Conviction clinching their playoff spot by silencing Dorado Gaming in a dominant 2-0 sweep. The veteran CNV squad looked revitalized behind their new ADC Tactical, who managed to die only a single time throughout the series. In Day 2, the most important series featured another 2-0 playoff clincher, this time for Winthrop University against their biggest rival, the Citadel, in a winner-take-all bout. The story was early jungle domination from Wilson, who picked up the MVP and lifted Winthrop to a top-half showing in the regular season. The regular season concludes with NRG and Supernova securing playoff byes, followed by Maryville, CCG, Winthrop, and Conviction, as Citadel and Dorado narrowly miss out. I'll be seeing you all in the North American Challengers League playoffs streaming live on twitch.tv/NACL, concluding with the finals on June 5th. Don't miss it.
Both very, very important series for both of those winners there, not only for Winthrop University clinching playoffs against Citadel, who are some of their long-standing rivals in the collegiate scene as Ole Miss Esports, but of course the Supernova upset over Maryville University, which was just a David versus Goliath kind of matchup that we expected on paper, but the fact that it turned out Supernova's victory was incredible.
I mean, that was the best series of the year so far for me, hands down. That Game 2 and Game 3 was just psychotic, and it had massive implications because it means Supernova doesn't have to play today. They are waiting one stage later in the upper bracket alongside NRG. Meanwhile, Maryville in our 2nd series later today, they got to go through Conviction just to get there. So massive implications coming through from the absolute clutch of the heart of Amateur, and man, was it entertaining to boot.
And like you said, they get a first round bye, so they are awaiting the winner of Maryville University in Conviction over in that E match just ahead of NRG later tomorrow. But for us on this bracket graphic, we're still having best of threes for the first 2 upper round matches, but then starting in our lower bracket, it's all best of 5s, including our upper finals match as well as our grand finals match, which will all take place on patch 26.10. And then for the very last week of both lower finals and grand finals, it will be on patch 26.11, which that might be a curveball for some teams, because we were talking a little bit about this, Hawk, but I know it's very, very far into the future, but 2611 has some very, very big changes, especially in the jungle. So yeah, that's going to be...
Who's going to be the first one to pick Quinn, do you think?
Dude, if Dardoch makes it that far, my money is on Dardoch, man. I feel like he would have the sauce to try and pull it out. But, of course, before we get ahead in our first series, we've got coach interviews to take care of, and it's going to be none other than the man himself over at the Winthrop University coaching booth. It is the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Tails. It's been quite a while since we've talked, since the beginning of the season. First of all, congratulations for being able to make it into playoffs again. The boys clutched up against your nemesis, Ole Miss Esports, aka Citadel. I want to get some quick thoughts in before your first series. What were some of the things that you were extremely happy with the Winthrop University boys towards the end of regular season?
I think it's been a long season for us, so I'm pretty happy that we're still stepping it up series after series. I think, we've been playing since January, and we've been playing in Division 1, NACE, CLOL, and now NACL. So I'm just really happy that we're persistent and, we're going through it, and we're finding some success.
This regular season was quite the tumultuous journey. I know that in the beginning, despite many early game advantages, there was some struggles in closing out the advantages that you had. But then there was a week where you guys had a 4-0 week pop off. And do you think that there was any kind of conversations you had in the middle of the split that helped lead to that bump in consistency? Or was it just kind of like out of nowhere, your team just kind of clicked all together?
Oh, absolutely. I think we've had meetings, one-on-ones, to group team meetings. Myself, Tomo, and some of the players. We want them to lead the discussions and figure out what's giving us problems, what's causing them, how can we start to address them, and at least try to figure out what steps we can take. And so far, there's a lot of return, and we're hoping to kind of do even better going to playoffs. Hopefully, we can clutch it. And I'll start with today, right? So we'll see.
For sure. And last question before I let you go and get ready for your series today. I think a lot of us, I think I just saw Denethor pass right by you. A lot of us here in the community were really, really impressed with Denethor's performance in recent memory, being able to step up and clutch out a lot of Superstar MVP performances. I know that we have kind of like a all-pro ballot towards the end of the regular season. Do you feel like Denethor has some heavy competition in being able to make that top 3, or do you think he's a shoo-in at this point?
I'm always confident in my players. I think they always should be striving and be confident that they can be the best in the league. Over the course of the season, we've seen some good performances from him. So I think it's really going to be about how well he can step in and kind of figure himself out in playoffs. Because I think playoffs can be a bit different from regular season. The stakes are a bit higher, and there's going to be a lot more pressure on him, right? So I want him to take it in stride and ease into the role, and we'll see how he performs.
Fantastic stuff, and looking forward to not only him but the rest of the Eagles, trying to see how far they can fly in the playoffs. Again, thank you for your time, Tails. Good luck on the Rift.
Thank you.
Playoffs are indeed a whole different beast. There is a lot more pressure. We've talked to a lot of players, a lot of coaches that have mentioned the elevated stakes of the playoffs when compared with the regular season. So I'm very interested to see how different teams, different players do deal with that additional pressure.
Oftentimes we often see, or we'll see regular season teams kind of have like in between performances, but then playoffs they just lock in and they know when to peak at the right moments. But of course, for us, we got to take a look ahead of our official stream schedule for today's matchups. As we talked about before, the Eagles are taking on CCG for our first series, and then to conclude the broadcast today, we've got Maryville University taking on Conviction. Now, at the beginning of the regular season, this Maryville Conviction match was hyped up to be one of our quote-unquote top 3 Titan matches, other than NRG trying to fight for that number 1 spot in the league. But based on how Conviction's regular season has turned out, they ended up being our 5th, 6th seed, taking on Maryville University as 3rd seed of the league. Do you feel like this was something that anyone was really expecting coming into the beginning of the spring season, Hawk?
No, I mean, certainly not. And it's funny because both of these matchups are rematches from week 1. So it's been a really long time since we've seen Winthrop play CCG and since we've seen Maryville play Conviction. And I think back when these two teams played each other, Conviction, they took a game. Like you said, we really had them power ranked towards the top of the standings. But you can see now, this is not considered to be the contentious matchup anymore. Maryville has looked like one of the best teams in the league, narrowly by a single auto attack, missing out on the bye today, whereas Conviction really just kind of scraped their way into the playoffs. They are the 6th seed coming into this, and while they have looked a little bit better over the last couple weeks, it was also against our 10th place team and our 8th place team. So not really too much to write home about in terms of their performance, really, since the first, I would say, 3 or 4 weeks of the season. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they're able to continue elevating their play to go band for band with Maryville. But at least for me, I'm looking all of a sudden at this Winthrop CCG matchup as an extremely exciting game between, I think, a team where Winthrop, they're not the same squad that they were when they got 2-0'd by CCG in game 1, or in week 1. And for CCG, they've just consistently been a solid performer throughout the NACL season so far.
I love that you pointed out that both CCG, Winthrop, and Maryville and Conviction, these two matchups are some of our week 1 matchups from very, very early on in the season, because it is a good litmus test to see how far these teams have come or how things have changed since the beginning of the spring season. Without further ado, let's go ahead and start diving into our first series of the day between CCG and Winthrop University. Starting with the roster of the Eagles from Rock Hill, South Carolina, you've got the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Denethor in the top lane. You've got Wilson in the jungle, Zach in the mid lane, Mobility and Kim down, rocking it together at that bot lane duo.
And I don't want to use the word overperforming for Winthrop because it discredits their achievements, but I feel like everyone on this roster has performed above the expectations we would have set for them coming into this split. Denethor, a lot of conversation surrounding this player right now and some of the carry performances he's had. I know conversations surrounding things like the All-Pro to be had with him, but it's not just the pop-off carry performances. It's also guys like Wilson, like Zach, like Kim down, where we felt like we've maybe seen the best out of them throughout their careers, or we're not sure how they're going to be able to fit in to the NACL landscape here in 2026. And they've really done their jobs and performed extremely well for this Winthrop team. Kind of rising tides, raising all ships. The Eagles elevating themselves and soaring into 5th place, not really having any issues making the playoffs whatsoever.
For sure. I think a special shout out to Wilson, who picked up the MVP of their performance last week in their win over Citadel. I think it was quite massive, since Wilson was someone that we felt like had a lot of early game advantages, but couldn't always close out those advantages, and being able to not consistently find the right picks, but standout performance against Griffin, who is a name that everyone will remember, if not Wiggly, from being a a mainstay in both tier 1 and tier 2 over the years. So really props to Wilson for being able to raise that consistency and level up his play, which is going to give Winthrop the best chances that they can get going into playoffs. Well, we got to take a look at their competition on the other side of Summoner's Rift, and that is going to be no easy task, because you've got CCG with Fiji in the top lane, Dardoch in the jungle, Aoju in the mid lane, and Cody Sun and Only 35 in the bot lane together.
And this is where I want to lay out the dichotomy between the two teams here for this series. It's going to be stability of CCG versus the volatility of Winthrop, because Fiji, the rookie coming in, again, talking about accolades for top laners, a very strong candidate for rookie of the split. He is the weak side king here in the NACL. Dardoch, Aojun as well. The early game bridge for CCG. They don't like to play fast. They like to play for the team fight, but you do get a little bit of spice out of Cody and Only 35 here in the bottom lane, just to keep things exciting in case we want to get explosive. But for CCG, they really like a slower game. They really like something where they can play together as 5, take intelligent setups. Winthrop, it's going to be up to them. How do they attack these lanes? How can they make things volatile? Take the hands checks. So I think that's going to be the big difference between the two styles that these teams like to bring to the table.
And I think Dardoch is a heavy favor when it comes to being in that conversation for All-Pro in the jungle role. I know that a lot of people are always going to shoot for UG over at Maryville University, since he continues to be one of the best players, if not the best player here in NACL and Tier 2 whenever he's competing. But Dardoch has, in my eyes, been one of the most underrated junglers for a long time here in Tier 3 and Tier 2, and now this has probably been his best split so far. But we got to take a look over in the top lane for our face-to-face matchup, because Denethor and Fiji have been standouts for both of their teams, but in very different ways here, Hawk.
Yeah, Denethor leads all top laners in damage share for his team. This guy is a carry for Winthrop University, but I already mentioned it, Fiji. He's really the only true weak side top laner we have in the NACL, and he is doing it as a rookie. He gets the least income of any top laner that we have here in the NACL. Just putting the orange fries in the bag, game in, game out, getting things done, and taking really intelligent moves to make sure he's always supporting his squad and whatever plays they like to go for around the map. It means that Fiji's stats, they're not that impressive. He falls behind in lane. He doesn't really do damage. Hell, he's not even really killing people, but he is staying stable. He's always making sure that CCG, they have a body in the fight. But those laning deficits, those laning struggles, we saw, for example, against Zamudo, it got too out of control, and it was a problem for CCG in that series. Denethor, he's not Zamudo, but he's been pretty damn close throughout this split. He's been one of the best top laners we've had. You can't fall that far behind. You cannot let Denethor start running away with things on his carry picks.
It really is going to be a testament of whether Fiji's playstyle will be undermined by the aggressive tendencies of Denethor and being able to smash lanes like he has been towards the back half of the regular season for Winthrop University. Taking a look at their champion pools, this is where things get interesting, because obviously there is a clear dichotomy of carry champions for Denethor on his individual champion pool that he has played, but normally in shared champion pools for both of these players, you would expect, oh, okay, both of these guys have probably played a couple tanks together. But one thing to note for Fiji is that, especially in the most recent week for CCG, I think they're recognizing, hey, we cannot always just put Fiji on kind of weak side champions. We can't just put him on Orange, Scion, Cassante, etc. Even some of the pocket picks like Skarner and Gragas. We got to give this guy some of the more meta stuff, some blind picks like this Rumble, just to make sure that he isn't completely figured out, and it gives him a chance to grow as a rookie top laner.
Yeah, exactly, especially as we potentially head into best of 5s. Again, today it's only a best of 3, but I do think for Fiji, pick and ban has sort of been a little flowcharty for him. You know, I'm going to go take Orin if it's available. If Orin's not available, Scion, Cassante next up. Okay, I can't play those ones. They're fearless out. We're looking towards Skarner. Oh, we would need a little side lane. Let me play Yorick. You can't do that in a best of 5, especially in the full fearless. So I do want to see if Fiji's going to have anything different for us. He recently played his first Rumble game on stage, and it looked pretty good for the young top laner. So I think more of that is going to be something we want to see, because funnily enough, Denethor is a player that when he came up in the space back in 2022, we had a lot of criticisms for his champion pool, and he's really solved that. I would actually consider him one of the most diverse top laners that we now have in the league, ability to play tanks, carries, really whatever the team needs. So it's obviously something that can be fixed, but Rome was not built in a day. Does Fiji at least maybe have at least half a Coliseum built for us, though? That's the question.
At least just get the column set up, you know?
Right.
Get the foundations for some meta blind pick champions that are not tanks, but also maybe some other carry champions that he can be given the reins for in the future. But like you said, Denethor, still very different playstyle, but had a very similar journey in coming from a Nar Camille 2-trick to now having a completely vast champion ocean, as we got to see in that graphic. But we still have got a few minutes before we head into our first series for CCG and Winthrop University. I think another matchup that is very important to the stakes of this best of 3 is also going to be in the jungle, as we highlighted a little bit earlier, because Wilson had probably his best performance in recent memory for Winthrop University, but now you got to go up against Dardoch, who has been severely underrated in the past couple splits. And now, this split in particular, he has been probably one of our best junglers in NACL.
I mean, you're damn right he's been underrated, though, because you know what? I think every single split that I've covered since like 2022, 2023 of Dardoch, whenever he's jungling, at least, we'll ignore the support splits, he has been a top 3 jungler at whatever level of play he's at for the last few years. This guy is just an absolute monster because he is so consistent. And against Wilson, I'm very curious to see how things shake out, because you mentioned the aggressiveness from Wilson, and he's in general had problems with, although he takes actually a lot of intelligent aggressive looks, can sometimes be a little bit prone to, you know, I say this politely, but throwing. He just sometimes can't convert the leads very well, but he did so very effectively against Griffin last week. And we have seen that he is able to do it more often than not, but you know, eliminating the throws is very important, and also making sure he's able to spread the wealth for his team and not just putting it all in his pockets. But Dardoch is, in my opinion, the #1 jungler in the league at making sure that the enemy jungler doesn't get to have any fun. He's so good at jungle tracking. He's so good at slowing the game down. And funnily enough, Mark, when we covered the series against Maryville, we said the same thing, and then Yuji ran all over him. But Wilson is not Yuji. And so he's going to need to play like it if Winthrop is going to create early game leads, if they're going to create the volatility that I think this team needs to be successful. I believe that if Dardoch is able to slow the game down and put CCG in a position to take even footing 5v5s, I do favor CCG in that even setup.
When you look back at the week 1 results between these two junglers and how things played out, it was very much like what you laid out as the two strengths for these two teams. Wilson had a lot of really strong early game looks, whereas Dardoch didn't panic despite some of the lanes collapsing around him and saying, okay, I'm just going to farm up. I'm going to try and take objectives on the cross map wherever Wilson is, and then always found game-breaking moments and really clutch calls where understanding, okay, we can set up a pick here on this side of the map. They don't have any vision set up. They're going to try and face check. Boom, pick. Boom, into Baron. Boom, pick into Smite Steal away on this Clutch Dragon that denies Soul Point. And these moments, unfortunately for Wilson, pretty much eradicated all of the early game advantages, and it put him in a position where he felt like, I need to force something. And when a lot of the champions that Wilson is really playing for this team are kind of the standard Vi, the standard Xin Zhao, the standard AD bruisers, and Dardoch is able to flex a bit more of a creative champion pool there, it gives CCG a lot more versatility in what kind of looks you get from Dardoch, whereas for Wilson, it really feels like all Winthrop wants this guy to do is just be able to play make and just create those advantages in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really telling that on that champion pool graphic, Wilson has literally only played the 6 meta bruisers of Vi, Wukong, Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Pantheon, and Nocturne, and he's also played Lee Sin. That's it. Those are the only champions he's played this split. Now, you know, Wilson has other stuff in the bag. I've always thought of this guy as a Lilia player. I know he's got Viego. He's played the tanks in the past, but as you say, it's a very clear identity. Winthrop wants him to play make. He is the engine through which their volatile games do run. And I think the question of where does Dardoch go in order to try and prevent that? What does he do to slow the games down? You mentioned it really well in week 1, being able to just stay calm, cool, collected, farm up, get himself in a strong position. Because I do think Dardoch, very much a chameleon in the way he plays the game, is able to carry when he needs to. More than happy to put the tank in the bag if necessary. And so is that one-dimensionality for Wilson going to be a hindrance or strength heading into this series against CCG after having not played each other in over 2 months?
It's going to be the big difference maker. I'm definitely down with you on that, Hawk, because the change in the growth that can be reflected within just 2 months' time from the start of the spring split to now going into playoffs has been some of the most defining moments for teams in the past when we have seen their dynamic contrasts between regular season versus going into playoffs. Best of threes give less time for more adaptation and for more champion pocket picks to be fleshed out here, but at least it's not the end of the road. If one team is dropped today into the lower bracket, they'll still have some best of 5 action guaranteed to be able to flex those creative muscles. We're just a couple moments away from launching ourselves into Champion Select for our first draft of our first series of the NACL playoffs. Before getting further ahead, a reminder, we are on 26.10. Not a ton of big changes on this patch. I know a lot of people were kind of eyeing, what was the big change here, Hawk? I know DFT has been on the radar for many teams, but since 26.9, and it didn't get the biggest of nerfs going into 26.10, whereas 26.11 is where we're gonna have the overall no more adaptive damage on Deathfire Touch. So anyone that is a fan of physical damage abusers, looking at you, Smolder, they're gonna be a little sad going into that patch. But Smolder, and I want to shout out Gangplank, because I feel like that is a champion that has been kind of under the radar with the Deathfire Touch changes. And unless your name is Solar Baka, I feel like no one else has really exploited that to a large degree here.
Yeah, I also don't really expect Gangplank to get pulled out, at least in this series. It's been one of the champions we've not... Oh, we get Dog Cam for Dardoch. Wait, that's adorable. Sorry. Have to shout out the Pupperinos that are here in the NACL. But so yeah, not expecting the Gangplank. I know that's not exactly a Denethor champion. It's likely not a Fiji champion either, considering what we know about his champion pool. But things that we have seen rise in priority. Nefiri is a really big one that we've been seeing get picked a lot more over the last couple of weeks compared to where we were at earlier in the season. Also in the bottom lane, in addition to things like the Ashe, the Varus, the Ezreal that we've been seeing all split, Smolder and Senna are risen in priority compared to earlier on. Senna, kind of starting to split as more of a support. Now definitely an AD carry. And we saw how strong it can be. I had mentioned it in the recap. Levitate really carrying on that one against Maryville in game 2. And I think in general, that's one of the champions that I could see, especially getting pulled out by guys like Mobility and like Cody's son. That I know Mobility very happy to play the utility AD carries if the angle does arise.
I'm looking through other champions that are on 26.10 and just trying to remind myself of if there's any other notable changes here.
Hey man, Quinn Jungle's already been buffed once. Could get played today.
Well, I think she needs a little bit more love on the 26.11 changes. She's definitely a little too like, she can work right now. She's just way too volatile. And if you've seen the solo queue win rates, it just goes to show that you can't just pick her up and start winning with her. You need to be able to put a lot of games into her to really understand her power. But regardless of whether we see Quinn Jungle or not today, we've got our first draft of our first series kicking off now with Winthrop University on blue side, but with second pick, whereas CCG will get first pick here on red side. And already the support pool is getting hella pinched here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of focus being thrown towards the bottom lane. And I will say, I do expect bot to be the most explosive lane. Cody Sun and Only 35 are more than happy to take the hands checks. They are where a lot of the explosiveness in the early game tends to come from for CCG. And it's Only 35 against his university, against Winthrop. Mobility in Kim Down, his former AD carry partner, there in the bottom lane. I know we feel as a broadcast team that Only 35 has leveled up quite a bit in this split compared to where he was at last split. So it's going to be cool to see if he can take down his old team here in the playoffs and prove, maybe that they might have made a mistake, as it's 6 bot lane bans and a Nami on 1. This is the most played on the split for Only 35.
Oh boy. Well, I'm expecting a Corki in the near future for Cody Sun, unless Winthrop University want to snag that one away and find a different pairing, although it'd be hard to try and find a support that is as optimal with 4 support bans already taken off the table. But Winthrop University eyeing that Nocturne. That has been a particular favorite of Dardoch, especially when both the Pantheon and the Nocturne are available. That one tends to beat a lot of the other junglers. Nocturne, Orianna, Anya, Shockwave combo already secured for Winthrop.
Yeah.
That is a guaranteed game plan that the Eagles can carry out here.
And this is already a really interesting draft because Nocturne and Orianna are 2 champions that we have seen banned quite a bit on the last couple of patches. And giving both of these over to Winthrop is quite a gambit here from CCG. In my opinion, Nocturne is the strongest jungler on the patch, and we know how strong Orianna can be, despite losing more often than not here in the NACL. But the trade-off for CCG is we're talking about Winthrop wanting to play early, volatile games. CCG guaranteeing themselves a point of power by locking in this Nami Corki, setting up Cody Sun and Only 35 to try and create an individual advantage that CCG can play through and slow down the full court press that the Eagles want to bring to the table.
Very true. CCG are going to take the next best jungler that they can secure for themselves in the Jarvan, but because it was picked before the AD carry of choice for mobility, he's able to lock in this Ezreal as a way to deal with the Cataclysm in those big team fights, being able to easily arcane shift out. So far, the really only viable target that you can always lock down without their flash is going to be this Orianna and Nocturne.
I do think the biggest thing for Winthrop right now, though, is they have no obvious support pairing for this Ezreal. We're probably going down the tier list a little bit towards something a little bit tankier, with things like Nico, Bard, Karma all being removed. There are not really good range support options. And I gotta say, I think in a different degree, one of the reasons we've seen Orianna not be successful in the NACL is because we often see Jarvan traded for it on the other side of the rift, and Orianna not really having any answers in her kit for the Cataclysm, and oftentimes just becoming fodder. So I like this pick here from Dardoch. I think both teams getting what they want so far, and the biggest question is going to be how things shape up later. Winthrop is going to have that blue 5 final counter pick if they wanted to go towards it for Denethor, which is a player we've highlighted a lot of importance for. I'm expecting Kim Down to just pick something up here on 4. I mean, honestly, Nautilus looking mighty. Oh no, Nautilus is banned too. Wow, all the good supports are banned.
But I do like the train of thought that you're going with, Hog. The fact that you have mobility on Ezreal, even though we tend to look at Winthrop trying to play for mobility strength since he is one of their top carries on this roster, you also got Denethor on the other side of the map. So if mobility can be safe in a 1v2 scenario, why not give Kim Down something that he can roam on the side lanes with and be essentially a second jungler alongside Wilson making those plays. Rakan would be able to fit a little bit of both worlds there, a little bit of laning support as well as the ability to play make.
I like this recon as well because it is a dive buddy for Wilson on this Nocturne, but it also has a lot of ability to peel back and counter engage if Dardoch is the one to go in first. So I think this makes a lot of sense. However, you are going to get destroyed in this lane by Cody Sun and only 35 if things go according to plan. So Winthrop is really going to need to be on their game. I think also with Aojun having the potential for counter pick, this is putting a lot of early game responsibility on a Denethor to make sure he is not getting pushed in and is able to create some sort of early game point of power for Winthrop. As CCG with their composition, I mean, it is pretty stock standard 5v5. What it says on the tin, see enemy, kill enemy. They want to dive in and party with everybody.
There you go. Now, the real question is for Winthrop University, do they want to match a little bit of that frontline power in the top lane, or do they want to find a counter pick that could really take advantage of the K'Sante and prevent him from being able to group? Yeah. Knowing Denethor,
he's going like Jax here. Or Gwen.
Gwen. Yeah,
you could go Gwen.
Gwen sounds disgusting into
I'm
K'Sante.
thinking side laner here for Winthrop. I'm going to be honest. I don't think there's anything he can pick here that wins them the 5v5. But okay, yeah. There's nothing he can pick that wins them the 5v5 and also doesn't just lose the lane and have Winthrop get pushed in everywhere. So I think the Gwen makes a lot of sense. We wanted to see Denethor be a pressure point in the series, and already in game one, we get to answer the question, is the weak side young top laner of Fiji able to contain the split push menace of Denethor? This is going to be a big question mark throughout the series. We get to figure it out in game one, but for the rest of Winthrop, they have got to make sure that the rest of the map does not fall apart. Wilson needs to get to level 6. He needs to get active on the map, and he needs to make sure that CCG is not just able to take full control and start stacking Drakes.
True. And I think that is a big point to contrast what was Winthrop University's playstyle at the beginning of the split in their very first bout against CCG, where it was Wilson that had to make the early moves before Dardoch kind of scaled on up. Jarvan will always be useful at all points in the game because of Cataclysm, but because of his ability to make ganks happen with that flag and drag before level 6, that is going to give CCG a window where you can try and pinch the power of this bot lane. Maybe you can attack an Orianna, blow her flash early on, and then make that easy repeat visit before Wilson makes a counterattack. It all is going to unfold in just a few moments here. First playoff series of the NACL Spring Season 2026. It is CCG taking on Winthrop University.
Oh man, Mark, I'm just so excited. It is playoff time. This is always what the NACL is really about. The drama of the double elimination bracket is difficult to really match. Something I do want to point out, as we do get a little bit of level 1 shenanigans here from CCG and Winthrop, just poking, trading vision. Oh, okay, anti-synergy. Winthrop, they're not mentally locked in, Rafa.
Hey, you know, just in case any of them started with sweeper, it's double warding power.
Guaranteed vision.
There you go. I do like the move from Aojun and Dardoch, just making sure that they are protecting that Raptor camp, since Nocturne, as really coded by Dardoch early on here in NACL, can always fight on those chickens for level 1 pressure and bully off their jungler there, but Dardoch is able to swiftly take those out while Wilson returns to his side of the jungle. So we're going to have both of our junglers pathing towards the bottom side of the map, which makes a lot of sense because, as we talked about before, Hawk, if you are able to prevent this Corki Nami from popping off early on, or, in Dardoch's case, leverage that even further, that can be the breaking point for this first game.
And also, what I was going to mention is that Cody Sun really is the only carry here for CCG. They're playing 4 more utility-focused champions, less damage, and just this Corki. So I think not only does CCG really want this Corki Nami to be a point of power for them in the early to mid stages, just from a pressure standpoint, but also they really need to make sure that Cody Sun is strong if they are going to be able to win these front to backs. Because while in general Winthrop is lacking a little bit in frontline, they do have a lot of dive and a lot of ability to create space for them in the fights with things like the Mist, with the Recon and the Nocturne weaving in and out of the fight. And CCG is going to need to be on their game, and Cody Sun's going to need to be able to, A, not die to the burst instantly, but also be able to fire back an effective amount of damage. This is actually Kim down in mobility, getting the early push. Lethal Tempo Ezreal so strong at level 1, likely being the difference.
Oh, nice bubble there, and decent chunk onto Kim Down's health bar there. Still has both Summoner Heal and Flash. Gonna put the ward in that Pixel Brush at the right time just to deflect any incoming ganks from Dardoch super easily. Them being pushed up, though, might be able to give Dardoch an angle over that wall if he finds like a EQ Flash play. I will say one thing that was interesting. Dardoch did the Lee Sin clear where he did 3 camps on the red side into early base for an extra longsword. It does put him slightly behind the full clear finish behind Wilson. But all Wilson is doing is just saying hello to Aojun and getting ready to take not only the top crab, but also positioning himself for a second spawn Raptor invade.
Ooh, Dardoch's wrapping around though. Zach feels safe, but he's low on mana.
Oh, there's the taunt from the Justice Punch, and Dardoch, easy dunkaroo. First blood secured for CCG.
Yeah, I mean, just so much setup between this Jarvan and this Galio, as we already talked about how Orianna doesn't really have the escapes, and Jarvan not even needing the Cataclysm. Easy, well played, and I think for Zach, a little bit of disrespect on the positioning right there. Wilson, I liked the move to try and force Aojun out of lane, and perhaps Zach anticipated that the Galio was going for that base, but I think being that far up, just disrespecting the power of that gank, and it's a good first blood for CCG.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Wilson wasn't entirely sure of where Dardoch was at the time. They should have known that he had an idea. They should have known that he pathed from top to bot, but I wonder if not seeing Jarvan on that bottom river at the timer because of the longsword base, maybe just kind of maybe confused or just gave it wrong intel. But good ward from Denethor. We'll spot that Dardoch was looking for a base on this Tribush. He's going to now base with a lot of gold in his pocket off of the assist. Oh my goodness, triple longsword. Not even, I don't know if he had enough money for a tunneler, and he just decided, no, I want some extra damage.
I mean, isn't tunneler widely considered to be like the worst component in the game? Because it's literally just stats. So like, why not just go triple longsword, man? Get all that AD. Just kill them.
Like, well, I'm definitely with you on 30 AD versus what I think is, I want to say 20 AD on tunneler.
Yeah, it's not as much AD and some HP.
Ooh. Really good timer by Kim Down. Being able to find Dardoch as he threw down the flag, so could go for an easy grand entrance and forcing the flash art out of Dardoch. He's not going to have it for the next few minutes, while Aojun is getting pressured by both Zach and Kim Down.
I like this move from Kim Down a lot. Overstaying a little bit to make sure Zach's just able to push in his wave. I think after the first blood going down, Winthrop, they understand now the gravity of the situation in mid. Zach is going to need resources to make sure he's not a target. And Kim Down giving that to him should be okay as, yeah, Battle Dance out. It is CCG, though, doing what they're supposed to be doing by controlling the river.
Oh, Shockwave on the Aojun. He goes in with the Justice Punch into the taunt onto Wilson. Cody's son flies in with the Valkyrie, forcing Winthrop to back off. They're all fighting for control on this second respawn crab, knowing that whoever gets it from the jungler's side will have level 6 available. And because Winthrop invests most of their tools on the left side onto the mid laner, they're not able to fight for the crab. Dardoch now having 6 and access to Cataclysm.
Yep, that's 6 for Dardoch, so that's going to be Dragon going over to CCG. And so far, things going according to plan for the Corki Nami composition, stacking Drakes, a major win condition, and getting one this early on. We've seen a lot of early Dragon priority actually go down in the NACL. Most teams opting not to take that one until closer to the grub spawn. Being able to steal this one away for CCG, getting that win condition going earlier. Remember, for Winthrop, their point of power is on the top side of the map. It's going to be a lot harder for them to contest these dragons, and this is still a level 5 Nocturne.
Fiji was able to drop his wave just to make sure Wilson couldn't contest for the red buff. Cataclysm forces the flash out of Wilson as he tried to go for kind of the standard response of, well, if the enemy jungler goes for Dragon, I can try and get some camps on the opposite side of the map. But CCG playing so well together, understanding what Wilson would want to do as a counter response and denying him that.
Yeah, this mid jungle, we've praised them a lot for CCG this split, and showing us why, linking up incredibly effectively, and Dardoch just uses his time so wisely to make sure Wilson is not able to do anything that he wants to do, matching on the bottom side. Once Winthrop gets forced away, Dardoch gets the dragon, and Wilson thinks, okay, I have time to cross map, but no, he doesn't. Dardoch is just faster on the play, and he's able to match up towards that top side and ensure that all of his camps stay alive, and puts him reasonably far ahead of Wilson. Yes, it's only one camp, but that one camp can make a huge difference when we're looking at the timers of hitting level 6 and being able to find windows for plays.
And now there's no flash on this Nocturne, and the flash that was expended by Dardoch thanks to Kim down just a few minutes ago will be back up around the 9-10 minute mark here. Void Grubs are on the Rift. Neither team has really made a strong push for it, as you would probably have to bring only 35 if you want to make a 4-man play for the Grubs. But Cody-san is also lane swapping over to the top side. This is something that they were doing early on in the regular season as well, so that they could set themselves up for these objectives. If CCG maintain 100% control on these neutral objectives, then by the time you get into that mid-game Spike Hawk, Winthrop might not be as strong as they need to be to fight them.
And it's also going to make the pushing power of Denethor so much less threatening if he gets vacuumed into team fights around neutrals. And this is why it's so important, too, that CCG was able to take that first Drake before that 8-minute mark. Getting it so early affords them so much flexibility for their lane assignments around the map. Oh, we're seeing a picture-in-picture. Denethor got solo killed by Fiji at some point.
Didn't even see that, but back to live. Wilson with the shockwave combo off of the paranoia does force the flash out of only 35 as well as his summoner heal. Big cooldowns being used on the support there right ahead of the Grubs. And it doesn't even look like Wilson is able to fight for them outright, so CCG should be able to net a majority of these little guys.
I mean, Wilson using the smite on the crab, they're fully giving this. The Nocturne Ori combo not netting a kill. There's just no purchase for the Eagles at that point, and I think well played again from CCG, only 35, making sure he's close enough to the team that even if he does become an engaged target, he's not giving away his life. And I mean, this entire early game coming up CCG right now, remember, I think a stable early game is going to favor CCG, not just compositionally for its strength in the 5v5s, but also just for how these teams play. Winthrop likes to play faster. They like to play a more explosive game, but with Denethor getting apparently solo killed off screen, yeah, sure, he's up CS, but not being up gold on this Gwen, if he's not able to be a solo threat, there is no real win condition for this Winthrop composition in my eyes.
Now, Denethor hasn't fallen too behind the curve here, but it does not necessarily spell the utmost confidence to have the counter pick of choice and then being solo killed by the blind pick tank top laner, but really big for Fiji, taking big advantage of the new Dorn's helmet, which outside of most champions scales really well with champions like Cassante, who get even more damage from both armor and magic resist. And now Fiji being able to, if he can continue maintaining this momentum that he has on this Cassante, well, like you said in the Draft Hawk, this is just a stock standard 5-on-5, and CCG should be able to blast Winthrop when it comes to that mid-game spike.
And that Cassante has a lot of magic resist, as does this Galio. And for Winthrop, a fairly magic damage focused composition. Yes, you have the Nocturne and the Ezreal, but Ezreal doing some mixed damage. Nocturne not exactly the kind of champion that you want just wailing on a front line. So yeah, we will have to see if this front line gets thick enough that CCG can just disrespect some of the damage that Winthrop does have. Remember, with the Nocturne Ori combo, you need to always have a target to be able to go on, someone that you can really remove from the fight early on. And I think for CCG, a limited number of targets really available to the Eagles just based on that composition.
Their last target was only 35, which if you're focusing all of your efforts onto just killing the support, well, I'm not sure how the rest of the fight is going to go for Winthrop's way, but try to find some targets here. Dardoch gets jumped on. They look for the shockwave combo on only 35, and they've created numbers advantage here. 4 versus 3. Can they carry it out? Dardoch already locked down the Orianna within the Cataclysm. Zac is the next one to fall, and Wilson trying to wail on to Dardoch, but he gets a flag and drag out. Wilson tries to flash over him, but Cody-san will follow to make sure that his jungler doesn't go down. Wilson with the tether on the fear. Cody-san breaks it, steps back, and then tries to fight mobility. He gets the blast over the wall, but still dies midair from mobility's auto attack. It is mobility's Ezreal that tries to save the fight, still has a full HP bar, but Dardoch has Aljun on his back pocket. They find Kim down on the right, turn back to the left for mobility, and Dardoch throws the "I'm sorry for doing this to you, young one." Mobility will fall to only 35, who respawns back from the first play.
And it ends up being a very extended 4 for 2 in the favor of CCG, as only 35 had time to respawn and make his way back to the fight. And you can already see how tanky this front line is getting for CCG, as I honestly like this look from Winthrop. Just create a numbers advantage and hope you can win the fight afterwards. But Zach, on this Orianna, he's just such a target for the engage. We've seen this so consistently in the NACL, and this is a massive mistake from Wilson. He needs to just keep hitting and stay grouped with his team. I think Winthrop actually has the health bars if he doesn't chase this kill on Dardoch. But because he goes after that kill and dies to Cody, it separates the squad, it separates the resources, and Winthrop is eventually able to be picked apart as Dardoch doesn't even die in the extension, only 35 able to clean things up.
Bloodthirsty for the kill, wanting to get the edge on the Dardoch, but like you said, Hawk, Winthrop definitely had the isolated numbers on the left side of that wall. Might be a moment to try and look back on later in the series if this first game does end up CCG's way.
Yeah.
Right now.
I mean, you just need to understand that Jarvan's already out of the fight when he's that low, right? You just have to keep hitting the people that are in front of you, and definitely want to see that change if Winthrop is going to win any team fights later. They're still not down too much gold. 1.3k at 14 is nothing absurd. But I do want to point out, CCG, they've actually not lost a game this split if they're ahead of 15 minutes.
Doesn't matter what the gold difference is.
As long as it's in the positives.
Fiji looking positive right now. Doesn't hit the Q2 on the Denethor with the flash, and Denethor healing up a lot off of the needlework and the snip. Fiji suddenly realizing, maybe I do not win this. And Denethor trying to look for one more snip if he can get in range. And there it is. Skip and slash into the snip. Gets the revenge solo bolo.
All right, well, that's a really big kill for the Eagles and an outplay for Denethor. I saw the same thing that Fiji did, but when Fiji went for the Q flash forward, Denethor sidestepped it. That was disgusting.
Oh, meanwhile, Dardoch finds another kill, this time onto Kim Down with the help of only 35. The shockwave did not do enough to dissuade Dardoch from making that play. Paranoia, though, onto the mid lane, looking for Cody's son. No flash from the first fight in that dragon pit,
what?
But Cody's son barely survives. Just a shame for Winthrop to miss out on that one.
Oh my goodness. Yo, I was joking about the 2 wards, meaning Winthrop is not mentally locked in, but I don't know, Mark. Someone just needed to auto-attack the Corki once, and either Nocturne or Ezreal easily could have done it. And neither one does, so they blow the Nocturne, I guess not the Nocturne Ori, but they just blow the Paranoia to not find that kill. Yes, it forces the Corki out. It will result in a neutral objective, so it's still a positive play for Winthrop overall, despite the pick that went down on the Kim Down. But that's just unnecessary mental error. Kim Down gets found again. He should be fine.
Should be fine. Should be fine.
Maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
He's not fine. That was a lot of damage off of that Q. Wow. Well,
that guy's got a phase in the Sundered Sky.
Yeah. Level 10 Jarvan versus level 6 Rakan does not bode too well for the support here. Back-to-back deaths here in the bottom side jungle CCG. They still haven't necessarily spiraled ahead in terms of gold. It's only a 1,000 gold lead, but the control that they have displayed here in this first game has felt pretty damn unbeatable so far.
Might be another fight. Paranoia's up in 3 seconds, as is the quickness in about 8. CCG going to respect the threat, but I mean, just look at the bottom of your screen. Right now, the gold differences are exactly in the critical lanes. It's Denethor with that solo kill that's managed to regain a lead for himself, but Dardoch is just absolutely farming Wilson in this game.
Fiji potentially getting farmed on the top side as Wilson will drop the Rift Herald and allow Denethor to secure first brick. Gonna get the charge in. Turret not quite dead yet. Fiji trying to find a way out of here as he dashes to a minion, uses the Unbreakable to try and break out of the fear, but still gets feared up and is forced to just use the all-out to try and look for something in the 1v2, but still ends up going Wilson's way.
I gotta say, I am very impressed at how Winthrop is trying to come back into this game. I do think they're doing a good job of trying to play for isolated members of CCG, punish some of the maybe overreaches. Only 35 Dardoch, they've been linking up, trying to go on adventures into Winthrop's jungle that have generally been successful. but it does mean that somebody's alone elsewhere on the map. And now Winthrop getting the first tower, opening things up a little bit. It is going to mean they have more space to play for those picks. Responsibility still going to be up to CCG to make sure they can play together and force even number fights.
Yep, Denethor's advantage alone has evened up the gold deficit for Winthrop University. Third dragon of the game coming up in just a few seconds. This is Mountain Soul that we are playing for, and it is more devastating for Winthrop if they are not able to prevent that from CCG. Since you already have such a strong frontline semblance in this composition, add a Mountain Soul on top, and I don't think you're breaking anyone.
And remember, early objective stacking for CCG, it's gravitating Denethor down to this fight. He's not 2 items yet on this Gwen. Yes, he's strong, level 14, 2 levels up on everybody else on Summoner's Rift, but this is not really the timer that Gwen wants to be team fighting on if he could avoid it. But CCG, so much threat onto the Solus. Here we go!
Oh! They blow up only 35, and he's not allowed to play in this fight. 5v4 now in advantage for Winthrop. Can they just blow up the rest? But Wilson immediately traded. Denethor goes in the front, gets knocked up by the Justice Punch.
Denethor's
tries to force a
cooking.
flash out of Aljun. Denethor is trying to make the difference here. Cataclysm right on top. Denethor is gone. Cody Sun is able to blast him, but Dardoch now alone in the 1v3 cannot survive. And Winthrop University find a massive fight in the bottom jungle.
I mean, okay, apparently this is the team fight timer that Denethor wants, as Gwen just ripped through the health bars of CCG, despite them having the triple frontline magic resist items. Hit don't mean a damn thing. And I gotta say, Mark, you were maybe questioning the strategy of just all in the Nami, but you know what? Creating a 5v4 situation in every single team fight might just be enough. Now, as I say that, no dragon taken, so we may have a situation where there's a round 2. Cody Sun out of mana. Gonna be forced to take a reset. We got a TP back in. So we can take another look at this fight. It's Denethor on the flank, and they just send it as only 35. He's jockeying for vision, but none of the front line was really there to protect him. I think of a bit of a mistake maybe coming through there from the support of CCG, getting a little too far ahead, and just watch the damage that comes out of a 1-item Gwen. By the way, Denethor, he almost survived this too, which would have been absolutely disgusting, but BG, or rather Cody, does eventually take him down, but not before the rest of his team got ripped through.
Yeah. I think looking forward in those fights, as we saw from the live camp, Winthrop off of the redeploy were able to deny that Mountain Dragon away, so the dragon stacking is no longer in CCG's favor, having been extended an additional 5 minutes for a potential soul point on their side. And Winthrop starting to break ahead now with a slight gold advantage, which does favor them in the long run if they can continue leveraging.
Now, Winthrop has really created a pretty explosive last few minutes of the mid-game. It looked like CCG was going to start running away with things, but this one very much still in the balance, because I will say, for as much as we praise the 5v5 and the front-to-back team fighting of CCG, let's not pretend that Winthrop does not have scaling of their own. I mean, Gwen, yes, she likes to play side lanes. Yes, she likes to be a menace that I don't really think CCG can deal with in any sort of 1v1 situation. This champion is a monster when she shows up later in the game with multiple items. Now having 2 completed Nashers for Denethor. He's got the Mercury Treads as well, making sure he's not going to get CC'd down. And the Hallowed Mist is going to be able to buy a lot of artificial space for Winthrop, despite not really having a true frontline.
Yeah. And with the revamped Dusk and Dawn that came in a couple patches ago, she just effectively has more healing in her kit between her passive as well as now the kind of the Dusk and Dawn variant, where it's kind of like Sundered Sky of just being able to get additional healing on hit that scales with both AP and HP. We take a look at our 2 bot lanes though this game, not necessarily being the big stars of this game 1, but Cody Sun, he is the main carry. He is the main damage output for this team. As later the game goes on, Zac forced the flash as Dardoch sends it with the Cataclysm.
That's a very important free flash. Not going to have that one for the next dragon or even a Baron fight if one should happen before. Makes Zac quite a target.
They know that Dardoch has no Flak of Drag, and they just force it on to him. Nicely done by Winthrop to punish. It's a 1-for-1 as both junglers fall. Zac, remember, no flash from the previous skirmish. Has to run away quickly, able to get the movement speed down.
Mobility?
Only 35 is blown up, but mobility caught in the crossfire. And I don't know if it was worth it for the support. Now Kim Down could be next, but Denethor, meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, solo kills Fiji again. Aljun trying to send it alongside Cody Sun in the tower. They just get some extra plating down from the crystalline overgrowth as we see Fiji's corpse in the river.
Ooh, looks like Denethor found a solo kill. Maybe Fiji was trying to walk up to cut off Kim Down, and that makes it a 3-for-2 for Winthrop across the map, but it's a 2-for-2 in the actual fight. As Mobility shifted in, wanted to finish off only 35, but a good taunt from Aljun. Make sure his life does get traded, and things still hanging in the balance. I think we do see how much different the fight looks when Winthrop does not have Denethor. He is the entire advantage for Winthrop. They're behind when they don't have their Gwen, but still very strong. 4-2-2 on the Ezreal, and you already mentioned it. I think for Cody Sun, it's very important for CCG that he is also so strong as he's caught.
Oh! Forced to flash.
Good wave.
Still has the barrier. It looks like he used the barrier as well. Escapes danger this time, but now Winthrop can take solace in the fact that this Corki does not have summoner spells for the next cast of Paranoia Shockwave.
And that's kind of the trade now for Zach getting found out in that previous play by Dardoch and having his flash blown. So obvious targets on both sides, but remember, if Cody goes down, the fight for CCG is all but lost, as it was a good wave from only 35 to at least make sure that the grand entrance combo doesn't connect from Kim Down and likely result in a kill. Pressure in mid, though. They really want this mid lane tier 1, would give them a lot of space to operate. Mobility gets done.
Whoa, Mobility forced a flash from the Cataclysm. Arcane Shift was used as well. Aljun over the top with an alley-oop of a dunk. And they get Kim Down at least in the trade there. Get to see in the replay how the Fiji Denethor solo kill broke down.
Yeah, it looks like Fiji just took the 1v1, actually, so it wasn't him getting caught on rotation. And a bit of a mistake right there. CCG, they're still really trying to work on this mid lane. They're going to get it.
Force the flash.
Now, I will say, it was a lot invested right there from CCG that they're not going to have access to for this dragon. Kim Down will respawn in time to redeploy. Winthrop, they're going to be a little bit late to this one, but no Cataclysm, no Grand Entrance is quite a substantial investment, but it did equalize the gold, and also getting that mid lane tier 1. You can see how much space CCG is able to take. There are no blue wards in this river currently, and Cody and Dardoch, they're just going to try to burst this one out before the Eagles can arrive. TP from Fiji to set the battle line.
Cody is the prime target for this next Knockwave combo, and it is at the ready. Dardoch is forced to peel off the dragon because they could not burn it in time, and all of them is grouped up on Cody Sun. That's a 3-man Knockwave combo. Cody Sun is blown up by Winthrop University, and Denethor is trying to prevent Zach from falling as Fiji finds one in the trade. Dardoch Aljun at only 35 versus Denethor Mobility and Kim Down. There's a distinct lack of physical damage and an AD carry on CCG's side, but there's no jungler for the smite to contest on Winthrop's side. Aljun gets the taunt, but Kim Down still has the grand entrance and the quickness, finds a 2-man knockup, and Denethor flashes in to confirm the kill on only 35. Aljun blinking low, but still survives, and Dardoch, even with the smite advantage, cannot dare to enter because Mobility and Denethor would just blow him up.
What a find that was from Wilson, as Cody Sun making the cardinal sin of even just showing on vision. I think they barely got vision of him. Someone put a ward on the Phaelite, and even though it was covered by a control ward, it was just enough as Wilson's able to find it. And him and Zach, after the little Raptor double ward, they have been coordinated on their Knockwave combos, missing one. I do want to give credit to Fiji. I think a decent attempt at a salvage, making sure that Winthrop can't just run through the rest of the team. He trades out 1-for-1 and creates space, but in the extension, no Cody, no win. CCG, they do not have the tools without their Corki in the fight. As Denethor, 5-2-3, up 3,000 gold. Individually, rapidly approaching 3 items on this Gwen. He cannot be stopped.
Going to be a tricky problem for CCG to solve. I can imagine if Fiji cannot necessarily stop Denethor in the 1v1, then all he can do is try and find Denethor early on in these fights and break him away from the main cluster of the skirmish for CCG. Baron is live for the taking. What's that?
After all of this, game's even. It's 2 dragons apiece, 2 towers apiece, and 500 gold separating them.
2 Mountain Dragons for Winthrop, despite not having any frontline members, means that any semblance of armor and MR does get influenced a lot more. So it is a lot harder for CCG to try and find these fights successfully. And like you said, even though the game is even and the gold lead is only slightly in Winthrop's favor, I think they feel confident just sending it onto a flashless Corki once again. Cody-san blown up at the beginning of the fight, and Fiji is just gonna go down swinging. The rest of CCG forced to back off, and I think it's Baron time for Winthrop.
Yeah, I'm really starting to think that if Aojun is not in range for the grand entrance, the fight is just lost for CCG. They've only got one threat against this knockwave. They just can't keep Cody alive. Dardoch gonna look for a steal. Winthrop is getting a little bit low.
Dardoch sends it, 4,000 HP. It's a little
very
early onto
low.
the Baron, but they're sending it. Dardoch is buying a lot of time, 2,000 HP. Wait, he can flip it! Dardoch secures the Baron in the face of Winthrop University. He goes down a hero, and Aldrin tries to find one more to Kim down, but barely survives. Winthrop University still get 2 more kills for themselves, but the Baron is denied.
Oh, the heroics from Dardoch do at least keep them in the game, as only 35 is going to have that Baron. But, I mean, it's a nice fight steal. This was messy from Winthrop as Kim Down and Denethor go over, but Dardoch just goes in. And he's pretty tanky. Level 15 on this Jarvan, got Aojun to support him, and it just becomes a flip. Dardoch able to secure that one. You know, for as good as Wilson may be, Dardoch, he's been flipping Barons since before Wilson probably even started playing League of Legends. And it definitely keeps things close. I mean, we're right back to the situation that we had before that Baron play. Less than 1,000 gold separating the teams, 2 dragons. I think that 1 Baron buff not really going to make much of a difference.
I'm actually curious now when Wilson started playing League, because Dardoch has been playing at least since beta or season 1, since he first entered LCS in what, 2014, 2015. Knockwave combo. Ooh. A Seeker's Arm Guard purchase from only 35 keeps him alive.
Also, I can tell you, Wilson at least started playing competitive in 2020, so that's a lot less time than Dardoch has, let me tell you.
Makes sense, makes sense. 1:15 from the next Mountain Dragon spawning. Baron buff, like you said, only onto Mr. Only 35 in the Nami, but it is allowing CCG to stall the game out. The question is stalling the game even giving CCG a viable win condition in the face of this Denethor Gwen that is getting more and more gold into her pockets?
Well, I gotta say, too, we've talked a lot about Denethor, but, I mean, looking at the damage numbers, man, Mobility's really quietly just been weaving in the DPS for Winthrop as well, being a solid backline carry, so do want to give a shout-out, but I most certainly agree with you. I mean, CCG, they gotta find an answer, 1 for the Knockwave onto Cody. They need to make sure Aojun's in range to follow through with the Grand Entrance. I do think the Grand Entrance is the difference maker. I don't think Cody gets one shot if he is able to be ulted. They're going on Kim down. I don't support that.
Shockwave onto a couple members, but it's not onto Cody's son. Massive tidal wave breaks open the fight as Dardoch is isolating Zac from the rest of the members. Wilson completely out on the left side, but Dardoch is the first one to fall. And critical for Winthrop University that it's ahead only 5 seconds of this next dragon spawn.
Yeah, that should be Soul Point. Who's Wilson? Maybe gonna lose the Guardian Angel. Okay.
You're gonna
a little
flip
bit
it,
spicy. CCG is actually burning this. Winthrop got very low.
Aljun can zone Wilson out of the fight. They're trying to tether this dragon and force Wilson into them so they can burn the GA, which now the resurrection pops off. Kim down, looks for the grand entrance, but flash is used by Aljun to escape.
19.
But Denethor is hungry. Denethor is ready to feast onto every last member of CCG. Aljun caught in the middle of the Justice Punch by Kim down, intercepting it, and Denethor picks himself up a double kill, and that gives Wilson all the space necessary to secure the 3rd dragon for Winthrop University.
I mean, this game is exactly why Denethor is going to be a regular season all-pro top laner. He is just leading the charge as Cody loses his flash on the back end of the play, defending a tier 2. It's Soul Point for Winthrop, and now we're starting to see our first significant gold advantage out of the game. 4,000 opening up, as it's the tallest mountain yet so far. Win conditions starting to look like they're going by the wayside for CCG.
And that mountain is only going to get taller and taller here, Hawk, as Winthrop are now one Mountain Dragon away from Mountain Soul being secured. And when you have 4 Mountain Dragons on top of the Mountain Soul for a team that is relatively damage-oriented, and it feels almost impossible to win these fights. And I want to recall what Tails said about regular season versus playoffs. The stakes are obviously higher, and the tension is going to be a lot more nerve-wracking. But credit to Denethor, did drop 1 solo kill early on against Fiji, has not looked back ever since.
And I gotta say, for CCG, I'm going to be critical of the way they played that fight. I don't support the grand entrance offensively onto Rakan. I just don't think it's a good look, even if he gets caught. Obviously, the engage doesn't end up connecting. But I think CCG needs to play more strongly for Kite. They've looked disjointed between their front line and their back line in a lot of these fights. And it's just allowed Denethor to focus his damage. He's level 20 at 33 minutes. On this one, 4 items, has a Zonia's, just in case you thought he might die ever. I mean, how do you overcome this?
I don't think you can. CCG would have to find Denethor completely isolated and try to brute force him down 5v1 at this point, especially since if Cody Sun is not part of the equation, if Cody Sun is not part of the equation without 2 frontliners, I don't think it's even possible. Denethor just so massively far ahead.
And it's allowed the rest of the team to get so strong as well. You know, Zach, he's got 3 items, a little 10-stack Medgice right there. Mobility, he's 4 items. Really been doing a lot of damage in these team fights. And for Wilson, once the Guardian Angel comes back up, he can throw his life away with reckless abandon, just trying to zone Cody out of these fights. And the Guardian Angel buys so much time and space that Cody won't be able to walk through. Obviously still waiting a couple minutes for that one to come back. We have a Baron on the map first for this Soul Dragon in 220. Now, I don't think there's too much pressure on Winthrop to take this, but they do have a lot of DPS. And as CCG, even with triple frontline, how exactly do you walk in if you're not 100% sure of where the engage could come from?
There's a ward in the middle of the lane. Cody Sun had no idea, and he had no flash. Winthrop University to eliminate the soul damage dealer CCG, and now it's just easy pickings. Aljun able to reposition with the heroic entrance safely, but that means only 35 is left to die. Winthrop University now on a 5v3 advantage, are ready to push it in for a Baron push, or they can try and siege with their numbers here.
Here's a question. Is Galio able to do the Shen thing where if Nocturne ults, you can ult your teammate's portrait at the bottom right, even if you don't have vision? Because Aojun held it until Paranoia expired. I'm not sure if that was a mistake or if he's just not able to ult Cody right there, as this is definitely Baron going the way of Winthrop. Dardoch is going to try to steal.
Him down, preventing Dardoch from getting in. Him down is the bouncer of the Baron Club, and unfortunately, Dardoch
He's still trying.
He was the VIP. Oh my goodness, flash in! He got Dardoch! You are just built different, brother.
Okay.
I don't know if it really changes the outcome of the game since Winthrop University have a massive gold advantage, but at least Dardoch can play spoiler and just say jungle diff every time.
That's really funny. Dardoch, I mean, it's Flash, it's Cataclysm. He's going to be delayed getting the Soul Drake as well. So I agree. I don't think it's really worth, but it's really funny. It's okay. I mean, this is a 1v2.
That's what I'm saying.
Now it's a 1v3.
He's got Zach, he's got Kim down, and Fiji's trying to hold the door so that Cody Sun at only 35 can at least walk away alive. Yeah. The Baron doesn't really change the results here, but it is just so damn funny that Dardoch is just getting the better end of these
Mark, we're
trades.
both junglers. Like, the mental warfare of outsmiting the enemy jungler twice in game one, like, you never know how that could show up later in the series, even if they lose this game. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, that gives you the, like, emotional momentum going into game two. Once Winthrop University are able to effectively close this game out with this lead, CCG can just say, all right, guys, you know what? Our comp kind of sucked when it came to late game. We had no damage outside of Corki, and Denethor just got out of control. Let's just rebuild the comp. Let's give jungle some better tools. potentially. I mean, I don't know what the conversations are going to be like, but those are the kinds of foundation talking points of saying, hey, at least I'm beating this guy in smite fights. So if we just have a little bit more late game insurance, then we have a chance in this series for sure.
And I think at least in game one, the question of, is Fiji strong enough to contain Denethor on a blind tank? The answer is no. He did get the solo kill. I want to give Fiji a lot of credit. Getting the solo kill early. He's also had a couple decent looks in these team fights, but I mean, Denethor in a 3-lane, man, you just, there's some players you can't do that against here in the NACL, and I think that's going to be a major question mark for game 2 for me, is does Fiji go back to blind tank, or do they have to put him on something with more agency where he can't fight back? Because this is a literal 1v5. Okay, he's not going to take it. I kind of just wanted to see it for science, to be honest with you. He's full build. He's got a 25 stack of Magi's. He still has a bigger gold lead than his entire team, Rafa.
That's crazy. Denethor is the difference for Winthrop University against CCG. Ooh, and his presence alone.
Okay, 5 years ago, back when Winthrop stormed on the scene, beat Maryville and C-Lol, it was the Doxa diff, right? 5 years later, the Denethor diff?
Denethor diff, Dena diff. You want to shorten
the Dena diff?
The Dena diff. Doxa diff to Dena diff. How far we've come.
The evolution of Winthrop over the years, which, you know, if you look at Winthrop too, I'm pretty sure either Denethor or Doxa has been on every iteration of this team with the exception of 2022. I think Doxa was already gone. Denethor didn't arrive until 23. So definitely two of the mainstays of this program.
Quick pause.
They had to pause because they were like, wait, Denediff, write that down, write that down.
We got to use it for our marketing.
I wonder if, I think it was Emily Emily Vu that coined that term. Wonder if she's still out there watching this somewhere. Shout out to old school Winthrop. Shout out to Collegiate.
Mm-hmm. I think the last time I spoke to her, she's been producing stuff for Konami and Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, which is pretty hype.
Oh, hell yeah. Do you think she's working with Kangas?
Oh, yeah. They definitely work together.
Shout out Kangas. Stone Cold Stephen Paul.
Stone Cold Stephen Paul. Dude, what a great bit. Although Deserux was pissed. He was like, that's my bit. That man... He copied my whole freaking flow.
We should have had we needed Deserux to hit Cubby with the stunner on NACL, you know?
I mean, there's still that great bit where Deserux just threw Kangas into a desk
into the table.
Bradley hit him with the chair. Yeah. That's an all-time great.
You guys
NACL
did that at the
memory.
LCS arena, right?
We did. Yeah. No, that's a good one. That's a highlight for sure. Seems like it's technical issues on one of the player ends, so we will try to resume the game as soon as possible. For anyone that is just tuning in and joining or wondering what's going on, well, we're not sure either. But Winthrop are massively ahead. The biggest goal difference is mostly through Denethor's pockets, as Hawk notably mentioned. He has a bigger goal difference than the overall advantage that Winthrop have, and he has... over 6,000 gold individually over Fiji. That being said, I know that we said kind of jokingly that without Denethor, Winthrop are not able to win, but Mobility has been quietly putting in a massive amount of work on this Ezreal in these fights, since a lot of the chaos has been focused on what the two divers from Nocturne and Gwen are doing in these backline fights, but that means no one's hitting the Ezreal, and that means Mobility can just rack it up.
I mean, I got to tell you, CCG has really, I think, struggled more than I expected to just keep their Corki alive this game. And I think that's been, honestly, even more than Denethor, I think that's been the biggest problem for them, just that their lone carry has been so easily dispatched in so many of these fights. And, I mean, as you say, Winthrop, the rest of their team is marginally behind CCG. It's really an even game in the 4v4, and the problem for CCG is that Denethor is such a black hole. Either he shows up to the team fight and 1v5s, or he doesn't, and something is going horribly wrong, probably somewhere else on the map. So it's kind of a terrible situation to be in, regardless of what option you're picking here. But
Yeah.
I really do just want to praise Winthrop, not just for, you know, how they got Denethor going despite a difficult early game, but I think for how well they have team fought. You know, I did say I favored CCG in the 5v5s, but despite getting an early lead, CCG has not really been able to convert. And I think that speaks to, as we said at the top of the show, how Winthrop is generally a different team than they were when these two teams first faced each other. I think it was the first series of the split, by the way, like literally the first series of the entire split out of anyone.
Definitely come a long way. Obviously, it has been probably frustrating for Wilson to lose out on the 2 Baron Smites, but he has linked up with Zach extremely well, has picked his targets every single time with that Nocturne Orianna Knockwave combo, and it has resulted in either only 35 being removed from the fight before it even starts, or Cody's son, which has been the most important target to select because he kind of makes up a majority of the damage profile for CCG in these extended team fights. And no Corky, well, there's a reason why I think Aljun's Galio is starting to build towards a death cap, because he's recognizing, damn, maybe I do need to get some extra damage into my build, otherwise we're kind of cooked.
I just don't even know if it matters at this point, though. I mean, like, the problem is that I don't think Galio, regardless of what he built, provides enough damage, especially now that there's Mountain Soul for Winthrop.
Yeah.
And if you're not one-shotting this Gwen, he's not dying. And I don't think you're one-shotting him. He's got Merc Treads. He's got his Zonias, which I know is the wrong type of resistance, but can make him go gold and dodge out on a lot of that burst. And I do think, for as solid as Aljun has been this game at playing with Dardoch and generating that mid-jungle advantage, is actually still persisting at this point in the game. I think he's the player I've had the most question marks for this game. It's not even Fiji kind of getting run over in this top lane, but on this Galio, just I don't think he's been creating the right space in a lot of these fights. It doesn't really look like the most comfortable champion for him in my eyes. And I do think for game 2, I mean, expectation is he'll be back on a mage, but would like to see him go back to more of a carry style on something that has worked for CCG more in the past.
You know, it made me curious to see if he had played any Galio this split, and I'm surprised because I thought that he had put at least one game on it, but you're right. No Galio games at all this entire spring split. Not to say that this is his first time ever playing the champion, but
yeah,
you can definitely tell that it's...
Galio may need to tell me later, maybe, if Galio is able to ult portraits when Nocturne goes, because I know Shen can do it. And if Aljun doesn't know that, I mean, this is NACL playoffs. You've got to, I think, have more proficiency on the champion than that. But again, I'll reserve judgment. Maybe it's not possible.
Find out at a later time. Right now, the question that needs to be answered is, can Winthrop finally close out the game with this advantage? And if 2 or 3 Baron fights are not enough to do it, well, maybe an Elder fight. But if Dardoch has been alive for any of these big neutral objectives, he has won out consistently on the Smite fights. So Winthrop University would like to at least play for a pick first before even thinking about those objectives in the first place.
I will say, the gold lead for Winthrop actually really starting to not matter. Fiji is pretty far behind the curve, only on 3 items, but basically everybody else is approaching full build around the map, at least everybody that it matters. So that does mean CCG, if they can find an even footing team fight, keep Cody alive, he does still have the ability to carry as he is one, maybe 1,000 gold away from getting a Guardian Angel and being all the way there.
Yeah. Ooh. Unfortunate. Another pause. Seems like there might be some more unresolved tech issues. Hopefully we can get them fixed as soon as possible and find out the conclusion of this game 1.
And this is always tough because not only that, it's been a 40-minute game, Mark. This has been a long and drawn-out game 1, so definitely going to put a mental strain on the players. You know, CCG, they've been slowly bleeding out the last, 20 or so minutes, and that bleed only getting prolonged. And for Winthrop, they just want to close out the game. They want to carry their momentum. That is getting prolonged. And shoot, Mark, we may only be playing best of threes, but this series might start feeling like a best of 5 sooner rather than later.
Oh, maybe. An unofficial best of 5 with how long this game 1 is starting to play out. Saw a couple of Winthrop members leave behind Mobility's screen or Mobility's camera, so oh boy, looks like might be in an extended break. I'm not going to say indefinite. I know that Raz hates that word. Hopefully it is not indefinite. Hoping it is sooner than later.
Hopefully it can become defined.
Yeah. Well, we should have a definite return time at some point. But one of the players is restarting their modem. So I guess there was some lag being reported. Just want to make sure, especially in playoffs where these matches are everything for how they will stack up, not only for being able to potentially carry all the way through to a grand finals finish, but also a reminder of why finishing top 2 in the spring split does matter. Ahead of the summer format, there is a captain's draft where the top 2 winners will be able to essentially draft their prospective groups for the summer regular season. So we'll see how it all plays out, as Only 35 is going for a quick nap, trying to rest up and meditate and make sure that he is still locked in for this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, respect, during these pauses, there's not really much you can do other than try to keep yourself locked in, stay zen. Without wanting your mind to really go through too many possibilities, especially when I do think the result of this game 1 is more than likely set in stone. Obviously, we talked about CCG. They do still have some win condition. One good team fight could really turn things around, but Winthrop definitely one good team fight away from just winning the game outright.
Yeah.
As the Baron is spawning pretty soon. So, I think if you're CCG, just, hey, close your eyes, take a breath. Things maybe didn't go according to plan in this game, but you've got games 2 and 3 to really figure things out as long as you can stay focused.
And I will say, Hawk, as much as we do favor Winthrop with their massive advantage and with how big Denethor is going into once we resume game 1, on the off chance that CCG find some kind of clutch fight, whether it's a Elder Dragon steal or a Baron steal or whatever the situation arises, that would be mentally devastating for Winthrop after having to suffer through these back-to-back pauses, this extended, drawn-out game, back-to-back Baron steals, and then on top of that, a game that should be yours to win. If it is then wrestled away and snatched away like that,
yeah, that would be pretty devastating.
I know
still just want to see a fight
right now for putting that into the universe, and they're like, Rafa, shut up. Just let the Eagles win. Let's continue into the second game of the series as Winthrop now find themselves breaking open the base for the first time.
I just want to see what a fight looks like if Cody Sun can survive until Hallowed Mist is gone. We've not gotten a fight like that in a very long time. I think the last fight that happened, Denethor actually died. So maybe if CCG can do that, they can still fight back. As we already mentioned, the gold becoming less and less significant. Baron is taken for free. Elder Dragon in 40 seconds. CCG, they're just going to take the time that Winthrop spent on that Baron to secure some control for themselves and maybe try to set a trap. I mean, I've seen a lot of games turned around at Elder Dragon, Mark.
Yes.
It's possible.
I think it's big for CCG to just let the Baron happen. They can always win off of the Elder. Starting a fight on the Denethor. They pop the Zhonya's Shockwave combo, connects onto Cody Sun, doesn't flash it.
He lived.
Now uses the flash in the barrier. He's back to nearly 3/4 of his HP. Resurrection coming in for Dardoch. Fiji's the first one to fall. Dardoch tries to flash away from mobility, but he shifts on in, trying to look for the jungler of CCG. Aljun holds the front door, pops his own Zhonya's to try and prevent Winthrop from being able to pursue on forward, but Aljun falls next, and Dardoch is going to be the next casualty of the fight. Only 35 could be the last one on the chopping block, Cody Sun, the final member of CCG, will not be able to defend the base from crumbling in the eyes of the Eagles. One more auto attack from Wilson, and it's the Duskbringer's path that allows Winthrop to finally close out game 1.
All right, well, Cody Sun survived the engage, but it just doesn't mean a damn thing. The Eagles too far ahead, Denethor too strong, Winthrop on top, 1-0.
Fantastic for the Eagles to maintain that momentum, close out game 1 in a proficient manner. CCG tried to look for a fight in the mid lane, did not go their way, and now Winthrop lead the series 1-0.
And, I mean, a very impressive 1-0, especially for Denethor, who really is proving that he is the carry for Winthrop yet again, and he is a problem that CCG is going to have to solve. Dardoch Aojun, though, they did have a solid early game. Can they parlay that into a win in game 2? Well, we might just have to find out.
Both teams are going to take a short break, as we are as well on the casting booth. When we come back, it's game 2 between Winthrop and CCG. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between CCG and Winthrop University. The Rock Hill Eagles soared in game 1 off of a massive Denethor Gwen performance, and the rest of the team also holding their own. Again, shout out to Mobility, even though he wasn't necessarily the big name in that game. Well, when the rest of your team is creating the space for you and you're just racking up that Ezreal damage, you're going to sport a heavy number there in the damage charts.
This is year 5 of Denethor and Mobility playing together, and man, these guys are still Shaq and Kobe. I mean, that is absurd damage numbers. It helps when there's triple frontliner, but just a monster game from Winthrop, especially after falling behind. Mid-jungle started falling behind. Denethor got solo killed by Fiji, and things were looking up for CCG, but it was just a really good couple of mid-game looks from Wilson and the rest of the team on the side lane to get Denethor going that really started igniting the fire, and then some good fights around those dragons that let things get out of control. And I think for CCG, just looking a little bit disjointed in a lot of these team fights. They've been so excellent in the 5v5s so far this year, but I think Cody-san was just not really able to get in the game. Honestly, both the bot laners not really able to get into this game and impacted, I think, as meaningfully as they would like. And for Aojun, I said it last game, let's get back on a mage.
As we pointed out in game 1, that was Aojun's first performance on Galio this regular season, but his most played are the likes of Anivia, Ryze, Annie, and Victor in that order. So we'll see if it is a return to comfort here for CCG. Notably, you don't often see a Gnar ban, especially in first round of Champion Select, but because Fiji probably doesn't have a Vayne in his pocket, they definitely fear Denethor's Gnar more than anything, but it's a Varus instant lock-in for CCG.
This is another one of those champions that's very consistently been banned away, and a very strong pick for Cody-san. Again, I think CCG looking to create a strong 2v2 to have an anchor for their early game. If they can win bot, if they can win mid jungle, it really does give them a clear win condition. Ashe Seraphine is the obvious answer, as the Ashe, I believe, was banned in game 1. Let's see if they lock this one in. No, it's just gonna be Xin Zhao. This is the most played on the split for Wilson.
At least he'll be able to continue being on comfort. Nocturne being stripped away from Dardoch, which was his most played of the regular season as well, gave Winthrop definitely a huge advantage in being able to deny some playmaking there. Seraphine locked in without the Ashe. So now CCG are being kind of offered, do you want to even flex this Varus top lane and deny us the Ashe? We don't think so. And CCG probably not going to do it unless Fiji's been practicing some Varus in the Dark Lab.
Yeah, I'm not expecting that to happen. So the Gnar ban in the first phase of bans is a variation from what we saw in game 1. I am wondering if CCG is just going to slam Warren on 3 here and say, okay, Denethor, you can either counterpick us right now. Okay, they go Scion, but it's the same thing. You can either counterpick us right now and lose out on the Ashe, or we're going to get to ban 2 champions. We've already banned your Gnar, and your Gwen is Fearless out. So this might be the new strategy for dealing with Denethor that CCG is going to go for. And already, I'm not really seeing the most obvious counterpick to this Scion. Maybe something like Aurora is still available. Denethor has played. I don't know. But they go Ashe.
Just slammed in. And I think Winthrop are just going to try and remain confident in Denethor's champion pool, that it has been quite extensive this regular season. A lot more unique champions than some of the other top laners in the league. But no Gnar. They probably will look at things like Jace and Mbessa, if my money's going to be anywhere. But Rumble is still available. I want to point that out, folks. And even though that might not necessarily be like the most inspiring counter pick, it's still pretty darn good, especially with a lot of engage tools already set up here for Winthrop University.
Yeah, I mean, surely we're banning Rumble if we are CCG. Jace is another great ban. I think Rumble Jace bans would make a lot of sense. And then you're really forcing Denethor down the tier list. I also think this Cassio blind pick from Aojun is interesting. I wanted to see him back on a mage. I think it's specifically strong into the champions that Zach likes to play, things like the Ryze and the Annie. So it's going to force Zach a little bit further down the tier list. I do wonder, Zach has been one of our Twisted Fate players. If he could get away with that one. They banned Anivia. So Rumble's open. I mean, surely Winthrop goes Rumble.
Rumble and Bessa. Either one could do the trick here, but Winthrop are probably just going to wait until the very end and give Denethor his pick of the litter when it comes to being able to see the entire composition from CCG. Wilson and Zach might just go, oh, AP Kokma mid! Yes!
No!
Yes!
All right, this is a base pick. This is an insanity pick for Zach that we've seen, and I promptly ruined my Mark and I's flex games with it for a week after. It's AP Kog'Maw mid, going to try to fire in the artillery from long range. A lot of range here for Winthrop, and so now I'm wondering, do you just go frontline? If you're Denethor, hell, does Denethor play Ornn? You know? And just lock something like that in, or like even, could you go like Malphite here and just play frontline? Because right now, Ashe, Sarah, and Kog'Maw are hitting from so far away, and you don't really have dive for CCG. Yes, you do have a lot of engage between the Sion and the Leona. Varus can follow up from afar. And I don't think these hovers mean anything. Unless it's a Sion jungle. It could be Mbessa jungle.
Yeah. I'm imagining it's going to be Mbessa jungle. On this patch, they did buff her numbers specifically intended for top lane, since they nerfed on the previous patch her cast time on the public execution, but they've given her effectively more healing percentage, but the healing effectiveness versus monsters cut down so that it should just strictly be a top lane buff. But I mean, the max health damage, even with the bonus amounts of damage going down, and Zahen, oh boy. Once again, another game where Winthrop do not have necessarily a dedicated tank in their composition, but confident in that everyone is going to put their best foot forward in outputting the damage and forcing CCG to pick them apart one by one.
I will say, though, it's a beefy front line for Winthrop, make no mistake. Zahen and Xin Zhao, between their ultimates and Zahen passive, have so much ability to buy time, supported by a Seraphine that is really going to give them a lot of space. But for CCG, a much less one-dimensional composition here than in game one. Double threat carries for Aojun and Cody Sun, and you've got Dardoch on the Mbessa. I think he said, screw that Jarvan pick I played in game one. I got ahead. I might just try to carry this myself, and I do think CCG has a lot of dive tools, a lot of long-range follow-up. I think this game is really going to come down to these solo lanes in this jungle, though. The top side in the early game, if Denethor gets going again, I just don't know if CCG is going to be able to deal with all the bruisers diving into their composition. But similarly, I think if Denethor, rather Dardoch and Aojun are able to create an advantage for themselves, they're really going to output a lot of damage and be able to create a lot of space that I'm not sure Winthrop can deal with.
I do think the Cassiopeia gives CCG a bit more leverage for Aojun in the second game than the Galio did in game one. A lot of these diving threats are going to want to try and aggress into the Cassiopeia, but the Miasma will ruin their day in being able to dash forward once it's thrown down. We'll see how it all unfolds as we head into game two between CCG and Winthrop University.
The one concern I do have for CCG's comp is they have a little bit of a mix of dive and kite. Cassio and Varus really like fights where they're able to step back. Sion, Mbessa, Leona really don't mind getting into the mix. They were a bit uncoordinated between their front line and their back line in game one. Not going to be able to let that happen here in game two, as Winthrop, I think it's very clear that Xin Zhao and Zahen get in there while everybody else just fires from long range and follows through. Adrian gonna have early pressure, Zach. This Kog'Maw very weak until level 6, but once you get to that point, a lot of damage you can fire out from range. Also a lot of wave clear. Being able to just kind of one-shot those waves, make sure you're always able to stay safe.
So
it did become a target in game 1.
One thing that's really curious here, Hawk, is that the last time, obviously, we saw Kog'Maw was for the LTA promotion tournament for LCS 2026 by Insanity against Disguised in that grand finals. But this is a bit of a different rune setup for AP Kog'Maw in the mid
I just
lane.
noticed that.
Yeah. So I checked out some of the stats websites. Most commonly billed by Kog'Maw right now in mid lane is actually press the attack with a Dusk and Dawn rush. So that makes a lot of sense in just trying to curb maybe some decent healing and just giving him a little bit more HP to work with. Because normally I think we've seen Insanity build the likes of Ludens just for that raw extra poke burst.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Dusk and Dawn, it's going to give him more damage on the autos. I think maybe a little bit more of a hybrid Kog'Maw between kind of the auto attacking and the poke. As you mentioned, the Kog'Maw mids that we've seen have generally been more just long range poke Kog'Maw. Getting a range to auto on this champion is inherently more dangerous. Does bring you closer to the dive. Once you get level 16, normally that Bio Arcane Barrage can just fire from so far away. We'll see how Zach's able to keep himself safe. As I was mentioning, he was sort of the target in game 1. He's not going to be able to do something similar in game 2. He needs to keep himself safe. Is definitely one of the carries. I don't really know if Ashe and Zahen can hard carry this one the way that Denethor Mobility were able to do on the Gwen and the Ezreal in game 1.
Yeah. You know, Hawk, I wonder if it's just matchup dependent, because I'm seeing more builds, and there's definitely like Deathfire Touch rushes with Ludens still as of like another variant, but maybe this press the attack allows him to lane better in these matchups where you're able to trade better versus just trying to farm with E.
It doesn't really make sense to me though, because Cassiopeia is so short range and so good in these extended trains, as we are seeing on our screen, that Kog'Maw's never really going to be able to proc press the attack against Cassio, because she's going to hit the Q and out-trade him with the healing and the damage. Whereas I would think something like Deathfire or Comet would give you more ability to just play for poke and chunk her out that way, but I don't know. We'll have to see what Zach ends up going for in the end.
Yep. It's definitely a bit of a different look for Zach, who, coming into this roster, we know that Zach was just kind of feeling mostly a role-playing perspective for Winthrop, understanding that I can play the standard control mages. His most pick being both Ryze and Annie, meaning that he always has access to some kind of point-and-click CC that sets up for Wilson or his 2 carries and Denethor and mobility, but having the confidence to pull out something like AP Kog'Maw puts a lot more of the carry burden on your shoulders, and it'll be exciting for Winthrop, especially if Zach can pull through with that responsibility.
I mean, even when Winthrop had Sword, it was something very similar, where Sword largely playing utility mid laners, him and Wilson being the early game engine for this team, and trying to spread the love to the side lanes, as Cineblade barely going wide right there.
Yeah.
But I agree, this is a different look. But we've seen some crazy games from Winthrop when their mid laners do pull out some carry picks. Mark, do you remember the Zed?
The Zed
from Sword last year that we got the pleasure of casting? It has worked for them in the past.
Yep. Whatever Winthrop are cooking in time for playoffs can only lead to, hopefully, very exciting looks for their prospects in trying to make a run through the playoffs. Second Crab is spawning on the top side of the map. Our junglers have been relatively quiet in just farming out their camps. Dardoch with a Brutalizer start, so either a Profane Hydra Rush or potentially the Voltaic Cyclosword. Yeah, the Cyclosword is definitely super exciting for someone like Mbessa, but Wilson is here to cover for the push. Leona with the engage from only 35. Wilson is here to answer. Dardoch turns onto the Xin Zhao first, and the rest of Winthrop's bot lane is able to space away from the engage.
Man, Leona's just so tanky. Only 35, took hardly any damage. But ultimately, no kill going over. Zach is really the one that's sad about all this early jungle action in the bottom side of river. CCG generally winning on the control. means that he's not able to access his wave as well as he would like. It's kind of in an awkward spot. Down already 20 CS. I was critical of Aojun last game, but one thing's for sure, he did have a great early game. And I think already for Zach, you know, there is a reason that he's mostly been a utility role player, I like the term that you use, for Winthrop throughout his short tenure, where I think expectation was that he would just be one of the weaker players on this squad, and he's really outperformed a lot of the expectations that we have had. I think his debut's been very solid for the Eagles, but still, I think largely we would agree that individually, not to the level of some of the other mids in this league. Aojun being one of the more exciting young mid laners that we've had. He's had some good games, had some bad games, but by and large, playing with Dardoch extremely well and creating a point of power in this early game, too, for CCG.
Yeah, Aojun alongside Fine Mini was probably the two most exciting rookie mids that we had from last year when they made their first competitive split debut here in the NACL. Aojun continues to maintain that alongside Fine Mini, who are now on some of the best teams going into playoffs for NACL Spring 2026. Just checking into all the other lanes. Top lane has been pretty normal in stock standard. Fiji on his Comfort Scion, as well as Denethor being on the Zahen. So far, gold lead is pretty much negligible at this point. The Zahen being able to scale is going to do wonders for Winthrop University, but at least CCG will have a reliable front line for Fiji. I'm curious where Wilson wants to make any moves, because Mbessa can't really do anything pre-level 6. All she is damage, no CC. But if you let this Mbessa get her first item without really any advantage... Oh, hang on. Speaking of which, that's the combo! Mbessa right on top of the Leona engage, picks up first blood, and Wilson's in a world of trouble. Mobility can't even find a revenge kill, as only 35 is going to step up and force Mobility to respect the engage power, gets the cleanse out, and now the flash follow to boot. CCG win big on the bot side.
Only 35. Oh, I like it. Ding sticks. Only lands the slow. Mobility will live to fight another day, but the target focus just better from CCG on the bottom side as they deleted Kim down, and Wilson tries to misses the combo on the only 35, and just like game one, CCG off to a nice early lead, but in my opinion, Mark, a stronger position as Aojun just winning hard individually, and this time tilting the bottom lane strongly in the favor of their own.
Yeah. Crazy to think that we didn't get this kind of 3v3 skirmish in the first game, but the second game, Dardoch making it so damn impactful off of the first public execution cast. As we noted from the previous week with the 26.9 patch changes, Mbessa's ulti is a lot harder to reliably hit without setup. But when you've got Leona, who has single target CC for days, well, that public execution should be hitting every single time.
And I really just like this look for Dardoch on a carry, because yet again, he's so strong individually. He's having another good early game. But unlike the Jarvan, he's going to have so much individual agency in this game. And I really do think Winthrop is going to struggle to deal with an Mbessa that does get going later on in the game. Think 2-3 items diving into that backline alongside Fiji, alongside only 35. These are a lot of squishy, immobile backliners. And while they do have a Seraphine to help them out, not the most crowd control, and the slow is not going to mean too much when Zambessa is just dashing everywhere.
True. Winthrop University's saving grace is going to be forcing fights at long range and being able to try and burst people out from safety without CCG having the opportunity to force those hard dives, as you mentioned. But if Dardoch gets massively fed, anytime he and only 35 are linking up, that is someone dead on your screen, and the pressure from that first bot fight alone is enough for Dardoch to secure the first dragon of the game.
Wilson is going to look to trade with the Grubs. It's been what we've been a little bit more accustomed to seeing in the NACL, as I mentioned last game, kind of this slower trade of early objectives, but still CCG I think going to be pretty happy to steal away the first Drake.
Damn.
And the Scion ultimate forcing Xin Zhao
drive
off
by
the Grubs,
onto
and
Zach in
Zach
the
now a
mid
target.
lane. He's going to have to burn both summoners here. Ghost and Flash now gone for the next few minutes. Fiji being able to just drift on by, force not only Wilson off the grubs, but also get 2 summoner spells for 1 ultimate cost. Nicely done by Fiji.
I think Zach didn't really realize that the Scion ult was yes to force Wilson off the grubs, but I mean, he could just drift it mid. That's a really nice walk from Fiji right there to get some summoners off of the Kog'Maw. And yeah, Dardoch being able to take 2 grubs, so ultimately CCG, just like in game 1, winning out in the early neutral trade.
Fiji still holding his own in the Scion as a hen matchup, although there's some semblance of a gold lead starting to form for Denethor, and once he does complete that Trinity Force, I think it's going to be a lot easier for him to try and push that lead further. Aljun holds his own in a 1v3 in that river, despite, well, I guess there was an arrow cast, but it did not land onto Aljun.
A good footwork right there from Aljun to dodge out on a lot of the slows, not get taken down. The gold lead larger for CCG at this point in the game than it was last time around. Mobility. He's alone under this tower. No summoners.
There's no flash available. Yep. Repeat, rinse, and yeah. I mean, what else can you say? CCG making very special care onto both of those summoner spells being gone, but also I think what allowed them to do it so confidently is that there was no Ash Arrow to stop or prolong the dive even further.
And this is what CCG wanted out of their bot lane 2v2 in game 1. This is the kind of volatility I was talking about that they like to create. Really nice solo pickup as Kim down, going for a reset, maybe mobility, anticipating that Cody and only 35 did the same, but a summonerless Ash alone under a tower is all too easy. And now Cody on this lethality Varus, he's already got a Yomu's completed, Swifty boots as well. He's in a great spot to really start to take over this mid game.
And normally when we look at Varus builds with the poke variant, we kind of look at them as not necessarily running out of time, but in terms of poke Varus builds into like traditional frontline compositions, you're only going to be able to do so much damage. But there is no real tank on the side of Winthrop, so this AD poke build is going to get even stronger and stronger and more lethal. And it's not like you have no ways to be able to deal sustained damage in later on fights, because you have a Cassiopeia from the mid lane for this game as Dardoch tussling with Wilson in the bottom side river.
I mean, Dardoch has just been matching Wilson this entire game. It's been really nice to see out of CCG, and it's buying so much space now for only 35. Cody, they can use their lead, advance the vision line, just provide full protection to the strong side here for this squad, and it's going to mean Winthrop really going to struggle to find purchase into this game for the foreseeable future. And so far, I think the script going very similarly to game 1 with the caveat that it's better for CCG than it was. And on the poke Varus point, I do agree with you. I think for a common misconception for this poke Varus is that he, loses to frontline, which is only a half truth. Poke Varus is actually extremely good into health stackers, like Xin Zhao, like Zahen, that aren't building as much armor. It's the armor stack that he really struggles with, but against health stack, the percentage damage from the Blight can really rip through some health bars, and definitely not something to be underestimated.
Wilson trying to look for something onto Aljun, who still has flash on the Cassiopeia, and Petrifying Gaze. Gets aggressive onto Zac, he baits it in.
Got Dardoch.
Miasma already used, but he sidesteps. The wind becomes lightning, and now with Dardoch right behind him, Petrifying Gaze for the slow. Wilson tries to flash and look for the 3-talent strike. Aljun steps up, but takes a turn shot, and Wilson is given the opportunity to finish him off. But with the chain of corruptions from downtown, Cody's son picks it up and makes a 1-for-1 for CCG.
Dardoch just continuously matching Wilson on every single look Winthrop has tried to go for. Really great counter gank right there to turn around a 1-for-1. Didn't exactly see what happened to Aljun. He flashed forward, maybe thinking he had lethal on Zac, but ended up whiffing and taking a tower shot. Think it should have been a 1-for-0 in favor of CCG, but regardless, still more gold to Cody, who's now on a killing spree.
Quite massive on the Varus. Now given a lot more leverage in this second game versus the game 1, where it was just kind of a very quiet laning phase from both him and Mobility on the Corki and the Ezreal respectively. Dardoch feels confident enough to start up the Dragon, and Cody's son and only 35 get the push on bot, but Wilson has respawned, as you called it. Only 35 though. Wants the flash forward right onto Wilson, and Solar Flare connects with the public execution, but a nice counter response from Kim Down with the encore. Stops the CCG dive right in its tracks, and Aljun falls next. Winthrop turn around, a massive fight in the jungle.
Yeah, a bit too aggressive there from CCG. The downside of their bot lane being first to that previous play meant that Cody didn't have his ulti, and Aojun obviously didn't have his after going down. So while, yes, the Solar Flare plus public execution engage looks good, the power of the Encore cannot be underestimated. You still need to be careful diving face first into a Seraphine. A really good fight for Kim Down, really good fight for Winthrop. All of a sudden, this game looking a lot more even than it was a couple minutes ago. Oh, and look at this, Zach getting some free time on bot lane. This Kog'Maw desperately needed some income, so really big turnaround for the Eagles.
Decent gold swing, at least in shoring up the deficit that Winthrop were experiencing for the first few minutes of the game. One dragon apiece, no real Drake stacking win condition seen in the near future. We have a Rift Herald to play for still for another 3 minutes before it is sent back to the Shadow Realm, and we have Baron Nashor gracing us with her presence. Denethor has snuck into the bot lane. Okay, there's no sneak attack. He's just gonna try to show and bully around Algae, and we'll see if he can win this 1v1 against Cassiopeia. Petrifying Gate is already used, but he has the Grim Deliverance, soaks up a lot of damage. Now Algae might be in trouble. No flash on this Cassiopeia from before. Denethor trying to make the difference, and he should be able to pick it up. The solo bolo for Denethor.
Uh-oh. That's a Denethor kill. That's tough to see. Denethor's movement, man, it's just too clean. He dodged multiple Noxious Blasts to ensure the movement speed didn't go over, and just holding his spells very intelligently. I think ultimately not the most consequential kill in the game. It's really just going to be gold over to the top laner of Winthrop. Real story is going to be this currently 3v4 around this Rift Herald. Aljun does have teleport when he respawns in 10 seconds. Fiji has the ulti. Mobility's quite low.
Oh, really good chunk. Really good chunk on the mobility. Frantic movement from Mobility's Ashe, trying to predict an incoming potential public execution from Dardoch. Dardoch does not throw it out. Just goes for the guaranteed Rift Herald off of the play.
I think ultimately, though, a fine trade here for Winthrop to take. Denethor creating so much pressure in the side lane. He's able to take first brick solo, and Winthrop uses their time to also get a wave for Zach during that timer. So while, yes, CCG does get the objective, they are the more mid-game oriented composition. They're expected to be getting these. So the fact that Winthrop is getting something back and closing the gold gap now to only 1,000 from what was once 3 is fairly important for an Eagles composition that's going to scale like crazy between the Seraphine, Kog'Maw, and Zahen.
Yeah. Dardoch yet to have, or now I'm seeing it, Thunder Sky completed. 2-item Mbessa starts to really come into their strong point. Oh, good sidestep by Aljun. That arrow was flying fast.
That was a good look from Mobility right there. Good sidestep.
So, a couple things I want to note going into third dragon fight that we need to consider. Kim Down, forcing immediately use the Mikhails, but the Chain of Corruptions and the Solar Flare will land true, and that's a lot of damage coming in from Cody's Son with the max blight stacked on top of a piercing arrow fully charged. Oh man.
That's a pretty big punish right there from only 35. End up being a free mid tower. Good usage of the Herald, and Kim Down just getting lazy. Traversing Summoner's Rift gets punished for it, but again, want to praise only 35. 004 on this Leona's had some really nice setups, keeping himself alive as well.
I really like his rush of the Zeeks as well, just to get more ultimate ability haste under his belt, more solar flares, which guarantees things like the Chain of Corruptions and the public execution to guarantee onto a stunned target there. We're about 1 minute and 20 seconds away from third dragon of the game. It's another Mountain Soul game. Who wrote the script, Hawk? Who's doing this?
Another game where 20 minutes in, Denethor's the only one with a gold lead on his team. I mean, like, I really feel like I'm getting deja vu right now.
Well, for CCG's sake, hope it's not deja vu, but for Winthrop's sake, oh, they would love a 2-0 sweep over CCG to be able to turn around the script from their week 1 bout many weeks ago.
Cody does have almost a Denethor-sized gold lead in the sense that he almost has more of a lead than the rest of his team combined. He's not quite there yet. He's a couple hundred gold off, but one more good kill, and he's going to be there. So that's nice.
Very, very true. I don't know why I just noticed this, but this is also Halo Blades start or setup from Cody Sun versus the Comet that you normally see with Poke Varus.
Yeah,
but I like it a lot.
We've
You
seen Halo
can get
Blades
essentially.
occasionally. It's very strong for the lane, like especially level 1. You can really just force a strong trade, getting those 3 autos off, and also it'll stack up the blight very quickly in these fights.
Exactly. Because if you land ult, then E to pop the first blight, and then auto 3 times into max Q charge. Whoo!
And not only that, I mean, we talk about being able to shred through health stackers. Getting a really quick blight proc on someone like a Zahem could be an unexpected amount of burst for Denethor to deal with.
Yep. I think having ways to deal with Denethor in this game too will be a huge difference for CCG's chances in this second game. As the third dragon goes over to CCG without any contest, Wilson lurking around to see if he can get a jump onto Dardoch. Smite goes over to Wilson, who secures it away. I take that back, it was still Dardoch, but he is caught out by multiple CC chains. The Solar Flare tries to land him up. Dardoch with a lot of healing, not enough to survive though. And the rest of Winthrop University have now corralled around the river and will force CCG away.
It is important for Winthrop that they're able to find a pick just leaning away from Cody Sun. While the Varus does ultimately arrive, Dardoch not quite tanky enough. He almost bought enough time. Very touch and go play, but a good pick nonetheless. As Denethor now going to become the target. Good CC immune. Only 35. Long chase, mobility pushing mid.
Denethor has flash. Zenith Blade flashes away, and that's enough for now.
Not going to be the full tower. Wave not quite large enough here for Winthrop. Maybe fancying a dive. Cody's top. Remember, he's most of the gold here for CCG. But no, just gonna be reset. And likely CCG equalizing the towers on the top side. With their bot lane working on that tier 1. But still, though, I mean, this is another sequence where Winthrop, around the map, they have closed the gold gap yet again, down to just 1.5k. So a lot of really intelligent map play from the Eagles. I think just picking up more waves. Zach has brought back a lot of this CS deficit, and CCG kind of overgrouping maybe just a bit. As another look on Aljun doesn't quite land.
There's a lot of wards in that bot side jungle. Really clutch for Aljun to not get hit by the arrow there. Wilson tries to look for a blue buff steal from Dardoch, but does not secure it. Wilson will be able to at least get a consolation prize of this Gromp instead. CCG trying to answer back with some defenses around the top side, but Denethor just blows open this tier 2 turret with ease, and Aljun cannot stop him from taking it. Just one more auto attack with Kim down right behind him. Now gives Winthrop a better map state.
And we're seeing another game where Denethor is just going to be a problem. No one can deal with him. 1 versus 1, and Winthrop, they have such a good understanding of who's strong for them. They group up around their tools, and they just make very high percentage plays that are very likely to, well, they're not gonna get the entire game back. They're going to close the gap little by little, and this is exactly what got Denethor into a monster on the Gwen in game 1. They're doing it again here. His lead's not nearly as large, but it's cut pretty significantly into what CCG does have. Now, granted, all 3 outer towers have now been worked down by CCG, as Fiji was able to use his time to take that bottom lane tier 1, so it's still a pretty strong situation for CCG overall. Map control very even, as they're currently the ones with the wards on the Baron.
Here's something that CCG need to figure out. Other than Fiji, who is getting Grievous Wounds this game? Because you've got Dusk and Dawn healing from both Kog'Maw and Xin Zhao. And you have Seraphine shields and
sleeping,
heals.
by the way. They're farming Gromp.
Down's gonna be like, wait,
okay,
guys,
they know
wait!
now, it's gone.
They're doing Baron! Winthrop had no idea. This is a classic move from Dardoch, being able to find a pocket and vision where the enemy team would not suspect a Baron rush, and just like that, Baron secure for free.
Yeah, Dardoch, some of the best Baron calls in the league, and I mean, Wilson was just farming Grump. Winthrop totally caught asleep at the wheel. That's a really nice advantage over to CCG. If they can start to open up some of these tier 2 towers, that will really start to balloon their gold lead to the point where they would like to have it to convert into a win in this mid game. Dragon in 55, sole point for them.
I mean, if I'm CCG, I just want to use my Baron buff and just try and push out these lanes and force Winthrop to split up, because even though there's no real front line for Winthrop University, with Seraphine behind a bunch of bruisers that are going to sustain and heal off of their kits and the items that they've built, it's kind of like the best way of building a front line that still does a considerable amount of damage. And so if they're all grouped up as a 5, that is one mega death ball that the Eagles have formed.
Now, the trade for the Baron was control over bot side for Winthrop. They are posturing for contest around this Dragon Soul point, but Fiji is not nearly as far behind as he was last game. He's got a lot of ability to take space and face check, really helping CCG push out mid, and now they're going to take full control over this area. So Winthrop kind of losing that advantage that they did have. He's lurking on the side. Kim down's low.
A Wilson caught in the miasma. Solar Flare right on top. Dardoch is occupied though by Denethor on the right side, but Fiji has all the CC necessary. Encore onto multiple members. Zehen trying to attack Cody's son, but he spaces back and they eliminate Denethor. And now CCG can just cruise on through the front line with ease. Eliminating Wilson next. A massive Zenith Blade onto Mobility forces the cleanse out. CCG will not drop a single member, and they can turn onto the Dragon.
This is why Fiji blind picks the tanks, Rafa. He is so tanky in the front line, just utilizing his health bar as a resource, and when Denethor flies into his own back line, it is not nearly the same effect. CCG, massive team fight win, and that's the kind of look with now Dragon Soul point and a Baron that you want to try to break open this game truly and force a game 3.
And it's the biggest gold advantage that CCG has had all series long, and one that, quite frankly, from the precedence of their first series against Winthrop back in week 1 of the regular season is what we were expecting to see between these two teams. Obviously, credit to Winthrop for being able to pull out a really strong game 1 performance, but now CCG showing what a lot of us here in the NACL community were kind of expecting when it came to this matchup.
And I gotta say, mobility, he's caught.
There's no summoner spells on Ashe. Fiji fully confident, just send it.
Sidestep.
Corruptions goes wide, and Denethor teleports in for a flank, and now Fiji might be caught with his pants down, and Winthrop University turned the tides on Scion.
I mean, mobility probably should not have been there, but that was now play. Sidestepping the Chains of Corruption, utilizing his ultimate also to make sure Fiji can't knock him up. It doesn't mean they get a kill. It's really going to start to slow down CCG Death Ball. If they don't get anything more, though, it's not the end of the world.
Really good Solar Flare from only 35. I mean, Kim Down still wants to try and cut them off
pushing mid
alongside Denethor. CCG, they just need to buy time. Allow Dardoch to get as many structures as he can for the death of hopefully just 1, if not 2 members from CCG. Encore goes and extends through 2 people there. Aljun tries to sidestep it, but cannot sidestep all the damage incoming. But the death ball from Winthrop committed to that topside play, and Dardoch is able to take out the inhibitor tower and break open the base.
Critically not the inhibitor, though. I think Winthrop going to be very happy to pick up some shutdowns, close this gold gap back down to 3K, and get themselves some time on the map. Unfortunately, no tier 2 for them to take in this top side, as they did already work it down earlier. And ultimately, the map is just going to reset with CCG still in the lead, and we're likely hurtling towards a game-deciding Dragon fight around the Soul in 3 minutes. What I was going to say before all the action did kick off was Zach on this Kog'Maw, approaching 3 items, mobility the same, double ADCs, going to be able to start to work down this Scion, but I gotta say, Rafa, I've not been too impressed with the Kog'Maw mid for Zach so far.
Hasn't really been set up for success in this second game. He hasn't died, but we haven't really seen many fights where Winthrop have been able to steadily hold a front to back, where the Kog'Maw with the range advantage on that ult can really make the difference in trying to finish off a lot of these low health members, because that is where you really get to shine off of the execute damage. He is rank 3 on the ultimate, now level 16, so we'll see if it can be enough. Ash Arrow hits Dardoch square in the face. Chain of Corruptions for a counter response. Dardoch survives for now. Wilson will do the same. Wilson has significantly more healing under his belt thanks to that Tuscan Dawn AP build.
Fiji flank.
Only 35. Fiji coming in for the left side. He's looking for the back line. And hit the two-man! Kim Down didn't absorb the knockup for his back line, and they pay the price for it. Denethor tries to make the difference, gets the flash out of Cody's son, and will eliminate him from Summoner's Rift. But he's in a 1v4. Does he have the healing? He gets the resurrection passive off, but can he survive a second fight against this squad? Knockup from Fiji, lands true onto Denethor, and he's healing a hell of a lot amount of HP, but it's just not enough. Dardoch will slay him where he stands, and Winthrop University lose 4.
Somehow, though, it's only a 2 for 4. Baron does spawn in 4 seconds. 20 seconds on the rest of Winthrop. This is going to be the Nash going the way of CCG. A monster team fight from Fiji on his Scion. As, like, how does Kim Down not block that? It's going to be the precision play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. If Kim Down blocks his ult, I think Winthrop wins the fight. They lost both of their 80 carries instantly, and Denethor somehow still almost clutches one out. Just a monstrous mistake from the Seraphine. I mean, he doesn't block it, and he doesn't really contribute very much to this fight either. Denethor, it's a heroic effort, but you gotta give credit, man, to the tank play. Fiji, he got destroyed in game 1. He's not really been a huge part of game 2, but that is the kind of moment that can really seal a game and push a series to match point.
Baron buff was the only thing secured for CCG during the aftermath of that fight.
It is on 5.
There is still a dragon to be secured in the next 20 seconds. This would be Mountain Soul for CCG if they claim it, but Winthrop so far trying to maintain better posture. Flash is back and available for mobility. He cleanses first. The public execution does not connect. Big cooldowns used, and Ash is still alive, but Wilson's the first one to fall. And Chain of Corruptions collects onto multiple members, and mobility falls next. Denethor completely isolated in the 1v4, and Kim Down nor Zach can bail out their top laner this time around. Kim Down and Zach are just waiting for Dardoch to enter, but I don't think you win the 1v1 or even a 1v2, because Dardoch is just way too big. He's trying to auto-attack. He's got the max HP damage. Isn't enough? No, Dardoch is just better. Kim Down's gonna be the next on the chopping block, and Dami Mommy wants her fill of the Seraphine. CCG will turn around game 2 and push us to game 3.
Fiji Scion is just too OP, man. He gets into the mix. He's tanking up the Nexus towers, and oh boy, Mark, we're going to game 3.
The CCG members putting their hands together, understanding that they had a much better look in that game 2, and overall, players playing a lot more to their comforts than what we saw in game 1, and overall just a better look from the team that we had favored going into this series. I know some of us on the broadcasting side were split between CCG and Winthrop University. CCG do have the series record over them regular season, but now it all comes down to a game 3 where the winner moves on in the upper bracket to face off against NRG, and the loser will have to now fight for their life through the lower bracket.
Yeah, and one game to determine. It's a long road through that lower bracket. If you still want to win the NACL, I believe it's 5 consecutive best of 5s. You would need to win. Neither of these teams going to want to get knocked down. Playing the loser, Maryville and Conviction coming up next. But before all that, Mark, let's just queue up a game 3. I don't know if we're playing Silver Scrapes for it or not, but it's gonna be a banger nonetheless.
I'm ready, Hawk. Producers, y'all know what to do. Send us a break so we can get to game 3 as soon as possible. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Winthrop University and CCG. Series is tied up 1-1. Winner will advance to face Energy in the upper semi-final. I'm Rafa. I'm still joined by Mr. Hawkington III, aka Mr. Ben Hawk. And that game 2 was pretty much a testament to what CCG's full strength can be when they're back on comfort, but also now a challenge for Winthrop University to see if they can return to what worked so well for them in game 1.
And I think this game 2 was exactly what CCG wanted to have happen in game 1, where they want to have a winning bottom side of the map, control over the mid jungle, use that to stack Drakes and win out a clean game regardless of what happens in top lane. Because you know what? Fiji on that Scion, he was a damn good frontliner despite falling a little bit behind Denethor Zahen. So the game plan for CCG, extremely clear. In game 1, it kind of worked, but it didn't get them over the finish line. In game 2, it worked great. But I do want to say, Mark, it was still not the most dominant win for CCG. Winthrop had a lot of bite, and I think we were one blocked Scion away from perhaps a different story for how that game 2 might have ended. So still a lot of questions circling. And as we enter the game 3 draft, the most important thing that I want to point out is that Scion and Cassante are fearless out. If Ornn is not available, where does Fiji go?
A question for Fiji. And curious if Winthrop will try and pinch his effective tank champion pool as well, since Ornn is still his most played of the season. Outside of that, both the Scion and the Cassante already fearless banned out in the series. So it would then result in things like Skarner and some of the other non-tank picks like the Singe, the York, and the Gragas.
We do have a slight delay on draft. We'll be getting underway shortly, but honestly, it's great because it gives us more time to talk. And I agree. Skarner is the other like really big super tank alongside that Ornn, but as you mentioned, there are other picks that he has busted out. And again, the question that we do still have for Fiji is, does he have other things up his sleeve in general? Again, this is only a best of 3. Winner take all here goes to face on NRG, loser down in the lower bracket, but that lower bracket match is going to be a best of 5. Fiji finds himself there. Could be a difficult position, but okay. We're into the draft. Winthrop has taken away some of those tanks. We get, looks like Karma on 1, as it did slip through the bans for the first time. Answer by Nautilus, which has also slipped through the bans for the first time.
Malphite and York. The York makes sense.
They're
the Malphite
Ornn.
is... Yeah. I'm curious why they feared the Malphite more than the Ornn, and for me it almost feels like there's something specific that Winthrop wants to play that Malphite would just absolutely demolish. Or what's up?
I think they want Jhin or Yunara. That's my prediction. Jhin is a favorite of mobility. Okay, they go Sivir.
You were thinking about
Sivir Karma. I mean, this is a lot of good team fighting and scaling here for Winthrop in a fairly strong 2v2 to boot.
Yeah, the Malphite ban's gonna puzzle me even more, unless they just think that Malphite is much more reliable than Ornn, which
I think they want him to pick Ornn. I think that might be it.
Yeah,
They've left it open every game. Denethor has something for it. He must.
I'm trying to think of like what are common like Ornn answers for counter pick now. I mean,
Dude, does he just want to play Camille into it? Is he like that?
maybe.
We'll have to find out. Maybe it gets banned out here, as it is Kaisa Naught on the other side for CCG. So lot of strong scaling on both sides. The biggest thing for me is that Winthrop does have Zach on a very safe mid lane matchup, as mid lane has been a bit of a weakness for them in the early stages of the game so far. But once he gets level 6 on this Anivia, can really just start to try to control the waves against Aojun, and they do ban out the Ornn. So no Ornn to come through. Maybe the Vayne was the trigger, I'm not sure. But a lot of aggression, a lot of single target here for CCG so far, nonetheless.
You know, Malphite then kind of makes a little more sense because Ornn doesn't have an attack speed debuff like the Malphite does, and I think it's a lot easier to play around to Call the Forge God with your Tumble rather than Flash Unstoppable Force of the likes. So we figured it out, Hawk, that
we got there in the end.
Yeah, I'm Watson, you're Sherlock Holmes this time around.
I think the real story is that Fiji's champion pool is the focus. It's Skarner, or it's something that we've not really seen. He's got one game of Gragas, one game of Rumble. I don't think either of those look like very good blind picks here. They could now, for the first time, give Fiji R5. They've not done that at all this series. They could pick Dardoch here. A lot of, something like Pantheon still open. No jungle focus. No junglers banned out.
Wow.
It's Gragas.
Okay, now the neat thing would be if it's a Gragas flex. However, there's already a lot of magic damage.
Nah, bro. I played Gragas jungle the other day, and it sucks.
You don't like it?
It's so bad.
Dang. All right.
It pains me because I like Gragas, but it's not my favorite right now. I'm going to keep it a stack with you.
It doesn't really do well if you try to build tanky. I think Gragas jungle only really does well when you go full damage, and if you go full damage, it's a little more volatile. Speaking of volatile, these are not volatile picks for the Gnar and the Wukong, since Gnar, a classic for Denethor, and because there is no Vayne and no real ranged top laners that can be necessarily picked into it with the Gragas, Denethor feels comfortable enough to slam it. What is Dardoch going to fulfill this composition with? Many bruisers. Oh my god, we're getting the Nasus jungle. Yes, sir.
So we've not talked about it on the show, but before we went live, Mark and I were talking about Nasus jungle. It's so strong if you can get through the early stages of the game. And it feels like a Dardoch coded pick. I think notably people are going to remember Griffin dropping a 10 bomb on Inspired's head and the rest of Lion to win the series over in the LCS. And Dardoch is now busting out the dog here in game 3 against Winthrop as the answer to Wilson's Wukong. It's a lot of frontline, it's a lot of dueling power, and a lot of damage later on into the game. But this Nasus, especially pre-6 and even pre-Protoplasm, it's pretty weak. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Nasus is one of those champions where he's not just item dependent, but also level dependent. Level 9, big breakpoint when you have max rank in your Q siphoning strike. And then level 13 is the next breaking point where you have max rank in Wither. That is when Nasus is like Thanos on the Rift, but you got to get there first. Luckily for CCG, Winthrop University's composition doesn't scream bully early game. You've got Sivir and Karma, which will have the push, but they're not necessarily like this super bully lane. And Nivea and Rise should be somewhat even. I think the only point of contention where Wilson can even feel comfortable about invading is through the top side of the map with Gnar.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think Nasus is really the problem with the composition. I'm a little bit afraid for CCG, though, because they are very low range into a composition with a lot of tools to create space. The Sivir ultimate, the Karma shields, Anivia just as a champion.
Yeah.
It's going to be extremely difficult to get on top of Winthrop, and they've got a lot of tools to keep CCG away from them. Not only that, they've got Denethor in a very comfortable matchup on his signature Gnar, and he's been a problem both games so far this series. Game 1, obviously more than Game 2, but I think this is a matchup he's going to be very happy to take. I'm really looking at this mid-jungle for CCG. If Aojun and Dardoch can win the hands checks later on into the game, I mean, there's not a whole lot to stop a Rise and a Nasus from just running you down if they're given proper setup, but they're really going to have their work cut out for themselves getting on top of what is going to be a very strong Winthrop composition once they hit 2 items.
Yep. Hawk, I just want to put this out there. Before the series started, we saw Dar Dog on screen in the webcam, and now we have Dar Dog entering Summoner's Rift. This was predetermined. This was foretold. If people were paying attention to the signs, this was all meant to be.
Oh my gosh. That's immaculate foreshadowing, Mark. That's some good storytelling right there. I love
NACL,
it. Dar Dog.
Zach, if you're watching, that's a banger tweet right there. Boom. I won't even steal it. I'm on broadcast, so I can't tweet. Just put it out there.
Well, let's see if he's got that Dar Dog in him, because he's going to need to be more than just barking on Summoner's Rift, but Winthrop going to try to make him bark for them with what is an extremely strong mid-game comp. I need to keep hammering that home. Denethor on a signature pick. Game 3, Mark. Could you ask for anything more?
Oh, and what an exciting draft we have to unveil it as well. We have our concerns for both sides. I think Winthrop definitely have a better composition in terms of comfort and stock standardness. Wilson obviously being put on another bruiser for the team, but this one gives him a little bit more carry range, which he will always enjoy for himself. Not necessarily the strongest ganker pre-6, but level 6 with the Cyclone. Big game changer.
And it's so strong in those skirmishes early on, disproportionate to this Nasus. And I do think that has been a place where CCG has generated some of their leads. It's been better early game skirmishing. So that could really be a big difference. I do think mid-game priority also going to be disproportionately important in this game compared to the rest of the series. It's been a massive advantage for CCG throughout the first 2 games. But with this weak early game jungler, if Aojun can get a lead, it could be important.
Kim down, trying to defend against only 35 and Cody's Son, who get level 2 slightly all in first. But the W from Cody's Son does not hit for the extra bit of chunk there. I want to note something. Dardoch went for a Raptor start and is now doing a reverse clear to cover all of his topside camps before Wilson makes it over to the bottom side of the map. But Wilson showing on mid, trying to burn the flash out of Aojun, which he does successfully thanks to Zach's Flash Frost. Now Rise down to flash.
I thought Wilson was maybe going to look for the red buff, reading out the Dardoch reverse. But they don't have information as to where the dog is, so he's not going to go for it, just going to go finish his camps. Dardoch going to get ahead on the clear as a result, but Nasus first clear, it kind of sucks. It's pretty slow.
Yeah.
Once you get some levels in the queue, it really does speed up, and you get a lot of stacks off these camps, but I think Wilson going to be pretty happy, especially going for the reverse clear, something that I feel like we don't really see very much in 2026. I feel like the clear quadrant base for a longsword start is a lot more common these days. He's just waiting for grab.
Yeah, I mean, Dardoch was 15 seconds early, but only clearing 4 camps, which, like Hawk said, y'all, Nasus first clear, very, very slow, especially when you're trying to prioritize stacking on every big monster in the camp. Wilson now going to get information that red side completely open for the taking, at least on both on Krugs and the red buff. And with the push that he gets from Sivir Karma, those camps now belong to him. Dardoch off the base only has a Ruby Crystal and a Glowing Moat, so not really any semblance of power there. Dardoch can at least try and play for these Raptors, but he's level 3 and Wilson's level 4. He can just bully him off.
Nautilus is moving, as is Karma. This could be a 3v3. Aojun, remember, no flash from the earlier look.
Kim down moving as well. It's going to be
No
a
smite
3v3,
Wilson.
but Winthrop are favored here. Oh, Dardoch! Not able to get the smite over Wilson. He steals it away from Dardoch, and I think that's the first time Wilson has won a smite fight against Dardoch this series.
Yeah, definitely after the first 2 Barons. But I really like the way Wilson's playing out this early game. He gets the flash off of Aojun in a matchup where we said that mid-priority is going to be disproportionately effective towards the outcome of this game. Dak even holding the wave, potentially putting a target on his back. He's able to invade onto Dardoch. He gets a red buff. He gets a big Raptor. Really just slowing down this Nasus. In addition to being able to clear most of his jungle, he only left the wolves alive. So Winthrop off to really their first early game lead of the series, as the egg is going to be just fine.
Wow. Okay.
Honestly, so as the Anivia in the early game, you actually don't really mind giving over the egg passive. Obviously, you know, you would like to have it, but now Zach is back to full HP. And Aojun, he's chunked out, he's out of mana, has to take a base, he's got no TP. Zach can hold this wave. So you can actually use the egg as an additional health bar resource to really make things complicated. And Wilson going to use that additional pressure advantage in mid to be super annoying.
Wither rank 1 can be annoying, but it doesn't give you the combat advantage that it normally does once you put extra points into it later on in the game. And from the push that Denethor has, alongside the wave control that Zach had, Dardoch had to give up part of his jungle up for now, but Aojun, fresh off base, immediately runs into the jungle so that Dardoch can reclaim control of this Gromp and continue stacking on up.
Wilson may be wasting a little bit too much time here. It's annoying for Dardoch, but he's going to get the Gromp in the end. And the thing is, when Zach is holding a freeze like he was, he is actually going to be slower to the play. Aojun can afford to basically say, well, I can't farm the freeze anyway. So, Zach, while you're going to die on me creeps, I can bring a numbers advantage somewhere else. And he forces Wilson off that Gromp. Ultimately, things will be pretty even. It does give Zach a very nice CS advantage. Only 35 has been called over to support this push out from the Rise.
Zach, no mana, so cannot necessarily bully Aojun out anymore. Kim down. Also going to at least shadow on this mid side, just to make sure that if Zach was in need of assistance, he was there to play for it. We'll say that Wilson hasn't really done much bullying to Dardoch's jungle outside of the 2 camps that he has smited away from him so far, so it's not the worst state for Nasus to be in.
No, it's really not. And Wukong left his top side on respawn for a pretty long time there. So he's really not that far ahead in the clear. By the time he finishes this second clear on his way down towards bot side, Dardoch's going to be able to reset, farm the respawn of his wolves, his Gromp. Wilson's still spending time on his top side. He just wants the crab.
Holy, that's a lot of damage. Kaisa Nautilus, baby.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And this is really the only lane that is winning for CCG. Remember, their game plan throughout the series so far has been mid-jungle dominance with a strong bot lane 2v2 to try to control the bottom side of the map. Right now, mid-jungle's a little bit behind, but Cody's Sun is ahead about a wave over mobility. And that is going to feel pretty good for making sure CCG at least has a win condition somewhere. So we are, you know, getting about halfway through this early stage.
Denethor still keeping things mostly in his favor on his signature Gnar. Fiji just making sure that he is absorbing the pressure as best as he can.
Only 35
First
is being
dragon.
cheeky.
Yeah. Only 35 was waiting for maybe mobility to step on up. Spell Shield definitely available, but there's a ton of crowd control in Nautilus's kit that he can at least try and burn one of the summoner spells if mobility was alone. But Winthrop with their bot lane and mid lane pressure secure the first dragon in the game. In 10 seconds, though, we've got grubs spawning, and we'll see what CCG wants to do with that objective.
And this is the best early game that the Eagles have had so far. And so now the question becomes, when CCG has won these early games, in game 1, things got out of hand. Game 2, it almost got out of hand, but they managed to rein it back in and win. Can they create the same volatility that Winthrop has been able to from a bit of a deficit and find an advantage for themselves? Or is Winthrop from a lead just going to be too difficult to deal with? It's the wall, ooh, barely missing onto Aojun. They're not going to pick up the grubs in trade. So ultimately, you know, CCG is still very competitive. They're only behind a tiny bit.
Yeah. Dardoch is going to lose out on most of his red quadrant for these grubs, but at least he's still stacking on the grubs. So he's still getting some power for himself. Wilson successfully denies a second red buff over from Dardoch's Nasus. Can easily look for the chickens, but at least Dardoch understands, well, if he's taking my red side quadrant, that means he can't be here on his own red side quadrant, so he'll be able to pick up some chicken nuggets for his taking. And once again, this is a very, very solid Nasus jungle state. Aojun getting attacked by Wilson in the mid lane, burns the flash, but still alive.
Wilson does want to try to force Dardoch out of his red side. He's ahead on the play.
He's level 6 now,
having already cleared Dardoch's own red quadrant.
There's no Cyclone on Wilson. Dardoch pops the Shifting Sands.
Not strong enough yet.
Yeah. Into Anivia, it's very, very
Was he
hard
dead?
to deal with. Oh, he's got 4 people here. Dardoch, does he need to flash? No, just pops another Wither onto Wilson and shores up the damage. He's able to walk out without burning the Summoner Spell.
It's Wither onto Denethor, but I mean, that definitely really saved him. I think Gnar could have maybe mopped that one up. Denethor dropping away for that walk, so actually a good bit of pressure right there for CCG, as not only did Denethor walk, but so did Kim down. So it's a plate over to Cody. Mobility, losing out a little bit on some CS as well.
Nice stretch line on to Kim down.
Level 6.
Deft charge forces the flash out of Kim down. Aojun is joining the fray with the Realm Warp, but Kim down already made enough distance to get out of danger there. So it's Realm Warp, unfortunately not really gaining much there, but CCG at least trying to put some pressure on the map.
With the gold lead, back to even after some of those walks from Winthrop coming up empty-handed on the kill department. At least Wilson did defend his Krug camp, keep things close in the jungle. And if you're wondering why people are playing Nasus jungle, just look at the bottom of your screen. 225 stacks at not even 11 minutes. It is 20 stacks, or wait, 20 stacks per minute. Am I doing my math right? I don't know. It's 200 stacks per 10 minutes. That's the way to think about it right there for CCG, for Dardoch's Nasus. And this champion just gets so many free stats, not just from the stacks, making him do a lot of damage, but also on the ultimate, a lot of free armor, MR, HP, and then the protoplasm, making him very difficult to burst out. You can just be such a juggernaut in these fights.
And with Protoplasm Rush, this item, not necessarily intended for Nasus, but for tanks, but Dardoch makes great use of it. Wilson with the Cyclone tries to pop this Nasus first. The Protoplasm effect kicks into effect, but they cannot do it. Protoplasm allows him to survive alongside the Flash, but Winthrop University still claim a victim in only 35's Nautilus, and that's first blood going over to Mobility.
And Winthrop is still just more powerful in the skirmishes. Anivia offering more than the Rise at this point. Wukong much more than the Nasus, and it's a good 4-man play from the Eagles, as this is a flashless Aojun. Okay, Zach not going to chase any further. They can't one-shot the Dardog. He's able to walk away, but they still don't have any fight back in this skirmish. Only 35 ultimately has to give his life, and I think importantly, Mobility, the one to get the kill, really bringing back some of this deficit that he had in the bottom side.
Dardog lives to see another day. Down a flash, down an ultimate for now. Aojun able to at least brute force the damage that Zach is putting out, since both of these mid laners are trying to scale up with the Rod of Ages, only components for now. Slow from the non-empowered Rune Prison sets up only 35 to walk up and down smash with his entire CC kit. Egg passive is popped, only 35, trying to do a majority of the damage while Kim Down tries to zone Aojun away, but the Wither from Dardog,
give it to
me
him.
that plus 12, baby! Oh, Cody's son will yoink it, but at least the kill goes over to a carry, and Winthrop University lose out on the mid laner.
I mean, honestly, for as satisfying as plus 12 would have been, I think you're pretty happy for your Kaisa to answer the kill with a Void Seeker up from the bottom side. Cody's son not even missing a beat and getting paid. Zach was trying to buy time with the egg, but Wilson was just so far from that play. Aojun in only 35, having enough single target DPS that despite the karma, they can take down that egg Nivea. It's going to be Rod of Ages secured for Zach, but he doesn't have the TP with the numbers advantage. Might be Winthrop taking this dragon, but CCG did use some ultis.
He looks for mobility. Remember, Dardoch, no flash from the prior fight. He gets the Fury, the Sands popped off, as well as the Protoplasm. Aojun trying to join the fray. Dardoch just has to stand and try and turn and fight. Junglers are traded. Cody reigns supreme as mobility is forced to retreat. Zach now back on Summoner's Rift, tries to turn around, but the Glacial Storm is in the wrong place, and Cody's son just flies on forward, forcing the flash on mobility. Just a couple more auto attacks, and boom! The Kaisa passive pops and destroys mobility in the back half of the fight.
The target focus continues to be so good from CCG. And I need the viewers to understand, Dardoch is so damn tanky. He's a level 9 Nasus, but with the Protoplasm, with the ulti, Winthrop throws everything into him, and he doesn't die fast enough. And it allows Aojun and Cody's son, despite not really being on their spikes, to walk down Winthrop, who didn't really have the space that I think their composition needs to create. Not kiting back enough. Mobility not doing enough damage just yet as Wilson goes in, but despite knocking everybody up, getting a lot of damage down, Cody's able to focus him down. Only 35, really great target shift onto the support to make sure Kim down falls shortly thereafter. And this is extension. I think maybe a bit of an overstay from Winthrop, but good confidence from Cody's son just to understand he can go in and assassinate his opposite number. Gold lead now evaporated. CCG alive in this game, but also the Dragon, similarly, still alive.
CCG looking for another quick pick.
One
Wilson deleted off the rift. And that means there's no smite contest available for Winthrop University. The second Dragon of the game belongs to CCG.
I mean, that's a great pick. And Cody, all of a sudden, is 4-0, Rafa. This Kaisa is, for the second game in a row, the big carry here for CCG. He's going to be a problem that Winthrop has to solve.
Yep. And I appreciate that Cody's son opted in for Kraken Slayer and going more of a AD-centric build. You already have a lot of magic damage from Aljun and Fiji's Rising Gragas. Making sure that the damage profile is very split up and balanced across the board. No Mountain Soul this time around. This time it is a Ocean Soul game. And with the amount of deceptive healing and the durability that both of these teams bolster, it's going to favor them if they can get it. Aljun forced to flash away. Zax and Nivea is cooking it.
And it is important for Winthrop that their solo lanes are still winning. And that they're keeping the game close. Where?
How did he get there?
What?
Wait, how did that happen? Why was he there? What the?
What?
Only 35? I know he's at Winthrop University.
What
but you don't need to be in their base either.
What the hell is a polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas?
Yeah, that was weird.
Did Trevor just log on? Like, that was crazy. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a reason that we just missed. But
we will come to an answer in the near future. But for now, Denethor is trying to set up a play onto Fiji with mobility, or Wilson, I should say, right behind him. Fiji flashes the Boomerang Blade, tries to absorb the wave as much as possible, but Wilson can just send it with the Cyclone on top, and there is no explosive cast for another few seconds. Teleport is coming in, but Aljun is all alone. He turns right onto Kim down, and he can set up the killer instinct from Cody's son. Excellent work by Aljun there.
More gold into Cody's pockets, but it's also gold into Denethor's. Wilson for the third game in a row, finding a mid lane play to attack Fiji, but it's CCG, the ones with the Herald, so they're gonna get paid on the back end.
And Dardoch absolutely starts to shred these towers with the Q fully at max rank, past the level 9 breaking point. Only 35, almost steals the red buff right under Wilson's nose. Tier 1 turret secured for CCG. The Rift Herald, not sure if it's going to get one more crash since Wilson can just smite it down. But CCG have quite a lot of pressure already on the map here in Game 3.
Zach is at least able to answer somewhat on the bottom side. Does he get this whole thing? I think he gets the whole thing. Oh, it's going to be close.
Hang on.
Fiji's defending. Okay, no.
Yeah, Zach still has flash. It was a close call.
So ultimately it's pretty even. CCG, they invest the Herald, so it does make them faster. But it's a 1-for-1. It's a tower for tower. CCG up 500 gold. I think the bigger thing is where the gold went on each of those kills with Denethor and Cody, each of the two biggest carries on each side getting it, as that was close. June, good run warp out.
Had to wait until Denethor went back to mini form, so there was no CC to interrupt it. Good patience there. As you said, Dragon coming up in the next 2 minutes. So far, 1 turret apiece for both teams. Bot lane tier 1 under fire, though, and very close to being befelled. Cody's son matching mobility in the mid lane. I want to point out that Dardoch now level 11. Not quite rank 13 for max rank on Wither, but it's 3 points, which is still pretty devastating. Goes from a 47 to a 71% slow at this point. And then once you are level 13 with max rank, it's a 95% slow, which is just filthy.
Yeah, that ability is pretty toxic. And Sivir, short range AD carry, yes, she has his spell shield, but I mean, you know, Dardoch can just wait until that one falls off. Oh, are we getting another look at the magical journey of only 35 into the base?
So, I guess it was an overextension on the play from bottom lane where they fought and
the
then...
classic, like, waste as much time as possible.
Yep.
It's very funny. I appreciate that we only got to cut to it, like, as he was dying in the enemy base.
We're just like, how did this happen? Well, shout out
You're probably
to the
wondering how
replayoffs.
I got here.
Yep.
Well, let me tell you the story.
And there's your story right there. Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds. Gold lead, somewhat negligible at this point, but Denethor sports a majority of his team's advantage, whereas Cody Sun, 5-0-1 on the Kai'Sa, and a Rageblade completed sports a majority of the gold advantage for his team.
I cannot believe how close this game is right now. Things have really slowed down since that topside play. Winthrop was grouping up around mid. They want to try to work down some of these towers and open up the map ahead of this Drake.
Really good sidesteps from Zach trying to dodge out on the overloads. He's dodged out
nice.
2 or 3.
He's so nice.
He's slowing down Aljun, and Aljun is missing another one. Zach is just completely outplaying this guy. He flashes over the last overload, and he pops the 8 passive, gets the solo kill, but now here comes 2 teleports from both teams, and Dardoch will pop the Fury of the Sands to get the empowered cooldown and ensure that Zach does not go home without a death.
But that's big for Winthrop, though. They force CCG to overcommit so hard on the bottom side. I think they could just give away this dragon and trade it for farm and damage on the tower for mobility. But no, they are going to look to play this. Remember, Cody Sun, he's the big carry. Denethor about to go mega.
Denethor has a good pinch. Wilson has Cyclone available. CCG, oh my god,
so
Dardoch
crazy.
just walks up and just smite steals it away. But can Dardoch escape? He flashes, but Denethor with the Mega Gnar ultimate still scoops up the dog into the wall. Cody flies into the backline, finds Kim down, but mobility is still alive. But he's cooking Wilson on the backline. He forces the monkey to flash. He's trying to run away, but Fiji can look for a body slam flash if he can get in range. Boom, there it is. There's the slow. The fat man finds the target and Wilson goes down.
Mark, we talked about the mental warfare of stealing the Barons. In game 1, Dardoch's in his head. He just walks up and smites the dragon away. As ultimately, it's a 2 for 2. No, rather a 3 for 2 in the extended play. CCG coming out ahead. But they get the dragon as well. Aljun, he's going to be fine. Denethor can't find him. Wow, what a tense play. As it's the carries on opposite side still. Cody, he's 7-0-2 on this Kai'Sa, assassinating Kim down on the backside. But then for Denethor, he finds the engage in the one-shot on a Dardoch. We can watch this one back. It starts with this play in bottom for Winthrop. Zach, he's got the nice moves on the Sinivia, but doesn't really have the damage. If he doesn't go egg, it's probably disastrous for CCG. Because he goes egg, he becomes a free kill, but still, Winthrop, with the free time in mid, they're able to get control. So they think, okay, we can fight for this dragon 4 versus 4. Denethor on the side, looks like it's going to be a good pinch to secure the Drake. Dardoch gives his life ultimately to get the Drake, but Cody's just too fed. Level 13 on this Kai'Sa, great killer instinct into the backline, and Wilson can't get away on the end.
I didn't even notice the first time around. Cody Sun also flashed frame perfect on the Mega Gnar ultimate as well, which allowed him to escape what could have been a massive CC chain and gets them the ability to turn around that big fight on the bot side. CCG still only up around 1,000 gold at the 23-minute mark, but a lot of the scaling components really coming up online for CCG. Dardoch stunned up against the wall, no flash available, they burn everything. Fury of the Sands and Protoplasm taking effect, but not enough for the Dardog to survive this time around. CCG getting run down, Aljun could be the next target. The Flash Frost barely misses, but forces the flash out of Aljun, and CCG are forced to retreat. They're trying to turn around with Cody Sun right behind them, but only 35 stunned up against another great wall by Zach. This has been so far the best performance we have seen out of the mid laner from Winthrop this series.
Yeah, Zach has really woken up. I mean, this is an impressive Anivia game. Scoreline may not suggest it, but it's likely going to secure Winthrop the Baron. 3v5 on the map. Cody's still alive. 3-item Kai'Sa, no flash. Does have the barrier. Zach going to try to zone alongside Kim down. Here comes the Realm Warp.
They won't be able to steal the Baron without a smite. Explosive Cast gets a lot of damage into the backline, but Wilson does secure the Baron. And now they're turning on to Aljun, who already used Flash in the prior skirmish and is a sitting duck for the rest of the Eagles to thrive and prey upon. Zach, did he step up too far? No, not at all. He still has the Glacial Storm to zone away CCG.
And the tennis match that is this series continues as now Winthrop, they find themselves with the marginal lead. Baron in hand to give them control over the map. It's a pick now on a Denethor, caught recalling. Kill for Cody.
Massive find from only 35. The dredge line catches Denethor asleep at the wheel and not enough time to respond from the rest of Winthrop University. What will this give CCG time to do?
I think it's nothing. They're going to try to pre-push their waves, maybe deny a couple jungle camps, but I think critically it denies so much of this Baron play for Winthrop. Denethor's the big side laner. He's not going to have access to that Baron buff to try to really pressure CCG. And with Dragon spawning in a minute, this is sole point for CCG. I think Denethor is going to be forced to group here with this Baron. So Winthrop not really going to get a lot off the advantage that they find. Are onto Dardoch. This is 4v5. Wilson.
Wither right on top of him. A great explosive cast. Punts him right back into the waiting arms of the Dardog. Wither at max rank at the ready, but he cannot step up past this Anivia. This champion is doing wonders for Winthrop University. Low. There is no smite available on the Eagle side, but there's no dragon for another 35 seconds. Plenty of time for Wilson to respawn on Summoner's Rift.
Winthrop just has inside track on mid. CCG kind of dawdling a little bit here, securing the crab, securing vision, but Winthrop might be able to push down a tier 2. And health bars got so low. I think an unsung part of this story, mobility is starting to fry. 3 items on the Cipher, got a lot of AoE down as CCG all piled in onto Wilson. Now this Wukong will respawn. We'll have to run here for the Drake, as all of CCG was able to go back to base and refill their resources.
Denethor grouping up with the team to make sure that they're in a good spot. Hops over the wall, about to go Mega, tries to slow down Dardoch. Can he get in range to scoop him back into the team? But the Wither slows him down. Oh, only 35, might be in trouble here. Oh, and great use of the clone by Wilson to intercept the dredge line. Only 35 is cooked. Forced to flash away. Still has ultimate available. BG approaching
no Mega though, Denethor went Mega.
Dredge line right onto the front line. They find Zach first. Can they pop him? Kim down. Finds only 35 first. Cody-san trying to pop the bird, but she flashes over to the right side. They're just going to turn to the left. Wilson is the first one to try and stand up, but he falls next, and Cody-san just cannot be stopped. Dardoch with the Wither continues to slow down his opponents and allow Cody-san the space to continue carrying them alive. Zach and Wim down have nowhere else to go, and he goes into the egg only to be scrambled by Aljun and Cody-san. CCG find the ace at 27 minutes and a third dragon as their prize.
These fights are so close! CCG though, they win out, it's an ace, it's a 2,000 gold lead, it's a Dragon Soul point, but the game's still set to continue as the 11-0 Cody-san just walked through hell into that fight. He was like Beckett on the ship in Pirates of the Caribbean, exploding all around him. Just watch him walk forward into Winthrop to make sure he's doing the damage. No matter how many threats are near him, just keep hitting. Mobility being first to die is so big for CCG with how low their health bars ended up getting. And Zach, he may be strong, but he's not strong enough. Damage too inconsistent on this Anivia. And I think a great flash here from Dardoch to make sure that the withered Anivia cannot continue to create space any longer.
I think you made the most important observation in that fight prior to it breaking out, Hawk. Denethor not being in mega form makes a distinct lack of powerful CC that could have changed that fight for Winthrop University. And being in mini form, you deal decent damage, but you are incredibly squishy and you just do not provide any further lockdown for your backline to cook on. And mobility falling early on meant that Zach had the weight of the world on his shoulders, and it was just not good enough. CCG, one dragon away from Ocean Soul, Baron spawning in 1 minute and 18 seconds.
But what's crazy, Rafa, is this game is still so close. It's only a 2,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. That's basically nothing And you can see the damage that's coming through from everybody. It's massive numbers on both sides. Cannot discount the carries of Winthrop, but CCG, with their lead, will at least be able to walk in first. Force Winthrop to face check. And for Denethor, on a champion he's so experienced on, he cannot make a mistake like that again. So rare to see him mismanage the Narbar, and I think part of it, maybe going back to only 35, that little mission he was on, getting caught on the flank, yes, it meant he lost a lot of HP, lost his flash, kind of died instantly in the fight, but perhaps Denethor mega'd out thinking that the fight would be around the pick onto only 35, and it never came to pass.
That or Dardoch. I think that Winthrop were trying to find something before the start of the Dragon fight and not saving it for them. Hopefully isn't the one action that does not cost them the game. There's still only a 2.5 thousand gold lead that stands between both Winthrop and CCG, so still a game that they can come back from despite being behind. And Cody's son, to be fair, is pretty much the difference maker right here. As long as he is alive, Winthrop's chances are slim, but if they can find a way to pin him down, despite him having both barrier and flash available, it's super winnable for Winthrop University.
I mean, this is full NA Ram. Side of waves, be damned. Everything else doesn't matter. We're fighting for the river. Winthrop, though, intelligently controlling mid-wave, using their Mega Gnar timer to buy themselves some space. But as soon as this falls off, CCG went in last time. They might go again.
Flashes away from the Wilson Cyclone, gets withered. Cleanse from Mikhail's is needed just to make sure that Wilson doesn't go down. Realm Board from Aljun, he goes way too deep. Can they even follow up? There's no Mega Gnar from Denethor, I should say, but Wilson and Mobility are about to fall next. Mobility just caught by the wither and means that he was not able to contribute at all. Denethor's trying to build up the Mega Gnar as fast as possible. He's halfway there, only 35. Nice stretch line on the Zac. Fiji falls over the body slam, but no one else can really go in off of the play. Winthrop University still rocking the majority numbers, and now Denethor is about to go Mega.
He's got no flash. I don't think he's going to be able to find anyone. Maybe just a kill on only 35, but got to be careful about chasing too far in. Cody fries him.
Cody's son just spaces out Denethor, and he couldn't find it with the Mega Gnar ultimate. Didn't even get a chance to cast it. Dardoch flanking on the side allows Cody's son to just rip apart every eagle one after another. The wings pulled apart, and CCG will come away with the Baron.
14 kills, a Baron now to go into their pockets with Dragon Soul spawning in 55 seconds against all odds. Cody's son, the hero for CCG in this series.
So massive for Cody's son in the face of Denethor's signature Gnar. Doesn't even burn a single damn summoner spell. It's just all movement.
And again, it's mobility getting caught. It's been a problem in the past that despite the leads that he gets, just getting caught out in these fights. Cody found him. He got rooted by something. I didn't exactly see what hit him. But a great killer instinct. And then this overchase from Denethor. I see the idea, but just it's an empty threat. Cody's too strong. And not even having to flash is so critical. We're back
to life just like that. Wilson's gone
Someone's
from the fight
gone.
immediately off an explosive cask. Dardoch popping the Fury of the Sands, and they are realm warping to cut off Winthrop University's retreat. Wither right on top of the Anivia. This Icebird is getting slowed to all hell, but she's got Ghost Fisher to create space. Denethor now in Mega Gnar form, but he is also slowed by the Wither. This Nasus pick may not be getting a lot of kills, but the utility and the value that Dardoch is finding has been instrumental to these fights.
They're giving. Wilson's not alive. Winthrop is giving the Ocean Soul over to a triple frontline composition here for CCG. They're going to try to pre-push the waves, make sure that CCG is at least not able to push it with their Baron, but they got Aljun on bot wave. Denethor has to go answer, but I think this tier 2 set to fall.
For the first time, CCG finding a massive advantage in Game 3. 5,000 gold ahead. Ocean Soul secured. Winthrop University's chances are looking slim at this point.
I know, the gold lead's starting to really open up, and I think... It's a nice try on the explosive casting. I think with the Ocean Soul, it might be too much. That's a big pick onto Aljun, though.
Numbers advantage now for Winthrop University. Cyclone second cast onto Dardoch.
They're just going to
Fury
send
of the
it.
Sands available, but they don't have flash. He slows him down with the Wither. Wilson tries to go in, sets up for Denethor, but
Nice
only
hook.
35! Massive
Only 35!
multiple people! Cody's son is on punches as CCG sets them up for him to knock down.
What a counter engage from only 35. I mean, a great series. Able to hook Wilson after the W, and the depth charge through everyone on Winthrop equalizes the trade, and it means the push from CCG does not have to stop. He might have just thrown his life away, but Kim down, he died, he's dead.
Numbers advantage now in favor. What a great explosive cast from Fiji, finds Zach! And that's the majority of the wave clear gone. Mobility is the only member that can try and hold the base defense in spite of CCG's advances, but Inhibitor's gonna fall. Aljun is respawned on the map and just teleporting into the base. Fiji will help eliminate the bot Inhibitor. CCG are gonna look for the end right here. First Nexus turret falls. Wilson back up on the play. Tries to hold only 35 as he is single-handedly alongside Dardoch trying to push them to the base defense. Mobility slowed by the Wither, can't do anything. And the Dardog is smashing him with the Dardog cane. Winthrop University are spotted out of the sky, thrown down to the ground, and CCG advance in the upper bracket.
An unbelievable series. 3 very competitive games. But CCG Esports prevail in the end as Cody Sun, man. What a nuke on that Kaisa. I mean, there is nothing else to say. Dardoch on the Dardog. Only 35 making big plays on the Nautilus. And for Winthrop, it was close. But NRG is in the future of CCG.
And that is going to be the toughest challenge for CCG yet in this playoff bracket. Already, NRG are looking like one of the guaranteed favorites to make it all the way to grand finals, and having to face them early is going to be a tall mountain to climb. But CCG have climbed their first mountain in being able to get a second series win over Winthrop University here in NACL Spring 2026. But this time around, I think when you look back at how the first week results panned out versus how they panned out here in our first round of playoffs, it's a completely different story, Hawk. Since Dardoch and Aljun were somewhat matched by the power of Wilson and Zach, but it's Cody Sun that has a big glow up in this series.
I mean, this is definitely the best of Cody Sun that we have seen in literally like 6 or 7 years. It's not even exaggeration. He hasn't played in that long. This was just such a monster performance, and it not only was the fact that he was dealing so much damage, but especially on this Kaisa, his precision and target selection was, I mean, it was professional level. It was extremely impressive. Unsurprisingly, Cody Sun is going to end up as the MVP for this series. Over 1,000 damage per minute. He was the carry in game 1, couldn't get it done, didn't have enough peel. Game 2, game 3, though, made it look easy.
Even in the Varus in the game 2, had so much pressure, being able to find multiple snipes with the Varus arrow, as well as just following up consistently on all the CC lockdown that CCG was providing for him. But yeah, this Kaisa was a standout performance, deathless. And I have to say, if we get Cody Sun in this form for CCG, I think they're going to have a much better playoffs look than what we might have thought going after the end of the regular season here.
Yeah, I mean, CCG, after the regular season, I think, considered borderline, whether it's a top 4 at the top of the standings or whether it's just a top 3 with Maryville, Supernova, and Energy above them, and CCG kind of in the tier below. I think a strong argument here from CCG, although, you know, being taken the distance by Winthrop, I think also showing how strong Winthrop has become as a squad. And really, what this series has told me is, regardless of how competitive either of these teams will be moving forward, this is going to be a very close NACL playoffs. There's been a lot of parity this season, a lot of games dropped, even by the top teams against these other playoff squads. And so, you know, even though Winthrop didn't win today, even with CCG looking this good, it don't mean a damn thing. Everyone is really on a similar playing field.
Yeah. I think whenever it comes to playoffs, we always see different beasts that come out of some of these regular season teams that might have drop some losses here and there that would not have been as expected. But I think that also carries to the Energy and Maryville squads, who I think obviously they didn't have perfect seasons, but those teams boast players of a caliber where once playoffs comes around, everyone locks it. So now it's even more exciting to see, oh wow, CCG are able to pull out a elevated form from the regular season. What does Energy now look like going into playoffs? What does the rest of the teams look like? But of course, we have our winning MVP from CCG on the interview desk. So Hawk, I'm gonna go send you away and allow you to talk with him for a bit.
Yeah, let's bring Cody-san on in here, the MVP of this previous series. I mean, Cody, what happened in game 2 and 3? Did you just lock in or what?
Yeah, I told myself it was playoffs, so I had to lock in, pull out the big guns for today.
I love it. I love it so much. I mean, back in playoffs, really for the first time in a very long time for you, you know, a storied career. Just tell me a little bit about what it's like being in these high stakes matches on the CCG team.
Yeah, pretty much like at least for this team, I feel like it's very important that, you know, I have a good performance for the team, especially as the veteran player. I feel like I need to, you know, definitely step up and try to push my team in the right direction for these games. So I really, yeah, just try to focus and make sure that I perform for these playoff games.
And tell me a little bit as well, playing alongside another somewhat veteran player in only 35, what that experience has been like, because this bot lane has really only looked better and better to my eye throughout the season.
Yeah, I think in the beginning, only 35 and we definitely struggled a bit with our synergy, especially when it comes to 2v2. But then as the split went on, we had a lot of either dual queues or just talks. And I think we have a really good understanding of how we want to play these lanes out now and the different matchups as the meta evolves. So yeah, I'm really confident in our 2v2 laning phases, as well as yeah, even outside of lane, like when he's roaming or when I need him back, it feels pretty comfortable playing with 35 right now. And he's a pretty funny guy, so it's a lot of fun to play with him.
Only 35 he's definitely one of the most entertaining players that we have in this league. That's for damn sure. I love it. Well, I mean, talking about that 2v2 aggression, it was Corky Nami, it was Varus, it was Kaisa. Is that something we can expect for you guys to maybe see some fireworks in that 2v2?
Yeah, I definitely think like if these bot lanes aren't you know, always in sync perfectly, then we're gonna take advantage of that. And especially if we get a good draft in the bot lane, I'm really confident that we'll be able to carry the game.
I love it. Final question for you is Energy, of course, up next. You guys are the only team in this league that took a game off of the Phi Mini version of the roster. How are you feeling heading into this rematch next week?
Yeah, I feel like, you know, I didn't really expect them to just like pick us like that. I think they are kind of disrespecting us in a bit by picking us. But you know, they are a really strong team, so we need to make sure that we play really well ourselves and we have a good plan going into the game. In terms of just the matchup, I think that it'll be a close series, and I think honestly, I think all the teams in playoffs are, you know, really competitive, and yeah, we'll see who comes out better for the day.
Well, I gotta say, as a fan, a close series is all I'm looking for. And correction, that series is actually on Friday, so not next week. That one's gonna be on Friday. But Cody, before I let you go, anything else you want to say to the fans, or any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to the fans for the team as well as for myself. I know that I've been out cold for like 2 to 3 years now, and it was nice to be back. And yeah, shout out to all my teammates, my coach, my girlfriend as well, my family. So yeah, it was fun.
Awesome. Yeah, shout out to everyone. Shout out to you, Cody Sun, for a massive MVP performance. We were waiting for the day. We knew the CCG bot lane could just be a ticking time bomb, and boy, did it explode today. A massive win over Winthrop University and NRG awaiting them now on Friday. I'll let you go celebrate the win, get geared up for that series, and we can bring Rafa back on in to talk about, well, the end of this series and then move on to series 2 as well.
Nothing much more needs to be said. I like the way you summed it up. The ticking time bomb of that Cody Sun only 35 bot lane finally exploding at the right time, just in time for playoffs here. And hopefully it will give them enough leverage to take on energy and give them a hell of a good fight. But we've got our final series to cover for tonight's broadcast between Maryville University and Conviction. And as we highlighted at the top of the day here, Hawk, this was a matchup that also happened in week 1 of the regular season. But back then, our preseason predictions had both of these teams in top 3 conversation. How the regular season has panned out has had Conviction barely squeaking in as the number 6 seed and them having a roster swap as well through the bot lane.
It has been a very tumultuous season ever since Maryville beat Conviction 2-1 in that week 1 for this Conviction squad. As funnily enough, them taking that game and Maryville ultimately prevailing, I think that was about what we from Conviction at the very beginning. And it's been a roller coaster since then. But now Conviction, they are on a 2-series win streak. They looked very dominant against Dorado in week 8, which is a great sign. And every question in everyone's mind is just, was that because Dorado is not on the same level as Maryville and Conviction is just better? Or is Conviction actually starting to come back together as a team that can contend with the top?
For sure. And before we get into our series between Maryville University and Conviction, we have another coach interview, this time with Niles from the Saints side. So let's go ahead and bring him on in. And welcome to the caster booth. Aiden, always a pleasure to talk to you, buddy. First, hello. First question I want to come to you at is just kind of reflecting on that last series of the regular season against Supernova. Obviously, it was a quite an upset from Supernova to find over you guys. What were some of the discussions and the talks from you as a coach to the rest of the team afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, it was a super banger. I messaged Bach before the series, and I was like, all right, buddy, let's have a good exhibition match because, we were both qualified for playoffs. It's the last game of the season, so we definitely made it a banger. I think some of the takeaways we had is just around late game situations, elder fights. And a lot of our games are pretty stompy early. Usually we just win our lanes and end the game in 25, 30 minutes.
Sure.
But in that series, we had to play elder fights, 15-minute fights, how to end games together. Jerry took away that he shouldn't tank 5 Nexus Tower shots when he's trying to end the game, so we can actually end the game. So that was a good takeaway. But yeah, just a lot of late game stuff that we don't usually get practice on.
Yeah, I bet there's definitely some grace in the fact that, hey, at least we found this out in the regular season versus in a playoffs match that could have determined whether we survive in the lower bracket or continue on in the upper bracket going forward.
Totally.
But yeah, next question for you is, now that you've had some time after the end of the regular season and you're trying to look more towards playoffs, when you look at Conviction and their changed bot lane, do you feel like that was a change that needed to happen and it's going to give them a better edge going into playoffs now, or do you feel like it's just the same old story like it was in week 1?
Yeah, I think that team, they've looked a bit dysfunctional, and I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know what the team atmosphere is like, but I would say something needed to change. I can't say if it was the right change on they're the ones that have to make that call. But tactical, he's definitely a very, very solid AD carry. Obviously, he's shown it, and they have the LG trio back. So I think they'll be strong, and we're definitely not underestimating them going into our match today.
For sure. And last question I got before I let you go get reunited with the Saints and get ready for your match. Playoff expectations versus kind of regular season goals that you had. Obviously, you talked a lot about not just consistency for the boys and making sure that, yes, you guys have an early game lead. Let's make sure it's clean. Is anything changing now that playoffs are here, or is it still kind of stock standard expectations?
Yeah, our champion pools are changing a ton. I think the meta's also shifting a lot. So I think today we'll be able to show off a lot of the different priorities that we have and different champions that we've been practicing, and really, I think it'll be shocking. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to. I have a lot of crazy drafts cooked up. If they give us opportunities, if it goes how I think it's going to go, then I think you guys will see some creative drafts today.
I mean, I just want to put you guys in a best of 5 scenario now. If you've got some crazy drafts coming in,
we can't wait for that.
Mike. Yep. Oh, excellent. Well, Aiden, before I let you go, any last words to share on the broadcast?
Yeah, just thank you everyone for supporting NACL in Tier 2. Shout out to my wife, Kelly, beautiful wife. Shout out to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And let's go get this up today, boys.
Best of luck, Aiden, and good luck to you and the boys.
Thank you.
Dude, Niles is teasing us, like, live on interview. What's happening? Like, damn, we got spicy drafts ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think the benefits of being a pro player and having Tier 2 and Tier 1 experience as a pro player, now being a coach, he knows what the media wants. He knows what the broadcast wants, so he's selling to us. I appreciate you, Aiden. And now I'm looking forward to see if we get some just stock standard stuff. I'm coming after Aiden, being like, "You lied to me. Where's the spicy drafts?" But let's go ahead and start seeing the rosters for both of these teams. Starting on one side of the rift, Conviction with Sniper, Tomio, Insanity, and the new bot lane of Tactical and Bounty.
And you know what? Tactical and Bounty looked pretty damn good against Dorado last week. Tactical ended up winning MVP. And Mark, let's not forget, it is playoffs. Cody's son already talked about locking in for playoffs, and you can never count out playoffs insanity. And specifically for this player, he always looks like the best mid laner in the league whenever it gets to the clutch time. And against Spyrax, this is a player that I think Insanity's typically had his number over the years in the clutch matches. So I'm really going to have my eyes on mid lane to see if Insanity can maybe do more than he has throughout this season to create win conditions for Conviction.
Absolutely. And when you look at how Insanity has been able to always peak at the right time for NACL in the past few years, playoffs always comes around, and then suddenly, just like that, Insanity, like you said, finds himself to be the best mid laner. And it's a reminder of us what happened in spring finals last year when it was Energy versus or Luminosity versus Dark Zero in the grand finals, and Insanity found himself to be just a massive difference maker in that series. But we got to look over and see on the other side of Summoner's Rift to see who the Saints are sporting tonight. K is joining us from the top lane, UG in the jungle, Spyrax in the mid lane, and Scary Jerry and Obstinatus in the bot lane duo.
And as always for Maryville, the key is the lane phase. The early game, by far the most dominant early game team in the league. The 2 games that they lost against Supernova, it was partially because their bot lane that is on average up almost a BF sword now, thanks to some of the work that Levitate was able to do. On average, up almost a BF sword in the laning phase. They did not get ahead against Levitate and Zyko, but so typically this bottom lane able to create win conditions, and I think UG's still the best player in this league individually. Maybe could be contended with by Zamudo. And Maryville going to use that individual prowess to create advantages for themselves and convert as well as they can.
Yeah. Now, normally, anytime that we see a Maryville University face off against another team that is expected to be one of our powerhouses of the league, it's hard not to look at the jungle matchup and think, okay, this is going to be the matchup that we look at. But for us here on the broadcast desk, we actually are taking a zoom on into the bot lane at the AD carry role, because Tactical, one of the newest parts of this Conviction roster, like Aiden or Niles said, this is reuniting the 3 carry trio from Luminosity's perennial run on 2025 of the NACL year, which very, very close to being able to take down Disguised in that promotion tournament to LCS 2026, just falling just a little bit short of the mark there. But Tactical have a reason why Luminosity did so well in the first place, and trying to reunite some of that magic together here.
And we finally have enough stats for Tactical, too, to really start telling a story, as he has really come alive for this team. I think Tactical and Bounty, a massive part of the win last week, and particularly the laning phase was looking the best that it has for these two guys. But you're up against Scary Jerry and Obstinatus. You can see those laning stats absolutely out of control. Even after getting dunked by Levitate and Zyko in a couple of games last week, they're still far and away the leaders in every stat for the early game. Despite that, though, one thing I do want to mention, I think Jerry has had some problems keeping himself alive in the team fights. I know Niles joked about taking 5 Nexus tower shots, but in general, maybe sometimes stepping a little too far forward. I know that's something that's also haunted Tactical. Both these guys very aggressive, and they like to take things into their own hands.
Yep. I think there are definitely times at the peaks of their career, both Tactical and Scary Jerry will be on the front line putting out the damage, but when they are also able to maneuver around these team fights as best as they can get away with it because they have proven to be some of the best performers in their role here in the tier 2 scene. Tactical not having many games to flourish some of that champion ocean that we know Tactical can have, but Scary Jerry, not many necessarily unique picks outside of what Tactical has been able to play given his very, very small amount of time with the Conviction roster here in the back half of the split. I want to say, though, recalling what Niles said, big expectation for Maryville University is we know that these guys can stomp early game. We know that these guys can come away with massive gold advantages. Now the question comes down to, do you have the discipline to maintain that advantage and not give over anything away to someone like Conviction, who now has 3 parts of that Luminosity Gaming roster? And I think one of the things that we remarked so well on them from last year, Hawk, is that even when they don't have the early advantage, they have such good comms and they have such good coordination in the mid and late game that they're able to come back from goal deficits as well.
Well, and that's been such a big question for us about this Conviction squad throughout this year is I think a big part of leading those comms and leading that calm macro play has in the past been their support, Zazel, who is obviously no longer a part of the team in 2026. It is was originally Breezy, now it is Bounty, and those are some big shoes to fill when it comes to being a leader within the team. So Tomio, Insanity, Tactical, yes, it is the trio of carries, and they've had their moments. I think Tomio and Insanity largely been very consistent throughout the split. Tactical, he's been ramping up, but it is still the team coordination for me that has not been there for Conviction compared to what we did come to expect from them from Luminosity in the past. And it's looked better over the last 3 weeks as we've had Tactical and Bounty subbed in. Against Dorado, they were able to win 2 very, very clean games where they just kind of rolled over the competition. But can they keep it up against Maryville? Because this is a completely different beast.
And one other focus that I would highlight in this matchup is going to be top lane, because the last time that we saw these two teams play against each other, Sniper had the Aurelia game 1, completely destroyed K in the solo lane, but as the series played out, Sniper never found nearly the same amount of lane advantage that he did in that first game of the series. And K, in the past few weeks, has put out really, really standout carry performances of his own, Nefiri being one of the highlights for me of the regular season.
And honestly, I think a microcosm not just of that series in this matchup, but the season as a whole for Sniper, where, yeah, he was able to dunk K in the first game, but I think he's actually really struggled against a lot of the stronger top laners in this league. Denethor, Zamudo, even, people like K coming back later in that series. He got solo killed 3 times by Arbrio in Apex Mission Impossible. I think Sniper, he's bounced back well over the last couple weeks. He was able to beat up on Ariana and Decoy, some of the, more mid to lower tier top laners in this league, maybe to build back some confidence. But like I've been saying, Maryville, it's a whole different ball game. K, one of the best top laners in this league. Sniper, he's supposed to be one of the best. I really need to see this guy lock back in and show us a competitive series against K, because we know he can do it, but for Maryville, every lane that they get a lead in, that's just another wound that they will look to open up and bleed you from if they can.
the standard gameplay for Maryville University has been win lane, win game. Every laner either built up for success or UG can help pry that advantage further open. Maryville are going to go with a strong pushing lane in the Ezreal and the Karma. Not necessarily the strongest roaming support outside of just being able to provide a tether.
I'm expecting Bard Karma trade. That's been very common here in the NACL when both these champions do get through the bans. I generally favor the Varus Bard side of this matchup here for Conviction. So I think that's a really strong setup, especially getting Tomio onto the Pantheon. Really strong champion for him. But no, they actually go not. This is very interesting. Bounty immediately going tank support game 1.
I think we've been seeing a lot of not priority rise up in recent weeks here too, Hawk. Obviously, the Enchanter supports got nerfed a little bit originally at the beginning, but they were still a lot of heavy prioritization on those champions. But ever since I feel like Zyko stopped the priority on the Enchanter supports, everyone else in the league was like, you know what, maybe Nautilus is just good enough that we can just forget about laning phase to an extent and just look for these kill lane setups.
I am still just surprised, though, that they're picking it over Bard, considering how high prio Bard has been for all these teams, especially even for Bounty. It's been through his 7 games on the squad. He's played 2 games of it. But speaking of higher priority than expected, Cassiopeia, once again, getting locked in blind on the first day of playoffs here. This time it's going to be for Spyrax. I think the main theory behind it, again, is that it's strong into things like the Annie. It's strong into things like the Rise that a lot of these mid laners have liked to go to throughout the season.
Yeah, normally when the Azir is open, that is kind of just like the first pick that Spyrax will always go to, and understandably so. That is one of his most signature champions over the course of his career here in Tier 2, as well as just being his most played here in the spring split. Couple of jungle and top lane bans being taken away from Conviction. Scary Jerry looks like he is locking in Skarner for, I'm assuming, Yuji. I guess it could be Flex the top lane if K is taking a page out of Fiji's Skarner top lane book.
Skarner's an interesting denial. This has been played by Tomio a couple times, and it's going to put Yuji on a big frontliner. I really like the front line here for Maryville. They've just got themselves a really solid kite composition to fight into Conviction, and they're not showing us too much. Okay, who played the Kog'Maw Cassio matchup in scrims that everyone's playing in?
Yeah.
Like, surely this is just a scrim pick that we're now seeing somehow hit stage twice.
Yeah. It's... Yeah, I got nothing else to add, but it's starting to make sense now that if there is a scrim bubble and this matchup kind of arose as the perennial answer into Cassiopeia, I think we'll have a lot more faith in Insanity and showing us how the matchup might be played optimally rather than Zach in the previous matchup, since Insanity was the one that first brought back AP Kog'Maw in the first place in the last split of the NACL in 2025.
Ooh, and we get Sion and a Jace. I am going to be honest, I don't know if I believe in the draft that Maryville has gone for. It's Cassio Ezreal behind a monster frontline, but Conviction, so much playmaking for them. And I think if we're talking about the confidence of Sniper going into K in this first game, I am very happy to have the Jace into the Sion matchup. If I am the top laner of Conviction, they get the Varus Nautilus lane. That's going to bring a lot of aggression. Really, the only question mark for me is this Kog'Maw for Insanity. I think I'm on the same page as you. I generally trust that Insanity can pilot this one. I was not impressed with it in the game by Zach regardless, but it's going to have a lot of damage to shred through this front line should things go late.
Mm-hmm. This is probably the most opposite of what Maryville University would normally draft throughout the regular season. There's not many winning lane matchups or ones where you feel confident in their ability to kind of dominate lane by themselves. Obviously, Sion can try and absorb pressure and get tankier later on, but I don't know if necessarily he's going to win out on the push against Jace. Jace doesn't necessarily bully him right from the get-go, but can scale and get a lot of items for themselves. I will say, if Conviction do not just find a massive early game advantage, the frontline difference is going to be quite significant for Maryville University here.
And that leads me into my next point too, because one theory that we have seen so consistently proven to be true in the NACL this split is bigger frontline equals a win. And so Maryville, they most certainly have the bigger front line. Sion has looked incredibly OP so many times this split, not just in the NACL, but around the world. Conviction, it's them playing much more of the full court press. 4 carries for them. But for Maryville University, strong team fighting, strong front to back, and a lot of responsibility on Spyrax and Scary Jerry to carry the team.
That's right. Here we are, game 1 of our Conviction and Maryville University series. Level 1, bot lane already getting super aggressive. Summoner heals being blown by both supports just for the mobility and to maintain the health advantage, but Tactical taking a huge chunk in the health bar department, while Scary Jerry and Obstinatus maintain that push. I think, very notably for MU, is that normally you'll see the Pantheon try and invade the Skarner level 1 on those Raptors, but neither of the junglers went for the Raptor camp in the first place. UG just accepted that he might invade me, so I'm just going to try and look for my red and Krugs first, and Tomio not even bothering for the invade, so we're just going to get a standard full clear from top to bot.
Expectation is that Maryville should have the push in bottom with the double range bot lane. Also just how good Scary Jerry and Obstinatus have been at this phase of the game throughout the split. But of course for Conviction, with the Jason to the Scion, K likely going to get his head put in the toilet a little bit for the first few minutes of this game. I think, interestingly, we were already seeing Insanity play the matchup differently mid from just the level 1. He was really walking up into the Cassiopeia's face, trying to trade autos and get push on the wave, which is something I do like to see when you're playing the AD carry in the mid lane.
Also, fleet of footwork for the Keystone, as well as Adorn's bow for the starting item here, so significantly different than the PTA and the Dorn's ring start that Zach opted in for. Once again, we'll have to pay attention to this lane as it pans out, but Spyrax takes an early recall to get a tier for himself and just walks back, whereas Insanity has a decent freeze set up in the mid lane.
It's double early tier base for Maryville, as it was also Jerry going back, and Conviction just going to slowly bounce the wave back out. I'm not expecting too much explosiveness, at least until level 6 has come through. I think that's the moment where Bounty and Tomio really looking for them to link up, try to start making plays. Maryville, they want to do what they can to keep this game slow, which feels weird considering they are the single bloodiest team in the NACL, highest average kills per game.
Makes sense based on all the tape we've seen from the Saints this regular season and throughout the many collegiate tournaments that they have participated in over the course of the past few months. Nothing really traversing, though, from the junglers in terms of early game impact and action. Tomio, slightly slower on the full clear from Skarner, just goes for the top crab, where he does have advantage from Jace and Kog'Maw versus the bot lane push. And so far, neither of the junglers really hang on. Obstinatus catches Tactical on a ward, forcing him to flash. Nice trade here from the Maryville support.
Also interrupting the base is really annoying for Tactical, as his jungler forced to go up for the top crab due to the way the lane prio was set up. And Jerry, having that bounce back coming out of base means that Tactical will be forced to overextend for the wave. So he's going to have to TP back here. It's nice that he has a teleport to get back into the lane, but Jerry going to use the access to the wave to stack up a little bit of a CS lead, and a good flash burn from Obstinatus.
Might be hard for UG to punish that until he gets access to the Impale, but once UG's level 6, I'm expecting the attention to be on that bottom side of the map there, and Tactical will have to be very, very careful with his positioning and which wall he decides to hug in anticipation of the game. But a flash from Bounty tries to look for Scary Jerry, but immediately shifted out thanks to the power of that Ezreal, and Scary Jerry didn't even burn a thing there.
And that was a good sidestep from Jerry on the dredge line. I think that's a good look from Bounty if the Q does connect. That one does.
I mean, he lands a hook on the Obstinatus, but they have to worry about the Ezreal, but it's a lot of damage coming out, and Scary Jerry takes one step forward more to guarantee first blood before he goes down to Bounty's Nautilus.
That's a better death, though, for Maryville. It's Bounty that gets the kill, as opposed to Jerry. And the wave in a better spot should slowly push back out towards Maryville University. Nice 2v2, as Bounty understands that either we're going down 20 CS in this lane and we can just take it, or we can try to fight back. Unfortunately for him, he's against the best laning bot lane in the league. And Obstinatus and Scary Jerry were up to the test.
Scary Jerry didn't even burn flash in that trade either. It was just a barrier to maintain the health advantage while he was whittling down Tactical's own health bar. So now, oh, Sniper might be in trouble, knocked up by the unstoppable onslaught into the decimating smash. Sniper absorbs the trade, and K will guarantee the wave push here. Dredgeline, though, onto a flashless Obstinatus. Tomio's here for the play, and Yuji cannot scoop up anyone but the Astal's impact. Tomio's Pantheon has arrived to the party and makes his mark.
All right, well, that's a great answer back. Conviction immediately able to equalize in the bottom side of the map here, as it's Tomio that gets the kill. Yuji feels that his bot lane is strong, wants to try to influence, fight for the crab, but Conviction was just grouped up first, and the power of the Nautilus is really allowing them to single out a target and take him down.
And that guarantees level 6 advantage for Tomio. He's going to have a window where he can make a play with the Grand Starfall before Yuji can really answer back with an ultimate of his own.
Yuji's also redeploying bot side, so opting not to farm that last camp that would take him to 6, and instead walking into the river here. I wonder if Maryville is going to want to force for this Drake, but no, it feels like it could be a little dangerous with the skirmish power that Conviction's composition does have.
Saints bot lane at least get their wave pushed in, but Yuji opting out of the Dragon contest, and Tomio
Good hold
is just
here.
trying to maintain his tempo and continue to farm up his entire top side before even looking for an objective play. Can always use the power of that Grand Starfall to answer quickly. I think it's just good understanding from both junglers here on how to leverage the power of the champions.
Jerry and Obstinatus will ultimately be able to push in this wave, make sure that one crashes. Bounty, I don't think he's got the hold on this. Oh, he does. All right, well, they're being annoying. I don't think Maryville cares too much. Ultimately, Jerry is up 20 CS, regardless of how the 2v2 kills were going. I think Tactical falling behind, definitely going to feel really good for this MU composition with such a beefy front line. The fewer targets that you feel like you need to assassinate in these team fights, and the fewer that you feel like can do damage to you, definitely going to be better, as this is a lethality Varus for Tactical against Sion and a Skarner. And while I said that Varus can deal with health stackers, these guys are probably buying a lot of armor, Mark, as it's mostly physical damage here from Conviction. Not sure about this.
Now, Insanity, I think, is going an on-hit Kog'Maw build because he's got the slingshot and the pickaxe. Is that
I think he's
Blade first?
just rushing Ginsu's, yeah. But it's not slingshot though. It's recurve bow, right, for Ginsu's. So I'm not 100%. Unless did they change it? Is it slingshot?
I'm now feeling gaslit on what Rageblade builds out of. Because I definitely don't build it.
Here, talk to the people while I remember what build. I think
you go do the research. You do the research. It might be
okay.
both.
It's recurve bow into Rageblade, but pickaxe and amp tome go towards it. So why does this man have a slingshot?
Oh, Static Shiv? Is that what it is? But no, but Static Shiv is Aether Wisp, Slingshot. Is it also pickaxe? Look up Static Shiv.
I'm looking up Static Shiv right now.
Okay.
I haven't actually built it since they've. No, it's Rectrix. Because it doesn't have an AP. So yeah, the amp tome wouldn't build towards it.
Well, Static Shiv? I mean, Static Shiv has an Aether Wisp.
Unless this is outdated. I'm seeing Slingshot
gotta
Rectrix pickaxe.
Wait, that's outdated for sure.
Okay, then maybe that's outdated.
Anyway, during that time of us trying to figure out what Insanity's building first, my money's on Static Shiv at this point, but Maryville did pick up the first dragon with the priority on mid and bot. Tomio just goes for a Grubs trade. I do like the Grubs for Conviction's composition, since if Sniper is able to find time away from the Scion, he can't take down these turrets.
Okay, Mark, I found a better source. You are right. He's definitely building Shiv. It's Aether Wisp, pickaxe, slingshot. So, yes,
Okay.
it is probably Shiv here from the Kog'Maw. But, again, this is still, regardless of all the build conversation, is different than what we were expecting here out of Insanity. So, we'll have to see how this one converts. I do think later on into the game, Insanity is going to be the big carry for Conviction, unless Sniper really starts getting ahead in this lane, which currently only up about 10 CS is, I think, about par, or even a little bit below par, what I would expect, honestly, into the Scion.
Yeah. You know, Static Shiv on the proc applies on-hit effects.
It does,
and that
yes.
should also apply to his Living Artillery off of the W proc. So the extra on-hit max HP damage shred would apply even in an AoE fashion off of those static shift procs. So as long as, even though there's not a real frontline for Conviction outside of Bounty's Nautilus, if Sniper and Tomio can kind of brunt the engage of the Maryville's frontline here, they don't really have any divers, right? It's just 2 beefy tanks, but they don't have easy access into the backline if they cannot find flanks onto both Insanity and Tactical here.
Look, if I trust anyone to cook in this league, it really is Insanity. This is the man that has played Jhin mid, he's played Udyr mid, he's played
Graves mid,
Zac mid, Graves mid. He's done it all. So I am just going to sit back and enjoy the fireworks. I'm hoping they're fireworks at least. Hopefully it doesn't fall flat. That'd be a disappointment. But regardless of any of that, I do think, taking stock of the overall game state here, 11 minutes in, Maryville's in a very comfortable position. Sniper is not really winning by as much as I was hoping he would. You know, despite the kill, UG's doing just fine. Spyrax has a slight lead over Insanity, and then the main thing is that Jerry and Obstinatus are in a very comfortable position in bot lane, with the real main lead of the game on a composition that again, surprisingly, wants to actually play the game pretty slowly.
There's decent scaling compositions on, or components on both sides. Obviously, Maryville, massive front line that's going to get bigger and bigger. You have an Ezreal that does really nicely with some of the newer items on this season, with like the Endless Hunger and the Shojin, but also this Cassiopeia that's going to get more terrifying the later the game goes on. But I'm very curious about how this on-hit Kog'Maw fares in this landscape.
I'm also curious what he builds second. I guess Ginsu's maybe my expectation, but like, does he ever go Bork first and then Ginsu's third? I don't know. We'll have to see. But I agree. I think good scaling components. You can never discount late game carries like Jason Kog'Maw. I also do think Conviction, they don't necessarily have an advantage in CC, but it is more consistent CC between the Pantheon and the Nautilus. A lot of point-and-click lockdown to try to remove one of these two carries. Maryville, a very rare 2-threat composition for them. If you can take down Jerry or Spyrax early, fights can be very difficult to maneuver for MU from a damage perspective.
Oh, TP coming in from K, trying to cut off the retreat point from Tactical. He's flashing the wall, but right in the face of... Nice! Interrupt by Bounty to absorb the knockup with the unstoppable onslaught, but it's just unfortunately still not enough. Tactical was dead to rights in that angle, as Spyrax also was arriving to the play, and a ill-fated attempt to try and defend his AD carry from dying still goes Maryville's way.
Yeah, Bounty maybe showing Kim down a thing or two, but ultimately that one not mattering. Tactical, he'd already flashed. He was trapped as K now. He's going to be traded.
Yes, flash available, but I don't think he's getting out over the wall, so he's just going to try to absorb the minion wave. Tomio gets his second kill of the game on the Pantheon, and Conviction's composition is starting to slowly come online here.
Ultimately, it is still better for Maryville, though, as, you know, K, he's got the passive, can collect that entire wave, and Jerry spent his time during all of this pushing in mid. But Dragon's still on the map. K dead for 15 with no TP, no ulti should mean that Conviction secures this.
The dredge line onto UG. Impale only snags the Nautilus, and Tomio tries to follow after. Protoplasm kicks in. Bounty doesn't get out alive. The smite secures the kill. But Conviction can't even stick around for the Dragon because it's now a massive numbers advantage for the Saints. And the second Dragon of the game goes to them despite not having Smite up and available.
Yeah, I think Conviction not quite appreciating how tight the window they were on was. They wanted to use their numbers advantage to try to find a fight, but UG is too tanky with the Protoplasm, buying a lot of space, and a good kill on the Bounty right there. Not only that, they get the Dragon, so it is Maryville definitely coming out ahead on this play, although the gold does maintain a very even state here 15 minutes into the game.
Definitely not the Maryville massive gold advantage we normally see at this state in a majority of their regular season games, but playoffs brings a lot of new looks, and Niles, coach of Maryville, already teased us with some different expectations and priorities, and I can appreciate that in game one of an upper bracket match, this might be the time to try and test out on stage a slower composition from the Saints here.
I mean, he did say they were working on some late game stuff, right? So I definitely do agree. I think it is a good look for Maryville if they are able to execute on a composition of this style well, because we know that they can slam lanes. It really was just the later team fight stages where, you know, a team like Supernova, they outplayed them. If I know anything about these Maryville players, I've been covering them a long time, I've known Niles a long time, they don't like when people outplay them very much. So,
yep.
I definitely wanted to rectify that.
You might be able to slay the Saints, but then the Saints come back even stronger and angrier, I think is always a fun conversation to always see happen for these guys. Rift Herald being started up by UG. Grand Starfall looking for Scary Jerry. Death Charge flashed away, but Tomio will not commit on to the Ezreal despite burning that Summoner's spell. They just take and grace the fact that, hey, Ezreal now down a flash, might be an easier target to jump on in the next few minutes.
I really do respect the opportunism for Tomio this game. I think he's been playing very nicely reactively, even though that engage doesn't land. You know, Jerry able to shift out of vision pretty easily and not really feel threatened. It gets a flash, and it's just opening up the window for Maryville to make mistakes if they ever overstay on waves. We've seen him get a couple of kills that way already, and if he's able to continue doing so, could really start to open up advantages for CNV.
K's in trouble, tries the flash, but Tomio using the empowered A gets the soul for the movement speed, gets in range for the guaranteed stun, picks up his third kill. And I have to say, Tomio already in a very nice spot to snowball his lead on the Pantheon.
I mean, that's literally what I'm talking about. K just overextending a little bit on that bot wave, and Tomio saying, wait a minute, this guy can't do that. Everyone just hit him, kill him, and they do.
Tactical, does he burn from the starter passive? Oh, barely. Oh, this red buff.
Wow.
Or the red pet, I should say. Not enough to finish off Tactical. And you can see Scary Jerry a little frustrated that it didn't finish him off.
Yeah, Jerry misses Mystic Shot. I think he wants that one back. They don't even get the flash off of Tactical either, so it's ultimately nothing really lost for Conviction. Mid lane tower obviously was the real prize. Maryville always set to get that one. Would have liked to have had the kill as well.
Like this look from Bounty and Tomio trying to gang up on UG, but not able to bring him down just yet, and Tomio doesn't want to expend too much of his time trying to battle on the top side of the map. I really like this adaptation though from Tomio. First item Sundered Sky, very stock standard, but second item Serpent's Fang. He understands the assignment. You see a Karma, there's shields to dissipate, and the Serpent's Fang will allow you to do just that.
Especially with this full AD composition. I mean, anything you can do to try to punch through some of these extra health bars is really going to go a long way for Conviction. It's not just the Karma, too. You've got Skarner, you've got Scion, so I definitely do think a good item that is generally underbuilt, I think it's fair to say, in competitive League of Legends.
Yeah. I'm like the Serpent's Fang merchant, baby.
I'm well aware.
Especially with how many marksmen run barrier in this meta too, and
we play against
galore.
We play against one shield, and Mark will be like, "Guys, do I have to get serpents this game?"
Because no one else is gonna build it. Like,
well, you're damn right. It's a bad item, except for this game. It's good. This game is good, but it's generally a bad item.
I mean, there's nothing that tilts me more than when I see a carry blinking on HP and I go in for the kill, and then Karma Shield, barrier. And I'm just like, oh, if I only had Serpent's Fang. And I've just never looked back since. I'll always build that item if I have any reason to. As Conviction try to take out this top tier 1 turret, and enough of the minion waves are pushing against it so that Sniper can walk away and let it fall on its own. Conviction trying to posture for this dragon spawning in the next few seconds. It would be the third of the game for Maryville. TP coming in from Sniper so that he can join the fray. But K is a massive Scion, so he can just walk in and try and buy space here.
There's a lot of poke from Conviction between Varus, Jace, Kog'Maw. Everyone's getting low. Battle Herald here from Yuji.
Massive knockup from K, and he gets a 3-man knockup drive-by into the wall. The Impale will land onto one. Tactical forced to flash away from that. Yuji suffering a lot of damage on the back half. Forced to flash away, but doesn't fall just yet. Can try and regen health in the jungle quadrant, but Conviction have the health bar advantage for now. Scary Jerry and Obstinatus trying to maintain the front line. K has TP. He doesn't have TP available. He takes the base, and I think that's just the dragon for Conviction.
Mark, I gotta tell you, I'm smiling like an idiot watching how Conviction just executed their composition. Such a strong understanding of how they needed to play this one out. And you talked during the pregame about the coordination for, you know, the previous Luminosity roster and how that's been such a strength for them in the past. I am really seeing echoes of that in that fight, as the backline does such a good job of just firing in from range. And it was Tomio and Bounty not even really engaging the fight. They just stood and drew a line of scrimmage. And as soon as Maryville crossed it, they focused out individual members. Even though nobody dies, everyone on MU got too low. And we are seeing some of the concerns that I had for Maryville's composition. Not a lot of damage and not a lot of range from this Casio to really follow into the fights on this very long range Conviction composition.
I think that's the biggest sign for Maryville University. The fact that Yuji kind of cheats his way into the backline using the Rift Herald, since he can drive by even through the front line if they stand in front and absorb the engage. Casio can't reach. Jerry can't reach on the Ezreal either. So that engage, as good as it was from Yuji, it's only him hitting the backline, and he is immediately chunked out of the fight, forced to flash, since Tactical and Insanity are just wailing on him despite being clutched up by the Impale.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jerry on the Ezreal, especially now that he's 2 items, I'm not as worried about his ability to access in these fights, priority targets, but I really am not. I'm a little bit worried for this Casio. I think for Spyrax, to the point you're making, it's definitely gonna be tough. You can see the damage that Conviction's able to fire in onto Yuji as he just tries to steal away Wolf Camp.
Spyrax just needs to unlock his Inner Knight and maybe look for a Shirelia's, and then he'll get the movement speed available, and then he can just zoom on into the backline. But you know,
pretty crazy.
That was
Shirelia's
crazy.
Casio, that would be some new dark technology, let me tell you.
Well, Knight did it, but he is Knight, and so that's a whole different beast altogether. But if there's any inspiration to take from, then that could be it. This is a relatively faster Cassiopeia than we would have normally seen in past meta, since she now has access to boots, and she went for the tier 3 Swifties. Same thing for Insanity, so that he also has the movement speed alongside this Ghost to navigate in these tricky fights.
And that row about to pop. So Maryville, their composition really spiking now. I think at the previous fight they weren't quite there yet. And that's also why it's important that a lot of teams, I think they would have lost the game at that fight. They would have kept going and sending it on the Conviction backline and all died. But Maryville did not. They limped away, they lost the Dragon, but they didn't lose any members and much gold. So the game actually does have them still in the lead, despite losing that Drake, even if it's marginal. And now that their composition is starting to spike, they can try to take a better fight than the previous one. I'm expecting nothing really to happen until this Dragon in 1:45. And with 7 kills at 23.5 minutes, I mean, this is the slowest Maryville game I think I have seen all season.
I mean, this is reminding me a lot of Dark
Ooh,
Zero
Yuji got spotted
Luminosity
bottom
from last year. Yeah, this is a nice call. And Insanity with Dusk and Dawn and Static Shift has enough attack speed with the W to try and rip through it, but it has been spotted out. K was able to walk on over, and a good blue ward usage, I think, from Maryville University, able to identify that a Baron attempt was at least foiled for now.
And this was in reaction to Spyrax pushing up on bottom, covered by Yuji to secure that last outer turret, so full map control going the way of Maryville. I think it's a cheeky little attempt. Really good ward from Obstinatus. We saw it highlighted beautifully by our observers that had vision of the approach to the pit, showing Maryville that there were, in fact, shenanigans afoot. Sneaky dealings, if you will.
Absolutely. Insanity not going for the Rage Blade like we were predicting, but he could go for it on the 3rd item. But Dusk and Dawn Static Shiv has been a very powerful combo that has seen the light of day in many a solo queue game for many ranged champions. Looking at you, Teemo, you devil. As Insanity trying to make use of that improved CDR, as well as a little bit of an HP pool to make himself a little bit beefier if he ever does get jumped on by Maryville University. Oh, fresh line onto Scary Jerry. Good shift away. I think that was a chain of corruptions used by Tactical as well, trying to follow up on the play, but Scary Jerry able to get out of the CC chain before it happens. Yeah. That's one ultimate burned.
And Conviction losing their space in this river a lot quicker than they did last time. As Jerry All right, buddy. I like that shift forward. That was nice. Able to force Bounty out. And that's what Maryville needs to do in order to not get poked out. They just gotta walk into the space and not let Conviction stand. I think good on them to avoid the engage.
Ooh.
Speaking of,
Clutch.
that was close.
Yeah, Sniper barely makes it out with the TP before NACC came in to interrupt off of K's ultimate. But like you said, Hawk, I think it's so important for Scary Jerry to identify these windows where once ultimate abilities are burned or there's no CC lockdown, or especially if Bounty is isolated from the rest of the people, there's no fear needed. You just shift on in and just start wailing on this guy, especially since you are 5 levels ahead of the support.
And I think for better and for worse, Scary Jerry a very aggressive AD carry, but we can definitely see why this guy did get a look in the LTA, not just for his laning, but he does see angles, move forward in team fights. His tackle, he's so low. TP behind.
Okay, he's looking for it. No unstoppable onslaught since he used it to try and interrupt Sniper's TP, but Yuji could try and get in range. Flash and Impale available. Tactical just going to take the base right now to make sure that he is topped off in case Maryville tries to rip a Baron or look for further map control off the play.
It's a little too difficult to engage without that unstoppable onslaught. Good fall back from Conviction.
Ooh!
Oh, Obstinatus got caught. I don't think it's a Baron. I think it's just a support pick, and we're all going to hold hands and go back to clearing waves. I think.
Looking for the collapse on the Scary Jerry. They turn on to Yuji instead, and that Skarner could just be dead meat. Gets blown up by Tactical and Insanity, just ripping apart the tank off of the max HP shred. Insanity definitely making it work on the Kog'Maw mid this time around, and there's no smite available for Maryville. This should be a Baron.
All right, yeah, it's definitely a Baron. Jerry Zoom. Okay, he got a little bit of mana, maybe from a jungle plant, but... Oh, they caught Tactical?
He flashes way back to safety. The rest of Conviction peel off the Baron. K now caught, though, by the Chain of Corruptions. Locked in place. Sniper goes in with the skies and sends down the hammer. Top laner of Maryville goes down here, but it might be enough for Conviction to be forced off the Baron.
Obstinatus is back. Eugene 5. Health bar's too low. So I think good death from K does prevent the Baron. But with 3 kills unanswered, that is gold back into Conviction's pockets. The lead now in their hands, only 500. Basically irrelevant as we get another replay. It's just Obstinatus straight up getting caught. Feels safe with Yuji and Spyrax nearby, but he is not. And continued opportunism here from Tomio. Great find onto Yuji, who was backing up his AD carry on the wave. Maryville getting caught a little bit split. As in this extension, that is a good death for K.
Yeah. Might not look like it, but it just prevents Conviction from securing what could have been an objective guaranteed after Yuji falls there. Oh my goodness, it's not even Rage Blade. It's Nashor's Tooth through Insanity. Oh, Chef Chalet is back
cooking,
in the kitchen.
Bro.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
like, we literally talked about playoff Insanity. Like, game 1, it didn't even take 30 minutes. He's here. He's arrived.
Dude,
he actually just locks it. Like, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. I mean, David knows when to peak in these splits for NACL, and playoff Insanity, a completely different beast altogether. I want to see how fast he can delete a tank with this build.
Definitely a different beast. He has said mercy is ruthlessness upon himself, and it will be no mercy for Maryville.
Real.
I knew you would appreciate that reference, Mark.
Oh, absolutely. And I know Beatdown is pumping his fist somewhere in Toronto right now. So it's just like, yes, more epic propaganda. 50 seconds away from an Ocean Dragon. It would be an Ocean Soul if secured by the Maryville Saints. Rest of Conviction are postured around the Baron, though, so they do not have control when it comes to the bottom side river. And you look at Maryville's ward coverage, it is pretty much everywhere in those waters.
Maryville, though, really respecting the Baron threat. I mean, with the Kog'Maw, this one could get shredded down very fast. Need to make sure that they're not giving over any freebies to Conviction. I think always the theory is that they can take the space back if Conviction hovers to one side of the river or the other, as long as they have information. UG caught.
UG gets snagged by the dredge line, but Tomio can't necessarily follow up. Bounty, a little bit of damage on the health bar there. Solid poke from both teams, trading back and forth. Dredgeline again on to K this time around. Death charge on to Spyrax. K caught in the middle, and that tank just got shredded. Maryville University look for the counter engage on Tomio. Petrifying Gate stuns up for the follow-up, but Spyrax is deleted once again. And just look at Insanity and Tactical deleting targets one after another. This dog has been unleashed, and Insanity showing the power of the AP Kog'Maw mid.
Oh my goodness, Conviction! Are we back, Mark? Are we back here in 2026? They're actually taking down Maryville, as this is going to be second Dragon going their way. Soul yet again denied, and a 2,500 gold lead to boot.
I mean, my goodness, anytime that Insanity pops his W, these high health targets are just deleted.
I mean, K died so fast. And a great depth charge to also catch Spyrax. It's going to give Tomio the angle on this flank to get in. He's just going to buy time. Great Aegis buffer. Even though he dies, the damage is easily already done. Spyrax was too far forward. UG doesn't have enough CC to peel. And we talked about this a while ago. If one of the carries dies, Maryville does not have the damage to win the fight.
Yep. A stark contrast from what the regular season Maryville Saints looked like, with multiple carries and multiple roles, but they had the pushing power, they have the early game stomps under their belt to be able to boast those kind of comps in the first place. But a traditional 2-carry comp setup with a 2 front line is something that most other teams are familiar with, but not necessarily Maryville, and trying to test themselves in this game one, and right now it's Conviction coming away with the momentum.
I mean, this is what Kog'Maw is supposed to look like. 207, yet to die. Shredding down this Baron. Okay, he's in
coming
there.
in with the unstoppable onslaught. Okay, well, Baron is pulled off for now.
Be careful, buddy. You're going to die very fast.
Holy! Death charge connects onto a K who tried to flash away and almost got Obstinatus caught up in the shuffle. Conviction burning multiple spells off of Maryville Saints.
It's flash off of K, but they do get some key ultimates. No Chains of Corruption, no Depth Charge. I wonder if Maryville tries to rip this Baron with the engaged tools of Conviction down. It would be a very aggressive call, but with how these team fights are going, with how squishy K is to this Kog'Maw, no, okay, they're not going to deem that necessary.
I mean, you can see K is now trying to itemize for more magic resist, but he also has to make sure that his health bar isn't too low either, so it looks like Jack Show is going to be his item of choice going into his third completed item.
Yeah,
but it's so hard. You
can't go too far. Oh, this is cheeky.
He pulled Tomio over the wall. And he has
Team's
no
here,
flash.
team's here,
Tomio's
team's
gone.
here.
Can he back him up? Tomio, one more auto attack, he's gone!
TP
Big
behind.
shutdown goes over to Spyrax, and now a TP from K. Tries to find the flank onto Insanity, but he's isolated. Scary Jerry has to step on up. Tactical flashes over the wall. Backline now standing together, but K is looking for the lockdown. Insanity sidestepping the decimating smash and pumping out the damage with the auto attacks. There's just crazy. Insanity leads the front line once again. Yuji cannot get access into it, and now Insanity and Tactical are maintaining rage advantage while Sniper steps up as the pseudo front line, trying to look for a re-engage, down numbers, but they don't care. 3v4. Scary Jerry, can he pop off here? He gets jumped on by the hammer of Sniper. Insanity deletes him once again. Yuji and Spyrax find a shutdown return kill, but he's snagged up by the Chains of Corruptions. This game one is a freaking banger.
It is a bloodbath. 3 for 3. It's the carries for Conviction alive. Spyrax and Obstinatus that survive on the other side. 2,000 gold is the lead as the tower gets taken. Everything's still in the balance. Another dragon in a minute 40. Critically, Insanity and Spyrax both preserving their flashes throughout that. As Mark, I think MU blew their window. They got the pick on the Tomio, but they threw themselves into the grinder that is this Kog'Maw, trying to chase for more, only to get cut down and end up trading even.
And crucially, Hawk, Insanity didn't burn flash that entire fight.
Wow.
It was just the movement speed from the Swifty boots and the freaking ghost spell.
This was a huge pick. A very nice play from Eugene with the TP behind. I totally see the vision, but okay, we don't really see the chase. Maryville just chased, I think, too far wanting to find the back-breaking ace or at least more kills to make the Baron safer, which I understand, not wanting to do the Baron against all this damage that Conviction has, but instead they just end up getting cut down. For Jerry, I saw the angle he saw, unfortunately just not quite having the damage and not quite hitting the skill shots to convert. And now, it's just this Dragon in 30 seconds. Jerry's flash just came back up right now. So both Maryville carries having that summoner, Tactical and Sniper, both lacking. Oh, not a pause!
No, not like this. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat here, Hawk.
I mean, we have seen, this is the 4th straight highly competitive game that we are seeing today. This has been haymakers back and forth, regardless of who's playing on Summoner's Rift. Conviction, we were saying at the start of the day, if they look even competitive against Maryville today, if they take a game, it's a huge sign for their prospects moving forward in this season for a team that has struggled a lot more than we would have expected. And they're really showing it here in game 1. Playoff Insanity awoken on this Kog'Maw. 4-0 and 8. Shock Blast, Living Artillery, everything weaving in. Static Shift procs to try and keep Maryville a full screen's length away. Think this Dragon to go over uncontested. We are going to see 7 Drakes on Summoner's Rift.
Oh, baby. Tomio still angling for a follow-up with the Grand Starfall. Does not commit to the Dragon just yet, but he is whittling down the
I mean, Spyrax is
objective
top
as
lane.
fast as possible.
This is Maryville giving.
Can Maryville find something here? Looks for the Impale, flash out of Bounty. Big ultimate used by the Skarner here, but the Dragon is secured for Conviction. Like you said, Hawk, it's a 7-Dragon game.
Insanity is so Conviction does need to buy themselves a reset. Maryville with Spyrax pushing out top wave, maybe setting up for a Baron start, but the poke is still immense.
That's the only thing that Maryville can ever find Grayson. Oh, big dredge line onto Yuji. Remember, no Impale on the Skarner. Massive heal coming off of the Redemption. Bounty's the first one to fall. Insanity's under fire. Flashes away from the unstoppable onslaught, but no ghost available just yet. Tomio tries to step up and absorb the engage from Maryville University. Can they be disciplined? Can they be patient? They turn to the Baron instead and will challenge Conviction to a smite off.
I mean, there's no front line for Conviction. Surely they can't walk in. I think they're just going to give Barons... I mean, it's worth so little gold at this point, and the Baron buff will be gone by the time 7th Dragon spawns. I think this is fine to give as Conviction, but you can see Bounty is so squishy on that front line. He got deleted, and Insanity lost Flash. It will not be up for that potentially game-deciding fight around the Ocean Soul Dragon.
I think one thing that Maryville is starting to recognize is that if Insanity does not have blue buff, if they can somehow get him to spend all of his mana, he doesn't have a way to restore the mana as fast as he needs to. So somehow you got to play a patient game against the team that puts out so much poke and so much damage the longer your front line just absorbs the on-hit from this Kog'Maw.
Does have a blue pot in inventory, which I find interesting. I do think blue pot does give resource regeneration, if I'm not mistaken, so it might actually help out a little bit for Insanity. I assume he'll pop that probably in about a minute. That way it'll last into the Dragon fight. Oh, he popped it now. It's gonna fall off by the Dragon, sir. Only lasts 3 minutes.
Maybe he'll buy another one. I did like the look, though, for Maryville. True Shot Barrage almost clipping Tactical Spell Shield, and Yuji was right in range for a Flash Impale, potentially. You trade Flash for Flash or get a kill there. Doesn't find it. Maryville takes out the Tier 2 turret with their Baron buff, looking for mid-Tier 2, but Conviction able to defend it well. But this is the vision coverage that will be necessary for Maryville to try and force Conviction to take a more obscure path back to the Dragon for Dragon Soul.
I think the most important thing here for Maryville is not equalizing the gold, which they have done with this Baron, but it's the extra map control on this bottom side that they're going to be able to get. Again, I think if Conviction is pushed out of space, their composition does get a lot weaker.
Wow. A lot of damage.
This game's on a knife's edge. I just like gasped as UG flashed away, and Jerry took away half of Tactical's HP with one True Shot Barrage. But one thing I did want to say is I think Maryville, after picking Bounty there, they wisely did not over-chase onto Insanity and the rest of Conviction to get shredded like they did previous. They just got the flash, they just got the kill, and they went back to the objective. That's what I want to continue seeing out of them if they are going to win this game.
Yeah. Maryville take their base after eliminating another tier 2 structure off the rift. Will spend their gold and try to be as big as possible before this Ocean Soul fight. It's so awesome to see Conviction show us probably their most clean performance so far, and it's not even a guaranteed win yet, since Maryville University are fighting them on tooth and nail at every single step, and I'm just so glad that it's not this level up from Conviction isn't happening until, or wasn't waiting until like lower bracket, which is where I kind of expected things to fall in terms of their outlook.
I mean, they had not taken a game off of a playoff team since week 3 when they 2-0'd CCG. They got 2-0 destroyed by Winthrop, by Supernova, by NRG. This is really a great look as K, he gets knocked out of the chain.
Oh, anti-synergy there from Tactical and Sniper. The Chain of Corruptions was trying to look for the further lockdown, but punt away of the Jace E in hammer form allows K to escape. Maryville University up on ult economy.
Sanity's still no flash. He's still the target. Down for maybe like 30 seconds. If they can delay, Yuji's getting shredded.
Holy. Dude, what is that Kog'Maw damage? The Void Staff also in inventory allows Insanity to cut through the magic resist that Yuji had in his build. But he has to stay on the Rift. He needs to be there for the smite. You're exactly right. Yuji trying to angle for a flank here.
Oh, he got him!
Needs a 2-man knockup with the ultimate there, but Insanity walks out of range from the Impale. Not able to find this chain lockdown there, but Scary Jerry on the front line looking for Tactical, completely isolated. Still a flash available on this Ferris. Sidesteps the last Mixix shot. Health bars in advantage for Maryville University, but Conviction are willing to fight them still for the Ocean Soul.
They missed the shot. I mean, that was it. Insanity flashless. K found it, but I think the Dragon's gone. Living Artillery, maybe? No.
Ooh. Doesn't find the execute there. Tomio on the wrong side of the tracks. Grand Star fall at the ready. He's going to try to get out, but the Ishtal Impact will clip him before he takes to the skies. And this Pantheon is going 6 feet under.
And with how poke-oriented Conviction's composition is, this Ocean Soul is going to be a massive win condition for Maryville. As even though they don't get the kills initially, they get the space, and Conviction with no frontline cannot retake. Do I need to say it again, Mark? The bigger frontline theorem always seems to be true.
Fiji just looking for an unstoppable onslaught down the mid lane. The Tactical absorbs it. Oh, what the
God. Have you ever seen a Scion die that fast?
Holy moly. No! And that's with Ocean Soul on top of it, but the Void Staff and the Armor Pen from Tactical.
Maryville's got to be careful here. Tomio's going to respawn with Grand Starfall if Conviction's feeling frisky. I also really appreciate how you called K Fiji right there as Fiji becoming synonymous with the front line in our league. That's a reasonable thing.
You know, we just casted Fiji. I see him so many times on the Scion.
I mean,
I feel
don't get me wrong. No flame. I'm praising because Fiji, he's just that guy on the tanks, Mark. I'm with you here.
For sure. Conviction do have a numbers advantage, and props to Insanity and Tactical for being able to hold their ground and
Jerry?
not burn flashes off of the play. Scary Jerry getting chunked here, has to be careful, pops the barrier and the Karma Shield as well, just to make sure he stays alive. Good chunk with the True Shot Barrage, and Insanity is low on mana. There's no blue buff to pick up either, so Conviction are going to lose space here on the topside river.
This game is absurd. 44 minutes in. Gold is dead even! I mean, not that it even matters. It's 80,000 apiece nearly. Are we just gonna rip a Baron? Is that the call? Insanity based.
Insanity, no go, so he cannot get there as fast as he would like to. Scary Jerry and Spyrax do melt this Baron insanely fast. K tries to absorb the attention of Conviction. Numbers advantage, though, for Conviction. Yuji secures the Baron. Tomio trying to look for a flank, but he is zoned off by K in his undead passive. Insanity and Tactical trying to do work with the poke from long range, but they cannot close the distance against them. The Saints make it out alive, only losing their tank top laner.
There's been some good moments and some bad moments for K, but his play around the Baron has been exquisite, Mark, as this time giving his life to make sure his team secures the objective and is able to get out as Tomio holds the Grand Starfall, does not opt to send it into Maryville's back line. Sniper, he just acquired his 6th item. Full build on this Jace, the largest individual gold lead in the game. 80 carries are full build. Spyrax is full build. Insanity getting close. Mark, are we going to have an Elder Dragon after 7 Drake fights?
Oh, absolutely.
We can get another look. Precision play. Presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. It's the catch on Atomio after Maryville did manage to secure the soul.
It wasn't the death that allowed Maryville to get the Baron necessarily, but it did lead into the sequence that gave them the map control to set it up beforehand. And with the Baron buff on their side, all 5 of the Saints marching through the mid lane to get as much pressure onto the turrets and onto the base of Conviction as fast as possible ahead of the Elder Dragon spawning in 2 minutes.
Okay. Just wants to secure the tower. Good space creation. Needs to not die for it.
Chain of Corruptions tags him despite the flash, but Unstoppable Onslaught alongside the rest of Maryville do enough damage to fell the turret in the mid lane. Inhibitor exposed. Tomio looking on the right for a flank with the Grand Starfall.
I mean, Insanity in a siege situation is really a threat. Maryville respecting that significantly. K, ult flash burn to get the tower. It does break the base.
Okay, Scary Jerry. Good buffer on the shift. I thought that was going to be a play.
Mark, we saw the gold graph a couple minutes ago. Last week, Slayer did some educating me on LPO gold graphs.
Yes. We are in that.
I think this
phase
is one
for sure. Yep. It has been back and forth. You called the CCG Winthrop series earlier, tennis match. This definitely is feeling like one as well. Both Conviction and Maryville inches within each other's grasp of trying to take over the game and close out here in game 1. Observers showing that the wave unanswered on the top side of the map in favor of Conviction. Spyrax had to base to take care of the one pushing on bot side. The fact that they have the Baron buff and they're losing out on the side lane push just goes to show how dire of straits Maryville are in, despite how close the gold advantage has been for the past few minutes.
I mean, Minions just took the tower top, but I don't think it matters. Like, the gold doesn't matter. And at this point, we're so deep into the game, both squads are looking for one team fight win into an Elder. But Maryville wants to at least fix their sides before this Dragon to give them better setup and control over the map. As good poke landing from Jerry and a Tactical.
Gets a chance to heal up here a little bit. True Shot Barrage only tags Bounty. Slow by Yuji with the boulder. Scary Jerry taking a very aggressive position. Baits out the dredge line. More poke landing onto Tactical. Yuji lands another boulder for the slow. Jerry has to be fearless. He has to be ruthless with this Ezreal. He's the only person that can aggressively get damage chipped in onto Conviction's health bars before a fight ultimately breaks out. The Elder has spawned, and this will be the game deciding fight.
Conviction able to get some health back.
Connects onto Yuji, Protoplasm.
Oh, he died!
He's blown up! Insanity destroys him! There's no smite available for Maryville. They're trying to peel off the Elder and break the leash. True Shot Barrage only tags a couple, but breaks only the Edge of Night spell shields on both Sniper and Tactical. Scary Jerry completely topped off with the shields. Looks for Insanity on the right. Bounty,
Jerry's going for game!
Slash over the wall! Scary Jerry! The G is popped, and he's completely surrounded. There's no way he gets bailed out, but he flashes and he shifts back. He's somehow alive! K absorbs the attention, and he still has another decimating smash to buy the time at the back line. Obstinat's doing whatever he can to keep his AD carry alive. Scary Jerry's still full HP. Insanity can't do anymore. He's out of mana. Sniper Inhibitor's almost low on mana as well. K surviving and dodges a chain of corruptions.
Oh,
Maryville
my
University, even
goodness.
without their jungler, still keeping this one close. Tactical dodges out on the True Shot Barrage, but they look for Dobio. There's not gonna be a jungler unless he survives. The Comet Spear executes Scary Jerry, doesn't even pop the GA. Conviction living until the very bitter end, and Sniper teleports in. Tomio will cut off the retreat path and make sure that Maryville cannot run to the left, but this Elder should belong to Conviction.
I mean, Yuji's alive. Obstinatus is here. K is here. Are they going to let this one go? I think it's going to die too fast. I don't think Yuji can get here.
6,000 HP.
It's gone. It's done. But the game continues. It's Baron in 35 seconds. Maryville did not get aced. It was an Elder Dragon fight where Supernova took them down to secure their bye in the upper bracket. And it's an Elder Dragon fight now where Conviction may have found the back-breaking advantage, but they're still going to need one more fight, Mark.
This game is delivering on the promise of what this series should have been back in week 1. But Conviction in playoff swarm already in our first upper round.
So, Maryville obviously doesn't want to fight in the Elder. What they're going to try to do is they're going to try to pre-push every single wave that they can to slow down the time that Conviction has to siege their base with the double super buffs. Elder already gone in 90 seconds. If they can get someone to touch this top wave and pre-push it, Conviction will really only have 1 or 2 waves to play with this Elder. But Tactical wisely already on this one, so it's going to be 5-stack in top likely for Conviction. Maryville, they have to hold for a couple of waves.
Scary Jerry had to sell the GA since it was already expended. Goes for a Bloodthirster to just get more Omnivamp and Lifesteal for himself to sustain through. The Ocean Soul has to work overtime if Maryville want a chance to survive
They can give this
and prevail in this game 1. As you call out Conviction, just going to siege away into this inhibitor tower. Maryville can concede this as an unnecessary structure to stay alive. Conviction running out of time for the Elder buff in the next minute, but they are pushing fast.
So either Conviction ends right here at the Nexus Towers, or they have to go and reset with no Elder.
Whoa, engage. Oh, they just got a freebie on the Tactical. They had no flash, and they just clip him with the K Unstoppable Onslaught. Elder Dragon doesn't pop onto Sign's health bar since Insanity was not alive when Elder Dragon was secured. He cannot apply the proc, and Conviction are forced away from the base.
It is Flash off of the Scion, so it is a resource burned. Bot lane tier 3 getting worked down by the minions. I think it will survive. That's the risk that Conviction runs, right? They either try to end with the Elder or they have to reset. And Maryville so wisely pre-pushed the other 2 waves. They try to stay for the end. Tactical gets caught, and that's basically going to be the Baron gone too. By the time he respawns in 40 seconds, I don't think Conviction is really going to be able to push. So we might be going to second Elder here in Summoner's Rift. Game 1 between Conviction and Maryville, but Maryville is pushing. I mean, there's still 30 seconds with the enemy ADC down, and an inhibitor is exposed in mid. K escorting up that wave, but you cannot disrespect the damage.
Unstoppable Onslaught from K. He is able to land the ultimate onto the tower, helping finish it off just much faster. Maryville still waiting 5 seconds before Tactical spawns on the map. Tomio angling for a flank on the right. Rest of Maryville need to group up and make sure that Tomio does not get access into Scary Jerry. Still down a flash on this Ezreal. Decent looks from Conviction trying to push on forward. Scary Jerry hugging the wall, eventually shifts over, and the push is done.
Conviction losing all of their tier 3 towers, but all of the inhibitors stand. So there's no super minions threatening the base here for Conviction. Maryville, I think they're going to spend the next 2.5 minutes trying to find one of those inhibs, but you can see that they cannot siege against this Kog'Maw Jace, even with Tactical dead. The damage is too immense. K, the only way that Maryville can get these towers is if their tank ults in, but you only get to do that once. So Maryville takes their reset. We're going to second Elder. This is unbelievable.
9 Dragon game here in game 1. Past the 50-minute mark.
This is
Playoffs already delivering on the first day.
This is the longest game of the spring split of 2026 NACL. The previous longest was Citadel against Blue Otter. 50 minutes and 11 seconds. So we have well surpassed that mark. And hell, things might even continue, as I'm not expecting another fight for 90 seconds at least.
Niles teased us with Maryville University having to play with more patience and more discipline in these late game scenarios. Well, this is as late of a late game scenario you are going to get here in the spring split, with a second Elder about to spawn in a minute's time.
And Conviction knows that the only thing that matters is their control over the area. Big chunk on Obstinate as Maryville is sending Spyrax to try and pre-push these waves, but it does mean that control is likely to be the way of Conviction when this Elder spawns. We already saw how quickly they can burn down this objective. Maryville needs to respect that threat. I'm expecting after this top wave, they're gonna call Spyrax to mid with the teleport and try to group up as 5 and take the space. But Conviction's pushing up really far. That's a big cooldown.
Ooh. Okay, forced to use the ultimate just to disengage from Conviction's squad. Spyrax continuing to push on the left side. A lot of patience being exhibited by the Saints, and trust that Spyrax does not need to be there for the fight.
He's not going for the inhib. Here's the teleport, so it comes a wave later than expected, but does come all the same. K's ultimate halfway off cooldown, but not here yet. That's a really big one that Maryville needs to be able to create space.
10 seconds away from the Elder spawning. K chunked to 50% HP, has the teleport, but he's deleted by Insanity before he gets a chance to respawn. Bounty might be traded, but flashes in the nick of time and gets out of Maryville's clutches. Insanity keeping a distance over the left side wall. Conviction chunked out on a couple health bars here, but Tomio is healthy enough to try and aggro the dragon. Maryville has to do the impossible in a 4v5.
He wants us, Spyrax!
He blows up Spyrax over the wall with a limited amount of mana, and Jerry cannot find him. He burned flash just to look for Insanity's Kog'Maw, but he gets out alive, and now Scary Jerry has to do the impossible.
He's still
Insanity's
lurking!
still lurking on the left side. Can he find some auto attacks? He pops off Sonata. Scary Jerry in a 1v3, tagged by the dredge line of the GA. Won't do anything at all. The Saints march will be stopped, and it's Conviction that rise to the occasion here in playoffs, and game 1 belongs to them.
It took 57 minutes, a second Elder Dragon on Summoner's Rift after a 7 Drake game, but it will be Conviction going up 1-0. It will be Conviction showing us that they are a force to be reckoned with in these playoffs, as Maryville is now back against the wall, match point.
Conviction playoffs form has arrived earlier than expected, Hawk. And these guys look like an all-new beast that we have not seen for the entire regular season here in the spring split, which makes us just completely waiting with anticipation on how far these guys can go.
I mean,
I don't know what else to say.
That was only the opening act. Just an unbelievable game that we just witnessed. They're a different beast now. They are the ones that feast now. But Maryville, oh, Maryville, they're going to come back, hopefully with a vengeance. We'll have to see in game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all, to the NACL Spring Playoffs. Game 1 between Maryville University and Conviction just wrapped up after 55 minutes of back and forth punches and haymakers. And in the end, it's Conviction that leads the series 1-0.
Just an unbelievable first act to this series. It concludes to thunderous applause and a standing ovation for 113,000 damage from Kog'Maw mid from Insanity.
Holy
My
moly.
word! That is, that's just crazy. And we said, like an hour ago now when the game started, that if we trusted anyone in this league to cook, it's Insanity. Most specifically, playoffs, Insanity.
Yeah.
Boy, did he cook.
And Hawk, let me tell you, I was crunching some numbers on the side because I wanted to see what the AP scaling was for Kog'Maw and how much damage he was putting out on the Bio Arcane Barrage, which is his W. So, for context, whenever he casts it, he gains 210 attack range at max rank and 6% base max health magic damage on hit for 8 seconds. And it has a 0.015% AP scaling on top of it. So, if I do some math here, he had about 540 AP from his items, not counting the Elixir of Sorcery, just kind of raw AP, and then timesing that by, what is it?
Dude, we're getting live calculations from
this is
Mark
a dangerous thing to do from a play-by-play, let me tell you.
Caster math always can be sketchy,
He's doing 8.1 additional max percentage HP damage on hit, plus the 6% base. So he's doing 14% max HP damage on hit. And he had a lot of attack speed between the Nashers and the Dusk and Dawn and the Static Shiv. So this guy was pumping.
That's just from one character. Before we talk too much about this draft, a quick stat for you as well. Shout out to Leo the Stats Guy and Shonatonin for also forwarding this to us. But we got a list of the highest damage in a single game in NACL history. Yeah, Insanity just broke his own record. He just did 113,000. The previous most was 84,000. He just broke his record by 30,000 damage.
Holy moly.
That's
from 2023 spring playoffs. I would have to look to see what champion he did it with because I remember that playoffs and I don't remember any AP Kog'Maw mid. It might have been a Talia game. But we're already underway in our second draft of the series here. Oriana was first picked by Maryville. Nocturne, however, banned by Conviction as well as the Jarvan. So already 2 of the prime ball deliverers gone from the table. Wukong and Vi kind of strike me as the next best ball deliverers here.
And I am really looking at Maryville. This is the 3rd consecutive game in which they have been out team fought. I wonder if they're going to try to return perhaps to a bit more lane dominance, but Conviction is going to be more than happy to fight fire with fire. This is the second game in a row that we've seen them just kind of, I think actually similar to what CCG was doing, just pick the 80 carry that they want. They wanted Varus, they got a strong matchup for it, Tactical and Bounty played pretty well. Now we got them on Lucian Nami, the old school combo, but it's answered immediately by Nico Caitlyn. Maryville perhaps going back to a bit more of the full court press after Supernova and Conviction proving that they are most certainly mortal in the team fights.
Yep. Maryville University not expecting to be in this scenario, at least in game 1, trying to return to some comfort and understandably probably not some spicy drafts as Niles promised at the beginning of the series. Conviction going with Lucian Nami, a pretty powerful bot lane in its own right, but not Lucian Melio, which means that you're going to lose out on the potential cleansing from the Breath of Life. So McHale's will be very important anytime that you are clipped by a trap or a Tangled Barbs from Nico. Curious what Maryville want to round out this composition with.
I am looking at Wukong to be a high priority pick, honestly, on both sides. So I do wonder if Maryville opts to ban it, because also if Wukong does get taken out, that removes all of the popular skirmish junglers, with Xin Zhao really only being the other one. But Xin, at least in Maryville's comp, I mean, it's generally a strong champion, but I don't know if that's exactly the direction that I would want to go as Yuji. I wonder if something like Nefiri is in the cards here this game for one of these two junglers. We've also seen Shen out of Tomio. Maybe something that could synergize with a bit of a dive comp that they have.
Conviction at least respecting the Embessiflex from both Yuji and K, after seeing Dardoch be able to pull it out to some success in the previous series of the day. Gnar and K'Sante banned away from Sniper. Wukong is open alongside the Xin Zhao, as you both pointed out.
I'd be very surprised to see Tomio pick anything other than Wukong here. He's actually not played it the entire split. So he's going to favor the Xin, but I think this just makes Wukong better, because I generally like Wukong into Xin Zhao. I think with the Orianna, it's a very strong mid-jungle 2v2. We'll see if Yuji goes for it, though. Again, I don't know why Nefiri is, like, echoing in the back of my brain. It's, like, scratching an itch right now. I could see it being a pick. Okay, they go Wukong.
There's the Wukong. So, Jax as a blind into what Sniper might have left in store. Next most played outside of the Scion and the Gnar is Aatrox. Oh, and a Kali from Sniper? Okay.
You know,
okay.
We didn't really talk too much about Sniper in game one because Insanity was a hydrogen bomb last game. But I think Sniper really had a nice game, which was a question we had coming into this series. And building confidence, that's what we've been talking about. Now he's going to Kali into Jax. It's not Cozy Shroud, it's General Sniper up against K. Gonna try to be a carry on the top side.
We've had some quite stellar Akali performances in the top lane over the years here in NACL and Academy. You bring up Cozy Shroud. I think of also Dokla in his time with Team Liquid Academy and even a little bit of CLG Academy before he won our first Most Valuable Prospect Award. We're going to see how well K can manage his time into the Akali, since that Counter-Strike has a lot of value into auto attackers like the Xin Zhao and the Lucian, but into spellcasting assassins like the Akali, not going to get the same utility there.
No, it's definitely not. And I'm going to be honest, this is much more of a Maryville composition to me. It's got the full court press, it's got the Caitlyn lane, it's got Yuji on a skirmisher, it's everything that they could want. But I think Conviction's composition is just better as long as their bot lane doesn't get destroyed. If their bot lane gets destroyed, this game is very hard because Lucian Nami will just not have the advantage on mid waves like they need to. But if they can stay competitive, if they can have that advantage on mid waves, I think the side lanes and the playmaking and the skirmishing from Conviction are out of control. And like the mid game one item spike is so explosive. Akali, Xin Zhao, Ahri, Lucian, everybody is going to just love fighting on that 15 to 20 minute mark.
Already a little bit of fighting between the two junglers. Tomio was trying to poke his head into the Raptor camp and drop a ward down, which he does at the cost of a little bit of the health bar. Yuji definitely loving the Wukong changes on this patch, where he got a little bit of extra attack speed on all ranks. Obstinate taking a lot of damage, though. Scary Jaren and Obstinate were just too far forward, and Tactical and Bounty just completely blast him. And Tactical taking a very aggressive position to try and cut off Scary Jerry's escape. Barrier popped by both AD carries, and Tactical gets the double. At least the minions do the finishing job and making sure that Scary Jerry gets one kill afterwards, but a big start for Conviction already.
Yeah, I mean, at least they killed Tactical. If Tactical doesn't die there, I would be ready to call the game. I mean, seriously, I already favor Conviction's composition so much. They have so much mobility, so much playmaking, and if this bot lane falls behind for Maryville, I don't think they have... I don't think they have the right tools in the lockdown to one-shot such a mobile Conviction comp, and Tactical getting ahead, that is, I mean, that's so big. I was just saying, if Conviction doesn't get destroyed, I favor them, and they're winning.
Yeah. The Caitlyn Nico lane should have that range advantage, but in terms of sustain, Nami will be always able to boast it. Kay shoves in a massive wave into the tower, barely survives against Sniper, who is trying to play off of the drawn turret aggro, but Kay manages to get away to safety on that brush in the middle of the lane, bases, and will be able to walk back.
And Sniper picked up his first CS of the game under the tower right there. So good early laning from Kay to at least create a marginal advantage on the top side of the map. You can see a lot of trading still happening in the bottom side. Interestingly, Tactical got chunked out, and Jerry has control over the wave right now. He's up CS, so it's not over for Maryville in the bottom side.
Scary Jerry just showing that just because the Lucian got 2 kills does not mean that the laning prowess is over yet for this standout AD carry who has topped the laning charts and stats for pretty much the entire regular season, almost bested by no one else in that department. And Maryville are going to have to really rely on it in this game so that they can at least poise themselves for game 3.
Sniper trading really well on this top side. Wave pushing away from Kay. I think he's going to call Yuji to help him push this one out, as Sniper has Ignite. So Kay's definitely going to need to be respectful in that 1v1. Good ward coverage, though, from the jungler of Conviction to make sure his top laner is covered in what is a rather volatile matchup. I mean, this game's crazy. It's been a while since we've seen a pure Armageddon game where every single lane could just explode at a moment's notice.
Yeah. All K managed to get off of that cheater base by pushing in the wave was refillable pots, but that will at least help him in the sustain department while he continues to farm up these grass procs whenever he can, and at least build up a higher HP pool. What I'm curious from Kay is whether he wants to go Trinity Force or Dusk and Dawn, as honestly both builds are arguable for this game in particular.
Yeah, you know, we've not seen a ton of Jax in the NACL, so I'm curious as well. Damn, Sniper. He's playing this matchup out pretty nicely, and it's only going to get better for him. At least until much later into the game, Jax kind of becomes a menace in the 1v1, but Akali always having that outplay potential, and definitely around at least 1-2 items. Sniper going to have an advantage from level 6.
Scary Jerry and Obstinata still maintaining the push advantage in this bot lane. Tomio arriving here on the Tribush, while Yuji looking for a dragon early on. Bubble connects onto Obstinatus since he still does not have flash. And the flash from Bounty ensures that Obstinatus ain't going nowhere. Yuji pulls off the dragon, trying to save his bot lane from collapsing, but he's too late, and he gives up the first objective. And Tomio now has a chance to move with his bot lane to look for the dragon instead.
I mean, Tactical and Bounty, they're laning so beautifully. Obstinatus' flash was barely not up, and a nice bubble, switching the target focus for Conviction after Jerry flashed away. So they get a summoner, they get a kill, and more pressure in my opinion, what is the most important lane of this game, going the way of CNV, maybe looking for a 2-0. And Mark, it's still early in this game, still a lot of time for Maryville to come back, but I just want to throw out, you know, a bit of a thought experiment. Imagine 1 week ago today, the day before Supernova and Maryville are playing, telling someone that not only is Maryville not going to secure themselves the bye, they're going to lose to Supernova, but also that they could be in the lower bracket after getting swept 2-0 in the first round of playoffs.
Especially by a Conviction roster coming into playoffs as the 6th seed. Obviously, at the beginning of the season, we touted both of these teams as top 3 contenders. And the way the regular season played out, Conviction had to make roster swaps to better fit their overall team's goals, but definitely didn't expect the wake up to happen so early on, and already Conviction showing to a much better form.
Yeah.
Just in time for playoffs.
I mean, this is only the 4th week of Tactical and Bounty. It's terrifying how quickly they've been able to ramp into this season. And I definitely do think if Conviction, even if they don't win the series, but especially if they do, the conversation does need to shift to them being contenders, most certainly.
Yeah, Conviction are very quickly becoming the scariest 6th seed we've seen in NACL in quite some time. I think the only other team that kind of matches them is Winthrop, just because they were the ones that pulled off the upset against Near Airport in the playoff bracket. But obviously, Conviction boasting 3/5 of that back-to-back 2025 NACL champion roster from Luminosity Gaming in Tomio, Insanity, and Tactical gives them, and a lot of us here in the NACL community, a lot of confidence that these guys, especially from the swarm they're showing right now, they can go the distance now.
Still a lot of League of Legends left to play. We'll see if it takes an hour, like it did last time, but I mean, things very quiet right now on Summoner's Rift. I think level 6s for junglers being achieved, maybe going to open things up a bit more. You mentioned Yuji getting pushed off that dragon earlier. Tomio not opting to take that one, so it's still just sitting on Summoner's Rift, waiting for someone to take, as are the Grubs, as of 30 seconds ago.
Despite the full court press look from this composition for Maryville University, Spyrex is opting in for a better scaling build with the Rod of Ages. It does mean that his first item, potentially 2 items, is going to be very weak in the damage department with the Shockwave combos on top of Yuji. But K, going for the Dusk and Dawn build, signaled by the Kindle Gem, means that Spyrex will not be the only person dealing magic damage, as that burden is shared between him, Obstinatus, and the Jax for this game.
Spyrex has built himself up a nice lead against Insanity early on in the lane. Similar to game 1, I do think in Cassio versus Kog'Maw a bit more expected, but good laning from Spyrex so far. As Obstinatus, he's not level 6, he is disguised as a minion in mid. And Insanity knows how to count.
Yep. He's like, wait a minute. There's one more minion here than there should be. Where's Nico? Ah, not in bot lane. Good thing that not only Insanity is a great cook when it comes to champion builds, he's also a good detective as well, being able to put 2 and 2 together.
Quite literally, because there was 4 caster minions in that wave, so... Always good to see when our players are able to do basic math. Hey, you never know. Sometimes, I watch guys lose the shopkeeper. You can never be too sure.
Oh, it's totally fair. Shockwave from Spyrex, decent chunk on Insanity's health bar, just to make sure that he maintains the wave shove. Tomio is around the corner here on these Raptors, but Insanity a little too low to force the advantage.
I do think we see the
really
first...
nice bubbles from Bounty.
Nice trade back from Jerry, though. I think we see the first major advantage, besides the kills in bot lane, open up, and that is... not more kills in bot lane.
Wow. Scary Jerry holds his ground for now, maintaining both summoner spells, but Obstinatus has been getting blasted in the 2v2. I think Bounty has really shown the edge in this Nami-Nico matchup so far.
Yeah, Bounty is having a great series, and especially this game, laning extremely well against who has been touted by many, myself included, as the best support in the league. So this is quite a statement from the Brazilian, former 3-time CBLOL Academy champion, showing what he is made of. As I was going to say before, Maryville, they did take the Grubs off of Spyrex's pressure. Conviction going to try to use their bot lane pressure, though, to take a dragon. As good instincts from Spyrex, but he still gets engaged on.
They jump right on top of the Orianna. Shockwave not available since he used it earlier in the game, but Yuji with the counter response of the Cyclone at least tries to turn it 1-for-1 onto Tomio. There's no more smite available to secure the first dragon of the game, and despite Obstinatus' death, he gets the Pop Blossom off, and Maryville will walk away with the first objective of the game.
I think that's a good 1-for-1 too, as Maryville were the ones showing up second to that play, still being able to control the river. You can see the power of this Wukong in the early skirmish. They didn't even have Shockwave available to them, just Raw outplay, mostly led by the jungler of Maryville. Quiet game one from him on the Skarner, but back on to Skirmisher, we can see why he's been so good.
Spyrex almost taking out Insanity's health bar there, but David Chalet does not burn the flash. He remains calm, cool, and collected and maintains that summoner spell advantage for himself, while Spyrex down a flash from the first dragon fight of the game that we saw. 100% objective secure so far on UG's Wukong, and like you pointed out, definitely not the most remarkable game on the Skarner in the first time around being on frontline duty, but he has a carry jungler in his hands for the second game of the series.
And I do think this early objective control is significant. Side lane's going to be important, definitely increasing the value of the grubs. But also when you're looking at basically 10 carries on Summoner's Rift, we'll count the Nami here. It's no frontliners, it's all skirmishing, all explosive fights. Vision control and ability to force responses out of the opponent later on into the game becomes that much more important. So I think for Conviction, you're going to want to try to equalize on the dragon count to make sure they're not put into bad situations later on.
Okay, having to respect the power of that rank 2 ultimate, since Sniper has the level 11 advantage over the Jax. Trying to squeeze out some of these minions while Sniper maintains the freeze. K is forced to back off for now.
Sniper continuing to have a nice series. You know, he's not really dominating the lane. Didn't exactly do it against the Scion on the Jace either, but just quietly having more pressure than his opposite number. And I think on the Jace, he team fought very well. I think a lot of patience was shown from Sniper in game one that we've not really seen from him throughout the course of this split, which is really great for a player that has struggled with that in the past.
Oh, Obstinatus getting jumped. The tidal wave was just a zoning one to make sure Obstinatus walked into the death bush of Tomio and Insanity. Obstinatus falling for a 4th time this game and making up a majority of the deaths here on Maryville University.
Getting absolutely picked
but
on.
the
Oh, Tomio.
answer, Cyclone capitalizes on Tomio stepping a little too far forward and not having flash from the dragon fight. It's a 1-for-1 trade overall on the map.
We just watched 2 people die face checking each other's tri brushes. That's crazy. Good answer back. And a big kill for Scary Jerry as well, who is falling pretty far behind Tactical in the gold department. Tactical's up 1.4k. That is crazy. Despite Jerry having 2 kills.
Yeah. Definitely massive for the Lucian into the Caitlyn lane, where Caitlyn really wanted to get ahead of the pace and walk into this mid game with a gold advantage to leverage that a lot more easily into these turrets.
The important thing about this bot lane matchup is whoever's ahead in gold gets to control mid wave in the mid game.
Yeah.
And that's very important for both these compositions for the reasons I mentioned before about fighting around neutral objectives. So this is pretty important for Conviction that Tactical is still so much stronger than Jerry, despite Jerry getting gold back. Mentioning item spikes, though. K did go for that Dusk and Dawn, as you called out, Mark. Good one from you there. It's Gunblade from Sniper. Naturally, Akali very happy to have that item back. As Maryville does take an uncontested Herald. So 3rd straight neutral objective going the way of the Saints.
So far, Yuji doing excellent work in maintaining 100% objective secure for Maryville in this game, too. Return to the usual look that we normally expect out of the Saints from their regular season play, as well as just kind of the track record we have come to see from them over the past 2 years of them dominating the tier 2 space in both NACL and CLOL. But we have another dragon spawning in 55 seconds. Ultimates available for everyone on Conviction. Flashes too. We'll see if Conviction try to break open the game here, or if they'll continue to wait and allow Maryville to scale.
And you do bring up something that we've not really talked about. I do favor the scaling for Maryville. Caitlyn in the later stages, Wukong, Jax, they will, I think, generally win the stat checks as the items do start to come through. Big outplay potential on the side of Conviction, of course, with the mobility in their comp. But I do think this 1 to 2 item spike window is the point of strength for CNV. So the fact that they've not been able to take an objective yet is notable. I'm expecting fireworks around this Dragon. Jerry might just be died.
Tidal Wave connects. Insanity is going to flash forward with the Spirit Rush. Farms him on the other side of the turret. Yuji finds a great answer into the Tactical Lucian, but the teleports have come in. Both top laners join, and Sniper is running amok in the backline. Finds revenge against Yuji's Wukong, but K with the counter-strike stuns up Sniper and bonks him with the lamppost.
Oh, it ends up being a 3 for 2 as Tactical got traded for Jerry, but Tactical's the big carry. So he goes down, and Maryville ends up being able to win the fight. Spyrack's gonna knock a plate off of mid. No Dragon taken yet as the Saints do reset. It's actually Tomio that will pick this one up, and I think across the board, a very even trade.
Conviction deny 100% objective control from Maryville for game 2. And very instrumental that Tomio did not fall among the 3 corpses that dropped at the hands of Maryville University. Bold lead practically dead even here in this second game, Hawk. And I think we're just going to continue seeing that balance pushing itself forward and forward as Obstinatus might be in trouble. Has to use the Proto Belt just to make it away.
Critically doesn't go down. We saw 7 flashes get expended in that previous fight. Only Spyrax retaining his. It's very important to me, though, that Maryville was able to win that fight. Even though they lose the Dragon, this is the point in the game where Conviction really wants to break things open. And Maryville can kind of just chill for the next 4 minutes, should they so choose, unless obviously they find a good angle. Jerry
tagged by the Tidal Wave and the culling, 50% of his HP gone in just a moment. Tactical able to heal up decently thanks to the ebb and flow from Bounty's Nami. We'll try to continue pressuring through the mid lane while Scary Jerry might be forced to take a recall or take a more defensive approach on this wave.
We're seeing Obstinatus is really aggressively fighting for vision, so he's kind of leaving Jerry to his own devices on these waves. Tactical's attempting to punish it, but Jerry's been out playing pretty nicely with his positioning for the most part.
Oh, good Tangled Barbs. Interrupts Tomio before he can get in range with the Audacious Charge, and Obstinatus barely walks away from danger.
But see, this is why I disagree with Obstinatus' order of operations here. He should, in my opinion, help Jerry on the wave, then fight for the vision because of how easy of a catch target he can be. Very lucky, I think, to walk away with his life in that situation. Regardless, nothing burned really on either side. It's just going to be Jerry catching the wave, and I think we're waiting for this Dragon in 3 minutes.
Second items coming online as well for a majority of the members here. Tactical has had it for quite some time since he bypassed his tier 2 boots completion in favor of that rapid fire cannon. He went for steel caps. He is really respecting the amount of physical burst that can come out from both Scary Jerry and Yuji this game. Just making sure that he has some defensive capabilities. Sniper gets engaged on by K as he throws down the Grandmaster's Might just to ensure the turret falls.
Just letting Sniper know that he means business. But ultimately not much to come through. These tower takes going to be big, though, as it's not just bot, it is top as well. Maryville, the push that they have had in these lanes, paying dividends.
Can they take this Rift Herald somewhere? Can they look for a second turret push on this top lane?
I'm kind of wishing they dropped this one mid. That tower is also only on one plate, it looks like, from the pressure that Spyrax didn't have. Can he make it
try
all
to
the
drift
way?
it?
He's not going to try. That's a one-way trip, surely.
All right, well, he doesn't go for the crash, but he puts it in the best spot it can be so that it can at least walk up to the turret and help guarantee the push. Now, Obstinatus, breaking apart the rest of Conviction's lineup, can get a safe crash into the tier 2 turret. Well played by Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really clean map sequence from Maryville. They just took all 3 outer turrets and got a charge on the tier 2 without really any response from Conviction. The gold went from dead even to plus 2,000 and is going to give MU a lot of control over the map. And in a game where approaches to objectives might be a little bit spicy, well, that's definitely going to feel pretty good for the Saints to have first access. Their mid jungle now very far ahead, 3K between the two of them. It's really just Tactical that stays as the big carry for CNV.
Yeah. And normally, Hawk, if you had reversed these names on the AD carry matchup, I would not be surprised, because that is something that Scary Jerry is normally associated with throughout the regular season here in spring, where he has a laning advantage and he has the damage advantage. But Tactical, ever since that level 1 all-in, has had his number, and alongside Bounty, they've had the advantage when it comes to the 2v2. We'll see if Maryville can try and prop up their AD carry back to success in this second game.
Well, they are defending him on the mid waves now, which is good to see, not allowing Tactical to go in, get big damage. Spyrax!
Tactical in trouble, still has flash, pops the barrier, holds on to the flash, tries to flash, but Opsinonis clips him at the edge of the Pop Blossom.
So kiting.
And Tactical is only moments away from dropping in the river. Sniper tries to escort him back to safety. Tomio's there as well. They provide a front line for him to hide behind. Insanity flanking right below them. 2 charges of the Spirit Rush available. K is slowly walking all the way around. Conviction are just guaranteeing that their AD carry gets a base off without dying. Completely crucial for Conviction's chances, but now they're on the wrong side of the tracks here. They're in the enemy jungle, and a teleport is coming out from Sniper because he's like, good luck, guys. I'm getting out. I'm not dropping to death here.
This is fine for Conviction, though. Maryville smelled blood in the water on the Tactical, but he was able to kite it out. Bounty, does he get the execute? I don't think so. UG will kill him. Oh, or they're
donating it over to Scary Jerry.
But it's just 1 kill, and they don't get the Drake. Now Conviction does have setup over the area, and Spyrax is top lane with no TP, so there's still room for Conviction to play this objective, and I think for how good the setup was for MU, the overchase was just that. It was too far.
They're anticipating that Conviction are looking for the dragon, and they're just going to call their bluff and say, okay, cool, take the 3rd dragon of the game. We're going to go for a 23-minute Baron. But K is spotted on a ward in the river. So Conviction knows they peel off the dragon, and now they're looking to challenge them. Opsinonis has an angle here, immediately spotted out by Insanity.
Tactical.
Chunked out. Tomio, he is turned on by UG and K. Flash into the Cyclone to guarantee that the jungler will not live to see another day. Tomio tries to stand as long as he can, but eventually crumbles under the might of K's Grandmaster Jax. Maryville University tried to carry out the fight. Sniper popping off at the backline, eliminates Scary Jerry. Insanity trying to find these Spirit Rush charges and resets. Sniper still living to the very break. UG burning on the ignite. Pyrex tries to look for the flash. He flashes over the perfect execution and kills Insanity before he goes down. Seeker's arm guard is popped. Tries to buy time for UG. Spyrax stays alive through it all and creates the window for UG to pop off. Scary Jerry doesn't even believe it himself.
We are witnessing the most absurd series of hands checks that I have ever seen. In my 5 years covering League of Legends, Maryville and Conviction have decided it will come down to a hands check. So, Mav, it's a dogfight. UG will get the dragon in the end, but no decision in terms of the overall advantage.
Holy moly. This series just got even more electric.
So, this was a great fight for K. He finds Tactical with no flash available and just kills him. But on the backside of this fight, Sniper and Insanity really cooked, and that wave was good. So it ends up actually being a 2 for 3 in favor of Conviction as Bounty has respawned. But Insanity steps on a trap, and so that means Spyrax is able to take him down. The bubble is good, but the Zhonya's is better. Yuji with his W back up can kill Sniper without dying, and without any support, Anami cannot do it on her own.
Really clutch flash by Spyrax to flash over Sniper's Q there to have enough health to finish off Insanity, go into the stasis.
Oh, they want him.
Alive. Yuji looks like he was trying to steal the blue buff.
Nice charm.
Not successful, and no flash available on the Wukong means that he ain't not getting away this time around. Conviction now can look for a Baron rush without any smite contest from Maryville University.
Sanity goes after Yuji, didn't have flash, didn't have W. As jungler down, Baron alive. K, nice flank. Maryville grouping up on the top side of this fight.
Conviction all trying to corral towards the right. Spyrax.
That's a lot of damage.
Blows down the shockwave. Opsinonis, 3-man Pop Blossom, and the Baron is shredding them alive.
K
goes in for the dunk. 3-man Counter-Strike right on top. This AP Jax is cooking them alive. K continues to pursue the fray and push pushes Tomio and Insanity out of the Baron River.
And now it might be Maryville's turn for the Baron. It's Yuji, still down for 10 seconds, but not enough HP on Tomio to be able to pursue this fight. Insanity's still full. His ult's up in like 15 seconds. Tomio's trying to heal off of red, but no, it's going to die. Barrett's going down too fast, and Conviction is giving. So it's Maryville University with the advantage in game 2. Baron in hand, 3,500 gold. We can take another look at this one, as it's a good chunk here from Spyrax to force a reaction out of Conviction. I think they're a bit split on this call. Can't figure out if they want to finish or if they want to turn. Obsonatus, he says, well, now's my time to shine. Great engage, great follow through from K, who's continuing to have a really nice bounce back game after getting farmed on that Scion.
If you thought AP Jax was terrifying enough with Dusk and Dawn and Zonia's, add a Rocket Belt to extend the mobility that this guy has. No, it's just crazy stuff to see. Shockwave and Yuji finishes off Tactical before he can flash away in time, just to make sure that Tactical does not get the carry. Sniper now in a world of trouble is able to deflect a lot of the damage from that Caitlyn ultimate, but Sniper cannot stay for much longer, and the rest of the Saints pressuring them out of the bottom side jungle and ready to siege with their Baron buff.
That's an oopsie from Tactical, and that's going to be an inhibitor going the way of Maryville. This game looking a lot cleaner than the first one. Conviction really starting to run on answers quickly.
Mid-game spiking incredibly hard for Maryville University, and they are using their soul laners so well this game. Their timers have been immaculate, and their damage has been almost unbreakable from the side of Conviction. We gave them a lot of potential to outplay to the mobility that you kind of foretold, but this time around, Maryville University are executing just much better than Conviction at this point.
And with third item spike starting to come online, Maryville's composition gonna just start winning some of these stat checks. You can see Tomio diving forward. He's just not tanky enough. Yuji, a lot more ability to buy time, deal consistent damage. Spyrax, he's 3.5 items, 407. Definitely been the biggest carry of this game for Maryville, as despite playoffs insanity being here on Summoner's Rift, Spyrax said, well, hang on. I still got a little fight left in me. Wins the lane, and really elevating Maryville with that mid lane priority to let them take control of this game the way that they have.
More than 3,000 gold of the advantage that Maryville has is in Spyrex's hands, and he is delivering with this signature Orianna Shockwave. You know what, Jalal? That's a caster curse moment. That's not you, but don't worry. You'll get him next time.
I like the look. I'm not sure it'll be up for the dragon. It's 30 seconds till Drake's must. He's level 18. Roa helping, obviously, but that is a lot of experience. Highest level in the game. Sandy only level 15. Would love to hit rank 3 on that ulti. I'm expecting no contest here on the dragon from Conviction. As this Baron does expire, Maryville should just drop back to it and take that one away to go to a soul point and force what is likely a decisive fight in 5 minutes at the latest.
Dragon does spawn. Tomio spotted on the top side of the map. It's an easy guarantee for the Saints. And they are now at soul point here at the 30-minute mark. 5 minutes from now, they can fight for an Ocean Soul yet again.
I will say, Ocean Soul kind of sucks this game. I mean, everyone's getting a one-shot each other. I don't think it's that huge of an advantage, but I mean, obviously it's still better than nothing, right? No soul better than no soul. Soul better than no soul.
True.
Definitely the high-level analysis you expect here in the NACL, but
might be one of those situations.
It could have been worse.
Might be one of those situations where Conviction are like, you know what? Let's just let Maryville have the Ocean Soul, and then that puts us closer to fighting for Elder, and that's the real comeback.
It's not worth taking a bad fight for. That's for sure. If they get a good fight, hell yeah. Cowabunga it is, but
Cowabunga, dude. We'll see if Maryville are ready to get the tides raising on their side and surf all over to Conviction, but they're holding this defense aside their base fairly well. Baron not alive for another 2 minutes, so they've got some time to just farm these waves, collect some extra gold for themselves, try and match some of the spikes that Maryville are boasting over them at the moment. Third item completed for Tomio Xinjiao. GA can be very crucial in giving a second wind in what could be a game-defining fight.
everything just on a knife's edge. I think Maryville is very content to just have their control over the Rift. They are effectively on the top side right now, keeping Conviction out. They would like to take this Baron before the Soul if they can afford it. I think it's going to be very difficult for Conviction to really find their way in for a contest, especially against this Caitlyn comp through the Fog of War. Composition that really relies for Conviction on finding flanks, finding creative angles for the engages. And with the vision control that Maryville has, making it that much more difficult. They can fight beforehand, though. That would be nice.
Only finding the clone, though. Not going to be too much of one. 45 seconds before the Baron spawns. Spyrex still having a full item advantage over Insanity's Ahri. And honestly, as much as we meme Rocket Belt as an item, it has HP, it has extra CDR, and it has some movement to be able to get away from some of these crucial spells that Conviction need to land in order to win the fights. And he's gone fairly defensive with his build.
I mean, I like it. Spyrax is so far ahead, he's gonna do damage, so you may as well build defensively. And man, I just gotta say, NACL, it's been delivering the last few games. Mark, in the last couple weeks, I've had the only 6-game day. I've had one auto from a Nexus exploding in game 3, and now we have whatever the hell today is. Just absolute bangers across the board. Here comes the attempted contest for Conviction. Baron's basically already gone.
Oh, Shockwave is a whiff, but it's enough time unless Tomio can get into the pit.
Wait!
Crescent Guard available. UG secures the Baron, but they lose immediately out on K. Or Spyrex, I should say. Sniper is the first one to fall on Conviction side. Obstinatus on the other side of the tracks. Teleport is coming in from K, trying to aid into Obstinatus, but there's no Pop Blossom available. K commits to the flank. So does UG. Scary Jerry on the right side, but he flashes forward over the bubble to make sure that he is still alive and fighting. Tomio trying to make it a 1-for-1 trade, but cannot stand up against Scary Jerry when UG's at his side. The Xin Zhao dies, and the Maryville Saints continue to march forward in the series. We're going to game 3.
This is what North American talent looks like, Mark. Just take the gloves off, fight each other all series. 32 kills in 34 minutes, and you're damn right, we're gonna see a 6-game today, baby.
Insanity cannot do enough to defend the base from crumbling, and we are going the distance here in day 1 of the playoffs.
This is what it's all about. I mean, screw analysis, screw anything that you think you knew about these teams before coming in. This is pure, unadulterated hands check. It is mechanics. This is real League of Legends right here, man. I'm obsessed.
The window is obsessed as well. We are blessed today with 2 back-to-back 3 full game series. We're not going to yap away any longer. It's time for a break. When we come back, it's the conclusion of our second series and the conclusion of our first day of playoffs right here on NACL. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NACL. Yes, it's just me for a minute. Rafa had to go take care of a little emergency. Hopefully, we'll be back soon. But that doesn't change where we're at in the day. A sixth game is upon us as Conviction did fall to Maryville in Game 2 off of what was just a straight up battle of mechanics, 5 carries on Summoner's Rift. And the damage numbers really backing up that argument, as it was a pretty even distribution across the board. But Spyrax leading the charge, not just in the damage, but also in the gameplay, winning his lane and helping convert into a powerful mid-game lead that was just too much to overcome. Now into Game 3, the final game of the day. Winner will face Supernova in the second round of the upper bracket, while the loser will face Winthrop University in the lower bracket in a best of 5. As we get into the picks and bans, it's Rise on 1 for Insanity. Mid lane priority has been a big story in this series. The Jungle Bruisers, the Big 6, all removed, does mean we're going to see some adaptation there, as Ashe Seraphine has made it to this point in the picks and bans. Bottom lane priority also having been a big story. It was Tactical and Bounty last game. Really got the better of Scary Jerry and Obstinatus, but weren't quite able to convert that advantage into something meaningful. And now it's Maryville, for the first time this series, really getting their pick of the 2v2. Do you think common responses, things like Jhin, Corki, still available? Obviously, that Nami pairing not open. I'm expecting a tank support. We have mentioned the Bard, which has been strangely absent from picks and bans so far in this series. Been a favorite of Bounties, has 2 games on it throughout the 7 that he's played, but we're gonna get Blitzcrank in Game 3 in the playoffs. It's actually been hovered throughout the series. Blitz Jhin is the answer, so we're not done fighting fire with fire. No. Bounty says, give me the Blitz. He's gonna try to hook in Maryville and try to create some space. Now, of course, Maryville has to come up with an answer, but I'm already looking ahead as to what Tomio is going to go for in the jungle pick. I'm expecting aggression to be the priority, something like a Lee Sin up and available. We've talked about Shen very strong early on. Trundle even could be an option. I'm expecting the Lee Sin to get banned out here for Maryville, as it is Blind Ambessa. It's technically a flex, although I am personally expecting this one to likely be played by K in the top lane, especially with the Vayne ban, suggesting protection for this champion. Common responses for Sniper, honestly, a bit limited. A lot of his favorite champions have been removed. I think Nard, generally not a huge fan of this matchup. Things like Riven Irelia are technically still available if you really wanted to throw down. I mean, shoot, we're already playing Blitzcrank. Might as well. I think it's interesting that Dr. Mundo gets removed. That one has not been played. Oh, no, rather, it has been played by UG once. It's been, I think, reduced in priority as the season has gone on across the jungle pool, but still a relevant champion, as that Nard does end up getting removed. So it's really just about forcing Sniper off of comfort, which, you know what, in a Game 3 of a series that has really just been decided by who can win out in the hands battle, I think comfort really is king, as it's actually Conviction that bans out the Lee Sin. Neferia, jungle champion that's really gone up in priority, that's still available. Could go either way, as it's going to be Twisted Fate, a pick that's been pioneered by Insanity, is now going to be piloted by Spyrax. First one of the split. Ability to influence what are likely going to be strong side lanes for Maryville, and maybe hoping to lessen some of the aggression that is going to come out from this blitz.
Make sure that they are playing a more traditional game, and a Sniper, what could be in the eyes of an Ambessa, or if we're going to get really funky with it, a Twisted Fate top, is trying to play something that is a little less volatile and will still be somewhat useful in securing lane advantage. Oh, it's the setup to Tomio Nidalee! Yes! Yes! Meteor
Mark.
C2 has arrived.
How do we get all of the Nidalee games, bro? This is so hype. Oh, I love it, Tomio. This is the early aggression I was looking for. And remember, this Ambessa's still a flex. I'm expecting Twisted Fate to be mid. It's good into the Rise, but looks like we might get this Ambessa flex into the jungle. So it's going to be Yuji on the Ambessa with a Cassante for K. Really strong front to back here for Maryville with good ability to answer the side lane plays from Conviction, who, I mean, this is straight win lane win game with Renekton Nidalee Blitz.
This is hype. We got game 3 on our hands between Maryville University and Conviction. Winner moves on to face Supernova in the next round of the upper bracket. And we get flashes of EG Prodigy's Tomio with this Nidalee champion. This is someone that, when he first started coming onto the scene and really flexing a lot of those carry muscles, yeah, he was a lot more raw, but he was fierce, and I have been waiting for this kind of Tomio now that he has had many splits of tier 2 under his belt, that he's had some time in the LCS with Shopify Rebellion under his belt as well. Tomio ready to make a splash once again in the carry role on what I used to associate as one of his signature picks back in the day.
He has not played this Nidalee in a long time. He has one game on it last year, one game on it in 2024, and then before that, it was, as you say, 2021 on Evil Genius's Prodigies was really the time when which this pick was pioneered. Conviction, they've got a good point and click setup for it. Renekton, Rise, and obviously the Blitz. A lot of aggression there, but for Maryville, they're running a much more standard composition, similar to game 1, not really leaning into the mechanic battle that we've seen so far.
Oh, Obstinata is caught on the wrong side of the wall. It was a blitz crank hook that pulls him in, and First Blood goes over to Tactical's Jhin. Spyrex trying to collapse fast, but not fast enough to turn around and make a 1-for-1 trade happen.
I mean, this blitz already paying dividends. Bounty, that's a massive hook. And Obstinata, he waited to flash, didn't use the heal. A bit of a weird hesitation coming out means that he dies. I don't think he should have died there. Just had a summoner burned and then forced to base, likely. Regardless, that's a big 2v2 advantage. Obstinatus has really gotten picked on, Mark, in this series as things have progressed.
Things are already pumping out to a great start here in this game 3 as an important one for both of these teams. Maryville University were the expected favorites coming into this series in the playoffs, noting after Conviction trying to climb back after a rough start in the regular season, have shown quite the glow up in the first game of our playoff series here. But Obstinatus and Scary Jerry, despite the level 1 death, are able to put enough pressure and force Tactical back.
And great recognition there from the bottom lane of Maryville, understanding that when the hook is down, Blitz does not do anything. So they pop both of their combat summoners just to get on top of Tactical and force him out of the lane. His top lane's low.
Oh, Sniper heals off with the Call of the Meek. And K will not dare to try and flip it for an all-in.
Yeah, I mean, Cassante Q3 so slow that even if you do flash in, likely could be avoided by Sniper and then turned around, especially with the Cassante being out of mana. So close, but no Cigar either side, no cooldown burned either.
All of these lanes have been very, very low on the health bar department. Spyrex, pushed in by Insanity's Rise, will at least get a base in first before Spyrex gets a chance to walk back to lane. And that forces Spyrex to TP just to maintain lane priority, or at least first to the map. Maybe that can get a window for Yuji to contest a crab on the top side of the map.
Yeah, pings onto it. Likely going to be secured off the teleport back from not just both the top laners, but also Spyrex. Spyrex. As okay.
Close call there from Obstinatus, who still does not have flash on the Seraphine, but Bounty's hook did not land, and Tactical suffers because of it. Scary Jerry and Obstinatus being able to push them back. Tomio will show face just to make sure that they cannot push on forward. The flash for the uppercut hook gets the flash out of Scary Jerry. Tomio does not throw the spear just yet, just allows Tactical and Bounty to be able to push in this wave safely before looking for a base.
Obstinatus and Jerry, though, really using their windows well to fight back into this Blitzcrank lane when the hook is down, and it does mean no pressure really to come through. And worth noting that I think now more than ever, the slower this game goes, the better it is for Maryville. I don't think there is any way to out-team fight Ashe Seraphine with the composition that Conviction does have. So these trades back and these survivals, flash for flash, all very important.
No flash on both the Seraphine and the Ashe, so any hook from Bounty is a dead champion on the screen. If they can get the damage in from Tactical, or if Tomio joins, or hell, once Insanity is level 6, he can always look to roam to the bottom side of the map, and that is where Maryville are going to have to keep tabs on both mid and jungle to protect their bot lane from falling down.
Well, that's also a big part of the reason I like this Twisted Fate counterpick into the Rise so much, is you can always look to match those side lane plays, as that's a flash forced.
Wow. And K is going to be able to hold a freeze here. Sniper low on HP, not level 6 yet, where he could at least look for a turnaround despite the health bar advantage that K has.
There he goes.
Things level 6. Ruthless Predator into the Dominus. Should be able to have enough. K is forced to flash, and now both top laners down to summon a spell here.
Yeah, that was well played by Sniper right there, understanding that he just has to go in and get the Dominus, not only to crash the wave, but also to have solo kill threat onto K. And so it ends up being an even trade across the board. I think the bigger story is that CS is even. Gonna feel pretty good for this Cassante.
Okay, just making sure that he is a reliable front line for this team. And at the very least, if things go disastrous in the team fight, he can try and pull one threat away with that all-out over a wall. Conviction trying to see if they can leverage this Nidalee pick before the Mbessa comes online. Lichbane did get a huge buff on this patch, which has led to a surge in both Nidalee as well as Evelynn play rate in solo queue. I know I've been enjoying myself playing my queen again, but we'll see if Tomio can make use of the Lichbane buffs here in Game 3.
I love how Nidalee is your queen. Every time we look bot lane, sorry, I'm just like holding my breath, watching Bounty, waiting for something crazy to happen. But it's actually Yuji. He's the one walking into Tomio's jungle right now. Level 6 on this Mbessa. Maybe gonna fancy himself a 1v1 if Tomio face checks this red.
We'll find out in just a bit. It looks like Yuji already level 6 too, so he is just stealing the red buff. But bot lane in an all-out brawl, 2v2, Obstinatus forced to flash, Tactical flashing forward, and it's the last tick of the ignite that finishes off the Seraphine for another kill for Bounty. But Sniper in a world of trouble, no flash available, and cannot sidestep the public execution. Right on the mark, damned be the cast time nerfs, Yuji still gets the public execution down.
That was actually perfectly placed by Yuji. It was such that if Sniper wanted to dodge it, he would have to dodge right, because it was cutting through the Renekton with the wall on the left, but Sniper was just too far. He hesitated for a second. That was absolutely perfect, and a big kill to pick up to make it a 1-for-1 across the map, as Obstinatus continues to just die in these early stages. At the very least, for Conviction, they will trade it for a Dragon. So ultimately, even across the board, this might be another kill.
Oh boy,
Jerry's no
Scary
flash.
Jerry knows that there's no way out other than forward. He pops the ghost to try and at least get a 1-for-1, but Tactical continues to rage bait him forward into the tier 1 turret and allows Insanity to do the dirty work for him.
And things not going well for the Maryville bottom lane for the second game in a row. That makes it, again, all the more important that Yuji was able to find something, because right now, things really looking up for Conviction. I think the one saving grace for Jerry is that he is up CS, so the gold deficit is not too bad. Spyrax will be able to at least answer in mid.
Scary Jerry now has flash available, unlike he did in the collapse from the Rise. K trying to crash this wave, but Tactical and Bounty are on the other side of that wall, waiting to see if K gets a little too greedy with his positioning, and K sniffs something up, so Tactical and Bounty will step forward.
I think Tactical showed. One of those melee minions walked forward a little bit. So he saw them. Regardless, not going to fall prey to the trap. I like the idea here. I think really the name of the game here for Conviction is making sure they can get the 100% objective control that Maryville managed to find themselves last game. They already got the dragon, and now set up well for these grubs that I doubt Maryville can test with their bot lane still down here.
Should be all 3 grubs going over to Tomio's Nidalee. With the really nice hook from Bounty, forces the flash out of Spyrex, max range too, and I think this...
Spyrex was kind of hot dogging it a little bit right there. I don't think he thought that hook was gonna hit him.
Yeah. I think the soft room prison, not the empowered one, but the soft one, slow was enough that Spyrex second-guessed himself. It was like, oh, wait, maybe this hook does land, and doesn't want to take the risk of, even if he doesn't die, it would have been a major health bar chunk, and I'm always okay with just giving respect to maintain health bar advantage in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely needed a flash. Like, the hook would have hit him, but I think the way he was kind of positioning standing still, I think he was expecting that Blitz would never be able to get in range there, but as you mentioned, the baby rune prison really doing some work. Despite all of this, though, it's Maryville that's up gold. They have a plate advantage. K being ahead of Sniper is concerning for me when we talk about the front-to-back team fight advantage that Maryville does have with their composition.
Potentially something that K can revisit with this advantage in these team fights later on, but Sniper, if he can find a way to access either Scary Jerry or Spyrex in these fights, or just try and help lock down Yuji when he goes in for the dive, Renekton will still find value here. Scary Jerry sidestepping a majority of these curtain call bullets. Gets hit by the 3rd, but dodges the 4th, and therefore will be able to survive long enough so that he can just pick up the wave that crashes into him.
Yeah, it's just an attempted pick from Tactical, seeing if the slow could maybe get Bounty in range before Obstinatus would be able to collapse. Doesn't end up coming through, but curtain call, not exactly a major cooldown, and good movement there from Scary Jerry to make sure nothing comes down.
Yeah. Solid hold from the Maryville bot lane on this wave, and there's no real way for Tactical to be able to access it safely while down a flash for the next few seconds. Second dragon spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds time here. K continuing to force Sniper back, and until he gets access to the Black Cleaver, it's very hard for this Renekton to consistently be able to deal with the Cassante in the laning phase.
Ooh, good buffer right there from K to be able to get out. Yeah, that Cassante's got a lot of armor. He's got a Bramble, he's got a Chain Vest, he's got the Helm. He's also got the Sheen to make sure he can trade back well. Sniper wouldn't interrupt him.
Sniper has fully stacked up on Conquer, and at least just delays K's overall base. Pause coming in. Tomio and Yuji are both heat-seeking top lane at the moment.
Oh, man, and you have to wonder, this day of games has already gone on so long. The toll of the pause has got to be gnarly for these players, especially in a game that is currently no decision, very competitive still in the early game. Obviously, a lot of these players are veterans, have been in this situation before, but I feel like the pressure of a situation like this is something that you can never quite really completely overcome.
Yuji's just hovering on this top side. Tomio decides to
He's baiting.
Not pursue the play. They were anticipating that there was an angle for a dive between Renekton and Nidalee. Bounty flash to guarantee the hook onto Spyrex, knowing that there is no way that this Twisted Fate could escape the claws of Insanity's rise, but it's not enough damage. Forced to flash just to secure the kill, but the Realm Warp will allow him and Bounty to survive the Yuji counter gank. Well played by Insanity.
This game just continues to be all about mechanics. Really nice flash hook from Bounty right there, but just no damage on a 0-stack Roa, or rather 2-stack Roa Rise to finish off the kill on a Spyrex, who's able to limp away. And once Insanity flies in to clean up the kill, or rather Yuji flies in to clean up the kill, Insanity, at least with the Realm Warp, is able to get away. So ends up being no kills. The arrow barely going wide from Jerry. But again, these missed plays, in my eyes, favoring Maryville.
And yet the game continues to be on the edge for both. Conviction, through the pressure of both mid and bot, will be able to secure their second dragon of the game. Are we gonna get
important for them?
Are we gonna get a third Ocean Soul? That would be crazy if that was the case.
We're about to find out. Oh, Chemtech for game 3 here. But this is important. Even though Conviction, yes, they're not able to find these one-off picks, these one-off kills, the gold would be nice. The objectives are the more important story. Being able to take away these early Drakes to make sure the game is progressing in their favor. Something that really assisted Maryville in game 2. Conviction going to try to do something similar here in game 3.
First items complete for a majority of members here on Summoner's Rift. Just missing on both Obstinatus and Bounty. But it looks like Mikhail's being rushed for, I believe, Obstinatus and for Bounty. Honestly, only time will tell. We'll find out what he decides to get for his first item on the Blitzcrank. But Rift Herald is spawning in the next 50 seconds. Tomio did not opt for the Lichbane first, went for Proto Belt. This is a less volatile build. Lichbane offers more damage, more movement speed, but no health. So Tomio just recognizing he needs to be alive and as durable as possible. Even if it's not the more aggressive route, it's the one that will be more consistent.
I know you're resident NACL Nidalee enjoyer, so I don't want to step on your toes too much. I'm gonna say I am a fan of the Proto Belt build.
Well, Tomio trying to make that Proto Belt build work, and it's enough damage to finish off K, while Maryville do push out for the first turret of the game on the top side of the map.
Yeah, you get that extra Conqueror stack to come through from the Proto Belt, get that one up really quick, can really become a menace in the middle of these fights. I mean, really, that was just Maryville committing to kill a turret that I think they didn't quite have the resources to take down.
Another
Nice
hook from Bounty! And Spyrex this time has flash to disengage, but it's the public execution from Yuji connects onto the big croc, and he's looking for more. Twisted Fate with the Destiny allows him to route out Bounty, and Tomio, all he can do is provide a Primal Surge heal, only to delay the inevitable. Yuji continuing to deliver with the 3-0 and Bessa Jungle.
How many games have been decided for Maryville University, not even just Maryville, let's talk about FlyQuest Challengers too. I mean, in the NACL, by Yuji and Spyrax, just playing well together as Spyrax gets hooked again, but this time he's got the flash to create space, and I want to see a replay of that fight just so I can sing There Goes My Hero to Yuji flying in with the public execution to back up his boy.
Since 2022, baby, of spring season, which when you were mentioning the damage records that Insanity beat, credit to Leo the Chosen and Shonatonin for providing us those stats. That was also against Fly Challengers. So this match between Insanity and Spyrex has been a long-standing one. K gets the teleport out in time. No more CC available. Insanity could not get there in time to look for an empowered room prison. And because of that, Yuji should be able to secure a Rift Herald for free on the opposite side.
Yeah, it was never secured after the previous fight. Maryville ended up going for the kills and backing after using their resources. But with Conviction committing on the bottom side, very easy take here for Maryville. And despite the very aggressive early game composition for Conviction, this is the first neutral objective that Maryville does take, sure. But it is a gold lead over on their side. Only about 1,000. It is still something 17 minutes into the game.
Dragon spawning in the next minute and 5 seconds here, Hawk, and Conviction do have Drake stacking on their side going into the next 2 dragons if they can secure it, but might be tough since Maryville are going to be walking into the Riverside with teleport advantage from Spyrax. Almost 2 items completed here for their solo laners. Might not be able to finish this Lichbane in time, though, for Spyrax, I will say. And Yuji making sure that he has his tier 2 boots online before the Sunder Sky.
And Spyrax going Lichbane before Rapid Fire Cannon, very rare to see in competitive play, but maybe recognizing that Conviction's gonna be kind of coming to him. So he can just sit back, throw gold cards at whoever ends up being in the front line, and doing damage might just be more important, especially against such an aggressive composition. The more carries that Conviction has to worry about, the less of a problem it is if one of them gets removed. Good attempt on the hook from Bounty, but not enough.
Flashes available for Scary Jerry, but not on Spyrax. Maryville just burning the dragon on spawn. Conviction will not be able to contest this time around. Yep, and the Drake stacking has been stopped by the Saints.
And already, Maryville, when grouped up as 5, Conviction not having the confidence to fight into them. It's going to be all about trying to create odd numbers plays around the Blitzcrank, around the Nidalee, around the Renekton, but that task is only going to get more difficult as the game progresses. Sniper at least getting a little bit of CS back on the top side of the map. But a very small price to pay for the stop of the dragon stacking.
Oh, Bounty was trying to look for a Hex Flash, but immediately ported on by Spyrax, and the Mikhails allows him to cleanse the gold card stun. Sniper TP's in just to make sure that no more shenanigans arise from the Saints' collapse onto the mid lane.
Yeah, Mikhail's Blitzcrank, not something you would really expect to see every day, but against Ash TF, a cute buy and Bounty, good mechanics right there to make sure he doesn't fall victim to the Destiny Gate. First real aggressive look that we've seen from Maryville. Most of their other plays have been pretty reactive so far. Does not result in a death, but flash burned.
25 seconds before Baron spawns, and K has found Insanity on the bot side of the map, but like you said, the fact that Spyrax, that was the first really aggressive look that was not reactive, that was proactive. Insanity feels safe enough to just walk out alive without any real means for an engage. Ash Arrow was used earlier for a fish on a sniper into the Twisted Fate ulti onto mid, so Conviction, at least for the time being, feeling pretty safe about Global Tools being down.
So one thing I will say is, during all of this, Insanity has been getting a lot of resources on the side lane. He's the best farmed member in the game. Took down a bot lane tier 1 a little while ago, so he's actually pretty much even in gold with Spyrax at this point in the game, despite the action that has happened. He's also got a couple kills, so I'm really looking at this Rise to be a big-time carry for Conviction. He's now the target.
Ghost Burn. Public Execution is a whiff. Insanity just a little too fast with that Summoner Spell at the ready. Yuji's got to be careful about stepping too far forward. Bounty's hook does not land, and Yuji has the Rift Herald for a quick getaway. Oh, don't crash in the wall. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Goodness.
Some crazy drifting going on. Baiting Tomio in to look for a pounce, but he's ready to land on the mid lane. Sniper has found himself in the middle of a 1v3. Was not expecting the quick collapse there from Spyrax, as he and Scary Jerry, using both of their ultimates as well as Obstinatus with the Encore, probably put Sniper in the baby cage.
Yeah, didn't exactly see what happened to Sniper. Probably just a good find from Spyrax, as Yuji, I don't know who gave that man a driver's license, but, you know, it's like he ran over all the cones in the course, but at least he didn't crash into a wall. Able to get himself out, and ultimately Maryville getting everything they came for and then some with the kill on Sniper.
Yuji making sure that he didn't drop a kill. Oh, the sidestep from Scary Jerry. Another flash hook by Bounty in an attempt to burn something. Either a Summoner Spell or a death there, but does not find the mark. It just really, really goes to show how close this series has been all 3 games.
And Bounty really showing us, I mean, both the pros and the cons of Blitzcrank. Kind of just got to play like a goblin, hope you can make something happen, but can oftentimes look a little silly and useless if you go for something like the flash hook and it doesn't pan out. Good sidestep and awareness from Scary Jerry to pass the skill check and not have to blow a summoner of his own.
As famously said by a few players I've met in my lifetime, Blitzcrank is easily the most useless support until you hit the game-winning hook, and then suddenly he's the best champion in the game.
Yeah, man, and he's got targets. I think anyone other than K, you're pretty happy to hit a hook on. Should be able to one-shot them with the rest of Conviction around, but I mean, the lane was great. Getting a couple kills on Obstinatus, helping set one up on a Jerry. Tactical is down a little bit in CS, sure, but ultimately was up gold. But we're a long time away from that now, and Maryville, they know that they can group up, start to force objectives, full control over this Baron. Haven't started it yet. Oh, his Op's not sleeping. Is he sleeping?
Almost.
Does not go down.
Yep. Had flash available, but started moving preemptively before Bounty got in range. Was not sure whether he was on a ward or not. I'm assuming he swept it already and was definitely fearing for his life, but
yeah,
just moves away in time.
Opsnatus had gotten blued, so I wasn't sure if he had seen it or if he was shopping in his base, but obviously had the awareness of the Blitzcrank running up on him. It's Conviction now onto the Dragon. Maryville might just be calling a Baron play.
They have wave
Or perhaps a
push.
fight.
Scary Jerry will at least get some plates down off of the Crystalline Overgrowth. Maryville now trying to force their way into the river. Good sidestep on everyone from the Ash Arrow. Perfect execution right on top of Tomio! And UG steals the Dragon away! Says thank you for the leash, and he'll take a cat with him down too! Bounty, the next one that could fall to K. Tactical trying to open up with the curtain call bullets on the far side of the jungle. Waiting for one more bullet to put in the chamber, but Insanity now under fire from UG's Mbessa. Sniper holds him down with a Ruthless Predator stun, but still collapses to the might of Maryville University. Tactical tries to step on up, rooted by the double E from Opsnatus, but Maryville University denies soul point away from Conviction.
And they managed to win the fight. That one was really close, as it was a bit scattered, and Conviction thrive in an environment where they can take down an individual target. But the clutch smite here from UG really seals it, and Tomio getting one shot doesn't help, as Spyrax, a great Destiny Gate flank. Bounty does buy time to trade out with K, and Sniper running amok in the back line means this fight was perhaps closer than the Saints would have bargained for. But ultimately, they're still able to win at 3-for-2 in the extension, as UG on this Mbessa, Game 3, him and his mid laner are the carries, 4-0 and 2.
As we famously stated earlier in the regular season, UG and Spyrax have been recognized as the best jungle mid duo in tier 2 for quite some time now, ever since they first joined up as a duo on FlyQuest Challengers back in spring of 2022. Tomio and Insanity have been the most winning duo though as a jungle mid combo since their time as Luminosity in recent memory. And Tomio and Insanity right now haven't been able to link up the most here in Game 3 to make use of this Nidalee. Has gone more of an AP bruiser route with Leandry second, so there's a lot of HP on this Nidalee, but in terms of overall spear damage, not going to be finding a lot, and you're just going to be mostly reliant on the utility gift from your traps as well as the healing you give to your carries.
I will say though, is this a little bit of a feels bad game for Nidalee? You're playing with a Jhin who doesn't really care about the Primal Surge as much as a more prototypical hyper carry. So even then, I feel like the Nidalee scaling kind of inadvertently nerfed just by the composition that Conviction has.
It definitely makes it so that going for raw AP doesn't feel as bad. Obviously, more raw AP would have given you higher heals on the E-cast, but I think attack speed overall just being a flat amount, it doesn't necessarily scale with more attacks for Jhin, but it makes them hit harder of the attack speed conversion to AD. Bounty with the hook onto Obstinatus! The Encore goes off, but Tactical cleanses it thanks to the McHales, and that's a 5 versus 4 now, in light of the Baron being available for the taking.
Damn, Bounty's mechanics are nasty. Buffering the ultimate on the hook to make sure that there was literally no reaction window for Obstinatus, and then McHale somehow at the same time, they're gonna get mid lane tier 1 for it, maybe another kill.
He's locked up, stunned up, and cannot get out. He is completely ducked up. Conviction, takedown 2 in just back-to-back sequences, and now Baron is on the menu.
Hold on, Mark. We're sitting here talking like Maryville, they could just group up and win for free, but Bounty and the rest of Conviction, they might have had other ideas. Gold League getting dug into, Baron set to fall. It's only a 3, now 2,000 gold lead for Maryville as we approach this 30-minute mark. A Soul Point Dragon one way or the other, and a purple worm in the back pocket of Conviction. We're not done just yet.
2 dragons apiece as well, Hawk. So neither team necessarily 1 dragon away from Soul being secured. But with this Baron buff, Conviction can now set up their waves for success, force Maryville to pick and choose of collecting side lane waves or giving up Soul Point over to Conviction. This is, once again, another nail-biter on the cards, despite Maryville University technically being up in gold.
Blitzcrank Theorem, alive and well. You're the woat until you hit the hook, and then you're the goat. We'll see if Blitzcrank Theorem or Bigger Frontline Theorem is able to prevail as K leading the charge in the mid lane. Maryville hard contesting this wave pretty high up. But Conviction gonna try to force a phase check if they can burst someone down. Could be a favorable fight. However, I mean, they need to be aware of the side lane push. Spyrex is on top lane, but this is a Baroned up Conviction.
But Maryville are not scared of it. They are willing to take this trade. They're saying, you know what, let's see how far you can get with your Baron buff. Realm Warp used just to expedite the process of sieging the base that much faster, and they are just blasting away at the inhibitor turret. Maryville University set the gambit and Conviction call the bluff, and for it, they get an inhibitor here in the bot lane. Ash Arrow looking for Sniper. Mikhail's Crucible at the ready, is patient with it, but Sniper caught by the Q3 from K. Encore lands only onto 1. Sniper trying to survive. The public execution lands, but now he's deep into the backline. Can he survive? Scary Jerry dodges the last curtain call bullet, but Tactical flashes over the wall to finish him off. Tactical! K's gone! UG cannot do it all! And Conviction rise above all expectations to destroy Maryville University inside their own base.
3v2 with the base. Carries are down. Bounty looking. Spyrax.
Gold card empowered by the Lichbane proc. Obstinanus roots him down. It's only 1 Nexus turret that is given up. Conviction will have to back off for now. The Nexus turret won't even die.
Oh, Tactical, he's got to be very careful. Okay, gonna get the base off. Dragon also taken. We're gonna have a reset to come through from Conviction. Everybody that died still down for 20. Dragon getting started. Can he do this? I guess everyone on Maryville still dead. Should mean Soul Point for Conviction. So Conviction still winning out on the play. They get the inhibitor as well as the Dragon out of their Baron push. Not a bad use of the Baron, but the gold lead somehow still in favor of Maryville.
Mostly off of UG and Spyrex, and they make up the gold difference here, but that public execution, yes, to finish off Sniper's Croc, it did put UG in an isolated scenario, and it was very unideal for how Maryville wanted to play out that fight.
I need to see that fight again, because I think Insanity hit a flux that bounced through Maryville's backline, and everyone got low. And Tactical with the curtain call and the flash in 1v3 really was the difference maker in that fight. But I didn't see how MU got so low. The carries of Conviction are just having a series that is out of their mind. We get to see this again. Oh, this is after the fight. Oh, no, it's after the... So, here we go. Sniper gets locked down. He gets bursted out, but how does everyone at MU get chunked? It's Insanity. Front lining in front of the team. Flashing back, not even dying to UG until the bitter end. Bounty and Tomio are able to finish him off, but Tactical cleaning up what his mid laner started. That is an unbelievable play by the mid laner and AD carry of Conviction to almost win them the game.
The Luminosity carries of 2025 reigning supreme in that last fight. Frontline Rise pops the actualizer and just rips apart the Saints. And now, despite the gold lead still being in favor of Maryville, you cannot help but feel Conviction are the ones in the lead, especially now being on Soul Point and with a Chemtech Soul on the horizon in 3 minutes' time.
I definitely agree, but I'm still looking at Maryville's composition. I feel that the burden to outplay is in Conviction's court, but they've been so comfortable with that the entire series. I'm talking like this is a bad thing. Like this has not been known throughout all 3 of these games that they have to be the ones outplay. Conviction's just doing it. After struggling to hands check for so long this season, it's really great to see this team back and revitalized. And I agree with you. The pressure of the Soul really a difference maker, and a lot of red wards creating a dangerous environment when Blitzcrank is involved.
Okay, teleporting to the mid wave just to get to the map faster. Knight's Vow from K. Wow. Taking a look out at Fiji's tank book here, just making sure that he's providing extra stats for one of his carries. Who did he link up to? I'm assuming it was Scary Jerry's Ash.
Yeah.
Okay. They know
Baron,
that they're starting up the
just going to
Baron.
start it. They know they have to force Conviction into a bad fight, because when they're grouped up, they're strong.
Realm Warp is just a fake out. Maryville continue to play onto the Baron. 5,000 HP. UG confident. Bounty looks for the flash hook. Gets the flash out of Obstinatus. Ash Arrow goes wide down the middle. It's a field goal. K is the first one to fall. Multiple members struck by the Encore. UG down to 1,900 HP. It's Tomio that steals the Baron away from UG's grasp. And Conviction have completely routed out Maryville University at all angles. UG and Gary make it out alive, but they have a minion wave they can empower with the Baron buff push.
UG's running for that bot wave right now. It's 2 versus 5 for 40 seconds. Maryville University push to the brink. Conviction might just have their number.
5 versus 2, down to Scary Jerry and UG to defend their chances in the upper bracket, but Scary Jerry eliminated by one more hook, and UG, there's nothing that he could do against all 5. No one expected it. Everyone thought the kings of the collegiate scene were going to reign supreme in the upper bracket, but they are knocked down to the lower bracket by none other than Conviction.
Playoffs insanity. 2 words that define a series. The Kog'Maw in game 1, the Rise in game 2 and game 3, and Maryville is in the lower bracket to start the playoffs. They will play their old rival Winthrop tomorrow to see who can continue their run. But it's Conviction that will get to move on to a purple logo showdown between themselves and Supernova on Friday. Unbelievable.
I'm just getting flashbacks to Luminosity last year, and that 3/5 of the core returning again on this Conviction roster, leveling up just in time for playoffs, really making a difference in this upset over Maryville University, just based off of what we had seen from the record in the regular season. And Sanity topping the damage charts in this game 3, already topped it and broke his own record in game 1 with the AP Kog'Maw, like you pointed out. This is so massive for the stakes, and for anyone now stuck in the lower bracket, I am so sorry that you have to go up against Maryville University now.
But you know what, Mark? We've already talked about how playoffs feel like a gauntlet of everybody is a demon. You don't want to play anyone. I mean, you know, Winthrop, my condolences, I suppose, but Conviction showing that they're here to play. Winthrop extremely competitive with CCG just earlier, and this is now 2 consecutive series losses for Maryville. This team is looking battered, and they only have a day to retool. They're back on the Rift tomorrow against Winthrop, and we have seen that in these late game team fights, if they're not ahead, Maryville is struggling to keep up with the rest of the NACL.
And I'm not sure if their late game discipline in this series was worse than the series against Supernova. They definitely looked a little bit more patient in some of their takes, but one of the things that we heralded Luminosity's run in 2025 was that late game discipline, was their patience, was their coordination. And so even Maryville University being a bit more polished in that department, you're absolutely right. The strength for this team was still always the early game dominance, the stomps that just led into complete mid-game collapses from the enemy team, buckling under the immense pressure that was leveraged against them. But Maryville,
Yeah.
not able to find a crushing early game lead at all this entire series. It all just came down to these late game fights.
And I gotta say, you know, I know clutch is a scary word. Real analysts don't like to talk about clutch because it's an intangible. It's not something that you can measure. It may not even be real. But we have watched a lot of Maryville iterations over the years, and I do think clutch has something that at times this team has struggled with. I think back to game 1 in that 50-minute banger. At some of those precise moments, it was a guy like Insanity that made the clutch play to tilt the game. I feel like I just didn't really see as much of that from Maryville in this series. I even think of game 3, Insanity again popping off in some of these fights, Tomio hitting the final smite on the Baron. It's those moments where I wonder if it's not even about discipline, it's just the execution when there's nothing but you and the opponent and Destiny standing between each other, that they just fell a little bit short. And obviously, it's not an omen for how things are going to go for them the entire season. It's not an omen for the rest of their playoffs, but it's the story for me today.
Yeah, and the story for playoffs remains to be the same. Run from it, dread it. Playoffs Insanity arrives every single damn time, and he is our MVP for our last series of the day, popping off on this rise and the AP Kog'Maw, showing us why that pick emerged in the scrim bubbles supposedly. And we'll get a chance to talk with him in the interview in just a few moments here. But actually, I take that back, Hawk. We actually have an interview with Bounty, who made the clutch hooks off of the Blitzcrank. So why don't you go ahead and welcome him into the casting booth.
Yeah, we're getting Bounty set up, ready to go for the interview. My friend, oh my goodness. It's a pleasure to finally get to talk to you. Blitzcrank, game 3? What the hell was that? That was awesome.
Thank you. Like, was pricing that. We pricing there buying our screens, and just like, I feel good with these champions, aggressive champions, and we can like control the game. So I could like find some good rooks and put Tactical ahead. He's like really good and just carry us. He's in Insanity.
Yeah, I mean, it looked damn good in the lane later on. Some massive hooks. I like to hear that aggression is signature too. I have to ask you though, you know, this is, I think in many ways, a lot of North American fans' first time getting to meet you, coming from Brazil, 3-time CBLOL Academy champion, now playing at Grandview and here with Conviction. Just tell me a little bit about your journey, kind of coming up in the North American space over the last year.
I would say like I came here without knowing any English. My English is still bad. I have a lot of accent, but I'm getting better, of course. I started to play like 3 years ago, the competitive, my career, and I won my first 3 titles in CBLOL Academy for Flamengo. After that, I had some opportunities in CBLOL and was pretty nice. Was a good experience, but I knew like I wanted to do like a step up in my life, so I got this opportunity here in Grandview. My friend invited me, Leo, and I just came. Was so nice. I was so lucky to show in solo queue like my potential and what I can do, what I could do, and just Conviction. They came with a good proposal to me, with a good roster. It's a good team. I really like them. I think like we are really good for playoffs, and I don't think we're gonna lose for anything in a BL5. We're too flexible for it.
Oh, Bounty, I gotta tell you, one, your English is fantastic. Don't talk down to yourself. Delivering a great interview so far, especially for the how you know, not knowing any before you came to North America. So great job to you. But also, you talked about, you know, wanting to move up. Well, it turns out your potential is taking down Maryville University. And I think you're definitely showing a lot of people that Conviction is not a team to be trifled with in the playoffs. Tell me a little bit about how you feel like you all have improved over the last few weeks since you've joined the team.
I think we started two different. Like they had like a strong top side, and I just joined with Tactical. Tactical already knew my buddies, but like was my first experience playing with them. Was so different. I would say I was really impressed what they showed for me and for team. They're really good. I would say like I just need to focus my gameplay because they're pretty good. They know what they need to do to win games. So um I got lucky because my team is so good.
I love it. Team's so good. Bounty, last question for you. Supernova up next on Friday. Any thoughts heading into the series?
I think they're bad. We're gonna destroy them for sure.
I love it. That's the kind of trash talk I'm here for. Bounty, before I let you go, anything else you want to tell the fans? Any shout outs?
Can I say a message in Portuguese?
Yeah. Go for it.
Obrigado, guys, por suportem, ou por me apoiarem aqui. Sei que a jornada não tá nada fácil pro Bontéria, mas estou muito feliz de estar aqui jogando essa NACL. Eu sei que tem muito fã brasileiro me assistindo, meus amigos. Um beijo para vocês. E tem muita coisa boa ainda vindo nesses playoffs, pela convite, pelo meu time. Estou muito feliz aqui. E abraço.
Amazing. Bounty, an absolute pleasure to meet you and to get to talk to you. A tremendous series win over Maryville. We'll be seeing you again on Friday. Thank you for the time and for delivering this great interview. We'll bring Rafa back in to round out the show as you can go celebrate your win.
Bora Bounty! Bora! Bora Bora.
Dude, I love it. They're bad and we're going to win. Saying he got lucky because his team's better. This guy's already bringing great energy to this league.
We need the content makers of the space to drop a sizzle preview matchup for Supernova and Conviction now, and just play that clip at the beginning. Bach, if you're cooking up something in anticipation.
I was gonna say, Bach already dropped an edit of me and Slayer earlier this week, so I'm sure if Supernova wins, I'm sure that one's gonna get clipped real fast.
True. But
I'm here for it.
Y'all, we have come to the conclusion of our first day of playoffs, so let's take a look at the bracket to see where all the teams lie. First, the official standings. We had our full 6-game day. Thank you to Hawk, as he seems to be bringing the good luck here on the NACL broadcast for a full day series on both of them between CCG Winthrop and Maryville University Conviction. Both CCG and Conviction advance in the upper bracket, whereas we have a preview of the CLOL finals as our first lower bracket round here in the playoffs. Eagles versus the Saints. And oh boy, that one is going to be an all-time for the best of 5.
And I know we talked to Niles last time these two teams played too, and he said something along the lines of, I think this is going to be probably the 9th time Maryville and Winthrop have played each other this year. Yep. Intimately familiar with one another. That's a best of 5 happening tomorrow. NRG, CCG, Supernova Conviction, the last 2 best of 3s of the spring split on Friday. You're not going to want to miss it. Streaming on twitch.tv/NACL. But to round out today, Mark, all I've got to say is I have been casting a long time, not as long as you, but 5 years now, and this is one of the most ridiculous games, days of games I have ever gotten the pleasure to cast and to witness. So I'm just incredibly happy I got to do it alongside you, my friend.
Dude, that was awesome. We always get hella bangers together ever since you joined us for the NACL broadcast last year, and I have to say this ranks up there with some of the matches like the Sword Zed that we got last year as well. Still one of my favorites to cast it alongside you, but back-to-back 3 full game series, and not a single game was really a stomp. There was a lot of
they were all ridiculous.
Yeah, they were all ridiculous. We had our longest game of the entire year in the first game of the Conviction Maryville series, where we saw what, 2 elders that game for a total 9.
We had 9 dragons.
Absolute cinema for today. We hope that the NACL continues to deliver on this high octane action, but a huge thank you to not only all the fans watching in the chat and supporting the NACL, as well as all the co-streamers and the rest of the broadcast talent, staff, and crew for making it all possible. I'm Rafa. My man Hawk over here would like to bid you all adieu and good night, and see you all tomorrow for Maryville and Winthrop University. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.